with her bullhorn loud, creeping on parents, yeah, she's making them proud. Brittany J's nodding off midstream, drooling on her mic while she chases a dream. And the green team's back with a Photoshop live, scrap paste filter, now the kid's alive. Oh wait, who's that cutting through the static? J is for justice, bringing facts, no dramatics. Her cooters are loyal, her mods don't play. Try to fuck around, you'll get banned today. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just beg and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts, while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight. Betty's outside trying to bang on doors, while her chat drops cash like a broke-ass tour. She's screaming about justice, but where's that cash? Oh, right in her pocket, y'all got finesse fast. Brittany J's got a streaming mid-spin, somebody wake her up, she passed out again. Green team's out here with the fake-ass pics, turning missing kids into AI tricks. Jay's got the cooters holding it down, no clickbait here, just facts all around her mods. All the real ones blocking the trash, no trolls allowed, get the fuck out fast. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just beg and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts, while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight. Hush, little grifter, don't say a word. Jay's got the truth and your scam's been heard. And if the green team tries one more trick, we'll call their bluff, make them vanish quick. Betty's stalking, call the cops, Brittany's sleeping. Someone stop green team lying, expose that fraud. Jay and her mods, goddamn, they're strong. So round and round the scammers go, begging for cash with a stolen show. But Jay and the cooters, they're built to last, bringing the truth while these fools grip fast. And the circus goes on. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just beg and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts, while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight.
Hey, Cooter Clippers!
It's a late night ride down these YouTube streets, where the grifters are scamming and the bullshit repeats. Betty's outside with her bullhorn loud, creeping on parents, yeah, she's making them proud. Brittany J's nodding off midstream, drooling on her mic while she chases a dream. And the green team's back with a Photoshop live, scrap paste filter, now the kid's alive. Oh wait, who's that cutting through the static? J is for justice, bringing facts, no dramatics. Her cooters are loyal, her mods don't play. Try to fuck around, you'll get banned today. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just beg and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts, while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight. Betty's outside trying to bang on doors, while her chat drops cash like a broke-ass tour. She's screaming about justice, but where's that cash? Oh, right in her pocket, y'all got finesse fast. Brittany J's got a streaming mid-spin, somebody wake her up, she passed out again. Green team's out here with the fake-ass pics, turning missing kids into AI tricks. Jay's got the cooters holding it down, no clickbait here, just facts all around her mods. All the real ones blocking the trash, no trolls allowed, get the fuck out fast. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just beg and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight. Hush, little grifter, don't say a word. Jay's got the truth and your scam's been heard. And if the green team tries one more trick, we'll call their bluff, make them vanish quick. Betty's stalking, call the cops, Brittany's sleeping. Someone stop green team lying, expose that fraud. Jay and her mods goddamn are strong. So round and round the scammers go, begging for cash with a stolen show. But Jay and the cooters, they're built to last, bringing the truth while these fools grip fast. And the circus goes on. Oh, Jay and the cooters run this town, while the tragedy pimps just bet and clown. They twist the truth, they fake receipts, while Jay's bringing justice. No tricks, no cheats. Oh, don't fuck with the mods tonight.
Hello,
Hey,
Cooterville.
Clippers.
Oh, was that good timing? Alabama Mama, thank you for joining and becoming a official member of Cooterville. Thank you so much. Hey, B-Tim, what's up? Here's the link if anybody would like to join. Let me go ahead and pin it. Now, mind you, I only have the freebie, so I can only get like 5 or 6 people up here. But if anybody would like to come up, you are more than welcome. Potato. Alabama, UA. We're going to be covering Julie Skolnick calling into the lab. And then we're going to be covering Julie and her husband, Al. So welcome in, get comfortable. It's going to be a good stream today. It's going to be a good stream today. You guys, okay, you know nothing about this call or Julie. Neither do I, but we're going to be watching it together. Voodoo blow up doll. She who sees. I love it. Thank you for being a cooter for 4 months. Cooterville Dispensary is here. I saw the sheriff is here to hold things down, make sure everybody's behaving. That's very important. Irish Eyes, 5 months.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Oh, I'm glad you caught live too. That's awesome. Hey, Keto Kim. Hey, Sherry Baby. Let me get my soundboard up and working. There's the sheriff right there. Good morning, Florida Mama Bear. Good morning, Ganja. It's nice to see you again. Hey, Diana. Crimes. French Mom. Good to see y'all.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille.
I saw the dreadlocks over the hill.
Not against her will.
Her will.
I got time to
Time
kill.
to kill.
Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
Okay. All right. The link is in chat. If anybody, during the stream wants to come up, you're more than welcome. Let's get into this. This is going to be Josh, the lab after dark. And if you see the thumbnail and you say, who is that? Well, that would be Josh recreating himself with AI. But this is what Josh really looks like. Blue gumballs. So he's going to start out playing some of Julie's video, okay? And we'll skip through this periodically. And then she calls in. So here we go, guys.
Sweet Soul says tonight's topics: dog throw up, farts, and urine. What about fire? Don't forget gasoline fires. That was bad news. It was bad news, man. Yeah, we're all nuts, I guess. I don't know. All right, so I don't know. I want to preface this by saying that I don't have anything against this lady. I've seen her show. I've never seen like a full show of hers, but I know she's tagged me in some stuff before. And I know that she gets just pounced on. I've seen that. So I'm not going to do anything. I don't want to do that. And I don't want people to be like really mean. I don't want people to be mean in the chat, and you guys can mock yourselves, I guess. But or me, have it at me. But I'm just curious. People were like, "What the hell is it?" And I don't know. I'm sure Justin did something terrible, and pissed her off, and then I'm sure that Tony. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I don't care. You do whatever you want. Can I mock Nunya? I mean, I'd prefer if you didn't, but I know you guys are kind of close.
Good morning, Runs with Scissors. Good morning, Springtime. Jillian.
All right, so the lady's name is Julie Skolnick. That's her channel. And I'm gonna attempt to talk about this. I'm gonna do my best.
Our first trimester, toe beans. Thank you for your support.
All right, let's do it. I mean, if you want, Eats and Nunny, I mean, you guys can mock each other if you want. That's fine. I don't care. First of all, I want to say that I dig the glasses. The lights in the back are giving me...
So he says he's not going to be mean to her, right? He starts out like, oh, she's been, ragged on, so, I'm not going to say anything mean to her. So he starts out bagging on her glasses and her lights, which, Julie, there's nothing wrong with your glasses. Your glasses are perfectly fine, by the way.
I like the lights in the back. The lights in the back are nice. It's good stuff. And so, all right, here we go. It's the weather. What is going on? I better have my helmet.
Why does he have himself all transparent up at the top?
No idea who this is. She covers the Sebastian Rogers case. I think she's a local, but
she's not a local. What are you talking about?
But I don't know. I don't know what she's mad about. I haven't seen this. I've seen just from what I was told.
You were told by who? Who were you told by? Because you don't even know where she lives. And she's been very open about where she lives. So who told you to do this?
Too much. Black doorknobs are cool. She's not local? Okay.
Who cares about her doorknob? At least her fucking door is clean, Josh. Look at his with stickers on it like he's 12. Who puts stickers on doors unless you're a little fucking kid? And there's filth all around his doorknobs. And I'm talking about the one on the door.
Friggin' no, dude. Whatever. Here we go.
Scum. Hey, Maggie. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? I don't want to start talking without knowing my microphone is working.
It's
all right. I'm going to start skipping through this. Because he's boring as fuck.
Right.
Said. One more question, allegedly innocent. One more question.
Oh, shit. Where's the one with her husband? I think she deleted it. Oh, I'm so confused. All right, send, yeah, if you would. Casey is, it's gone. All right, back to.
So he wanted the one with her husband. He can't even talk without being out of breath. But it's gone and he can't get it. So he goes back to this one. Good morning, Trixie and Rakin and everybody else coming in. Tiff, Cinda, Chin, Lauren.
Back to the original.
Yep. See, Julie, they are the hate channels. Julie knows what's going on. I think Julie's picking up what's going on. I really do. Lad. Oh, look at my channel's name.
Thumbnail. Which is
Lad.
called if you didn't see my thumbnail, take a look at it. I'll show you a picture.
Take a look at my thumbnail. She's the only one I got.
Called.
That's all right. No worries. We're very, I wasn't gonna say gender fluid. We're fluid here, you know. It's an evolving
fluid?
show. Yeah.
What?
It's live. We're live.
Wait, what?
Evolving show. We're very, I wasn't gonna say gender fluid. We're fluid.
We're gender fluid? What does that mean, y'all? What's gender fluid?
Here, you know.
And what does that have to do with Julie?
It's an evolving show. Yeah. It's live. We're live.
My friend Harley wrote in. Harley, if you're on here. Hey, Kathy and Lady Roses.
Now I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not bashing. This is not a bash session. It's just not gonna be that. I don't know this lady. I don't know anything about her. I've seen people go at her.
Why are you
before, and I'm
covering
not,
her?
Like that's not.
You've seen people go at her, but you don't know who she is. Why are you lying? And why are you covering her if you don't know who she is? Were you told to by the green team? Josh, we need you to go after and review this Julie to get her to shut up.
That's not what I'm doing here. I'm just curious what happened. And so, and maybe
Ask Tony,
maybe somewhere,
idiot.
Maybe I'll realize something and I will heal these people of
What?
whatever's ailing them. I will be the great unifier here, hopefully. That's my goal. Don't expect it to happen, but that's my goal.
If you didn't see my thumbnail,
The Saboteur of Sumner County, Tennessee. Sebastian. Oh, I'm helping. That's what I'm here to do. I'm all about
I
helping.
called it The Saboteur.
I don't know where to. I don't know where to even start here. I mean, this is a hell of a starting place.
Of Sumner County, Tennessee. Detective Brandon Carter. Your Sebastian Rogers tips go poof. Your Sebastian Rogers tips go poof. Now, I've asked you guys before.
I've worked really hard on thumbnails too. They never seem to satisfy me though.
I saw that, Callie. Thank you very much. I saw it.
I seen it.
Lady Rose is in Wisconsin. Have you ever heard that SF?
He works really hard on thumbnails. Do you guys want to see his thumbnail for this live, by the way? Let's take a look real quick. Like the lab after dark. Let's see. I guess we have to click on his stupid channel. Like he lives near LA. Look at the LA. He doesn't even live near LA. This dude would get eaten up in LA. But yeah, here it is right here. This one. This one right here that I'm pointing my mouse at. The second one in. That's his thumbnail that he worked so hard on. Look. He's in a karate outfit. And look, it's not even him. It's AI Josh. Now look at the one before it. Look at, who is he? Lore Lodge? Look at him in 270. Look at him in 270. Look at Lore Lodge. I want to be in the Lore Lodge. Can we go searching? Can we go searching for Sasquatch? Yeah, he works on thumbnails too, and they never satisfy him. You know why? Because he still looks like a chomo in the AI ones. That's why he's never fucking satisfied with his thumbnails. Josh, you're a scumbucket. Listen.
I've worked really hard on thumbnails too. They never seem to satisfy me though.
I saw that, Callie. Thank you very much.
We see why.
I seen it.
Lady Rose is in Wisconsin. Have you ever heard that SF Investigates is from Wisconsin originally?
God.
Do you know anything about that? I would love to know. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would love to know.
I'm sure her and SF get along well.
And Kathy saying hi to mods in chat.
Okay, let's go.
All the tips regarding Sebastian Rogers since it was assigned.
That
to one
is hard
detective,
work, beats
Detective
him. You're
Brandon
right.
Carter. You have had to, hey Rita, you've had to reach out to Brandon Carter in Sumner County, if you're not calling TBI, let's say, to give him your tip.
Yeah.
You could do it two ways. You could do it via the phone the phone number, probably leave a voicemail. The way is to email him.
I don't know why the quality is so bad on her
I'm
video.
telling you,
Hey Joanne
I'm
from
gonna heal this
upstate. I hope
situation.
things are nice there. Is it warm there? I'm coming to the Catskills soon.
I'm going to heal this. I'm going to heal.
I'm coming to the
You watch.
Catskills, and I hope I have some warm weather in April. Of course, I have to serve jury duty first.
Oof, that's tough.
Actually, I did two. I did one in the morning, which started as an award show, and then I did one really
All right,
late
cool,
last
thank
night.
you.
Actually, took a
2
nap
times.
right after.
Wait,
I'm not doing the whole thing.
Kind of
Wait, look at Smiley Stories World. Few clips to your messenger. Smiley, learn how to spell. You're so stupid, Smiley, like in every way, shape, and form. Oh, I'm sending clips to Josh. Smiley and Justin got on Josh. We need you to cover this lady. She's coming at us. A few clips to your messenger. Dumbass. Smiley, you're a dumbass. You really are.
It's a freaking 3.5 hour live. I'm not reviewing the whole thing. Get me to the juicy part so I can heal.
or call Blanche. Well, you're about as likely to receive a return phone call from Blanche as you are from Detective Carter, in my opinion.
Hey,
All
artist.
right, so she's got a
If
problem with
anybody
Detective
who is
Carter.
listening
This has nothing
on
to do
my-
with me.
in this live has ever spoken to Detective Carter on the phone when you had a tip, or received a call back or an email back from Detective Carter.
That's a good question,
All right, so
B-Switch.
okay. So she's upset because she calls in tips or emails tips and
He's
never gets a
trying to
response.
rip
Okay.
her for Smiley
Please
and
put,
Justin.
It's about 40
and
degrees
it's
today, 60 yesterday. Oh, nice.
stupid.
Well, I hope it warms up for April. You know, we can have weird weather in April. If you've ever received a call back, it doesn't have to be a long call. It could have been, hey, I got your message or something like that, or let me know more.
Stupid phone.
You're the only stupid one, Josh. What are you doing? Hey, Mrs. Fletcher. Hey, Kathy. What's he doing?
Hold on, I'm looking at my messenger. Hold on.
Oh, he's checking his messenger from Smiley.
I got you.
Oh, my God.
Cool, thank you. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
Cool. Thank
do have
you,
some holy water here.
Smiley.
About it, whatever he said to you on the phone, or if you received an email back to set up a time to talk, or just an acknowledgement of an email tip. Can you please put a number 4 in the chat? Number 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in the chat. If you've ever spoken to Detective Carter, if you ever called him with a tip, email with a tip, and received some
have any
communication
urine.
back from Detective
Oh,
Carter.
And
Any
he
type of
started this
communication back.
out, Tanya. He started this out by saying, oh, this isn't going to be a bash session. That's not what I'm doing. But he needs holy water to cover her? Fuck you, Josh.
Please put a 4 in the tip. 58 in Knoxville today. Beautiful. 80 on Tuesday and Wednesday. We had 80 degrees. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's lovely. Lady Rosa says, I've been saying someone in LE is hiding stuff, tips, etc. They do not want CPKP arrested and do not want to arrest CP.
Why
Have
is
you
he
ever,
even
Lady
covering
Rose's,
this?
thing?
Let's go faster.
Okay.
Let's skip through
Okay.
this.
Put a
1,000 in the chat.
Because he has nothing to say.
all I know is I showed the prompt and I was like, hot.
He's not entertaining. He's boring as fuck, and he's not
she's trying to
funny.
get she's trying to get the sheriff's office. Is that what she's doing?
That's all you have to say to review this? You're an idiot.
The answer must be yes. Why are you protecting Rags Talk if he called Seth a liar? If she called Seth a liar, is friends with barbecue lady that is in court against Seth. Julie is trying to get in touch with the DA about the officer and Rags Talk who could be sabotaging the Sebastian Rogers case. You didn't send the email to the DA, but you called Michelle, and then Michelle comes in. She deletes her things on X and then comes in my chat and calls me. somebody who's going real life on somebody. Real life. This was her real life. She was on TikTok on Barbecue Ladies lives night after night, using her own voice, her own thing. To me, if she
Hey,
left,
Shauna.
maybe she's scared because you're calling her out. No, I'm just asking her to say yes or no. Don't hang out with them, in my opinion, Barbecue Lady. Yeah.
Me
No,
too.
there's-
I don't know who
I haven't said
Ragtox
one mean
is.
thing. I'm not saying anything mean. I'm just curious what's going on. Let me live.
All right. You have integrity. I read your. I just want to be sure. Everyone, she wants you to know she's got integrity, but she won't answer this.
But I just see a lot of like people going over her a lot, and are pretty mean. And I've seen her upset, so I'm just kind of curious what's going on here. That's it.
Hey, what's up?
And she knows who she is. I'm
Hold
not
on, let me
entertaining
pause
this.
it,
I know who I
B-Tim.
am. I am.
What's up, B-Tim?
What's up? What's up? Don't see the video playing in the background.
I know. I got to share it with you there because I'm not like live on StreamYards. I just use it to like bring people up sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But I can
Well,
share it here. I don't know why he's fucking even doing this. Like,
He has not commented at all. He's been pretty fucking dead air, and he's pretty boring, actually.
right.
It's like if you just want to watch Julie Skolnick, you could just go to her channel and watch her react. I mean, it's pretty fucking low energy.
Had
I
you
don't
seen
know.
this already?
I haven't seen Josh review it. I've seen Skolnick, what she does. I mean, she's basically spiraling because she's named in a fucking
Rico.
filing. Not really a RICO. It's like an injunction. They want to call it a RICO, but whatever.
Well, part of the Rico, whatever. But she ends up calling in. That's why I'm playing this.
Oh shit!
She ends up seeing it, and then she calls in, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
she
trying.
basically gives them content because this is fucking.
Yeah, and she does get upset. She cries too.
Well, when does she? No offense to Julie, but when doesn't she cry? That's the question.
I mean, in all fairness, though, like she has been outspoken, which I kind of like.
Well, like my problem with her is she's a little bit like, reporting SF for fucking.
Oh,
with,
that bullshit. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. She's spreading misinformation, and she's like, I think she needs like Al in the background to point, like, hit her and be like, okay, calm down. That's
Yeah, I
probably what
haven't
she
seen
needs.
her and her husband yet, so I'm still behind.
Oh, I seen it was hilarious. It was funny. It was funny. I watched it. It was pretty funny. But Al seems like a very calm and chill guy.
That's what everybody's saying. They really like him.
I like Al. Al was like, giving her advice, like, oh, these people try to be nice to you, but then they kind of backstab you or stuff like that. And it's like, oh my God, we need Al to give everyone this advice about people on the internet. But
Oh, I can't wait to see Al. We're gonna play that next.
All right, cool. All right, I'll let you continue listening to the dead air until King Julie comes on.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. She puts the kibosh on this pretty quick.
Thank God.
All right, let's keep going.
Hope all have a blessed day.
You can hear it, right,
Where
Tim?
does this shit even start? I don't even see it.
Those who know me and my character, that's all that matters to her. After she called Seth a liar and said she's going to things. I'll replay.
She goes on about Michelle Lee and Tony.
She said she did, and that Tony didn't respond to her about it. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
I think we've all seen this.
I mean, meeting up with Bliss Blessings. That's how nice she's been to me.
Christ.
Wait,
Mel
what do you say?
Chat. I'll tell you that.
Imagine how that.
Jesus. I mean, you guys are unbelievable. Mel Wilkie. Why are you playing this show? Because I want to.
Because you're playing Cleanup Crew?
Do you need me to say anything else? Jesus Christ.
Why is he so taken back by someone asking him why he's playing it?
Yeah, like you asked me why I play Bullhorn Betty's because I don't like the lady and I want to laugh at her and it pisses her off. So that's why I would play her. Like, it's a pretty easy question to ask me. Why you're playing this is because you want to fucking listen to the interaction of Julie Skolnick and Dead Air fucking Josh. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
right.
Pretty much. So but the truth of the matter is probably Justin or fucking Smiley. I am Tim. Can you do a cleanup crew? We need to clean up because my image is me like Smiley was like my message of me beating the shit out of an old elderly lady really looks bad in the chat.
Yeah. That's why Smiley's like, check your messenger. I'm sending you clips.
Yeah.
Josh, when you're doing cleanup crew for fucking Smiley, you've hit the bottom of the barrel. Just saying.
Like, That's what you're really doing. This is just cleanup crew because you guys, she legitimately got fucking pissed. Her name was entered into a fucking court order, and maybe she doesn't want to be entered into a court order talking about, it's not even related to the case, but you entered in there because you did a gish gallop. And I know people are going to make fun of me for not saying it properly, but whatever. A gish gallop of paperwork, 223 pages of wasteful fucking paperwork to just overcrowd the court system. And you just grabbed every single mean comment you can. You grabbed about Julie as well, who's unrelated to the case, and you just put it in there. And she doesn't want her name in there, and she legitimately wants her name out of there, which I don't blame her.
Right. I mean, she probably didn't know how her husband was going to react to her name being in some injunction too,
Yeah. Well, it's technically a protective. I think it's the one that they're doing
emergency.
Right now.
I mean,
yeah. To like
those
kind
are
of
granted in like domestic violence cases where someone just got beat up or something. Like that's an emergency injunction.
And there was such unrelated shit like from JLR and some. It was interesting. They talked about that they had a fucking movie deal, like they were planning on making a movie.
Did?
Yeah, if you go to page 178, JLR and them were planning on 2024 June. So like a month after they got onto this case, they were planning on going to Netflix, Prime, and
you're kidding.
Peacock, yeah, with a documentary.
Oh my God.
So they were planning on making this into a documentary. That's why. And that's why you see Dog the Bounty Hunter and you see fucking, Coffin Doffer, because they all want to be part of the fucking documentary.
Wow. I mean, I skimmed it, I skimmed through all that, and I'm just like,
go to like 180. Apparently they're claiming that fucking Doe 1 is JLR, and they release a text message.
I saw that yesterday, the little peen thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat that.
What the fuck? I know. I almost made you repeat it yesterday, but you made me go look it up. You're like, I'm not reading that again.
Because I know that shit's getting clipped. I mean,
do we know who the fuck that was, like JLR, and who it was between?
I think they purposely made it confusing so that just in case JLR wants to sue the fuck out of them, they could be like, well, Joe 1 and Doe 3, we're not quite sure who they are. They're just Does. But it was that whole section was talking about JLR.
But dude, Betty was supposedly seeing him at that time.
Yeah. Well, they said that person's still an affiliate or a freelance, so that could be. I mean, that's a possibility, but I'm not sure. It's just like it's the problem with it is that
weird.
You can't really submit into evidence redacted and also like not a full text. So, and it's not related to the case. It's like it's
from 2020. Like, what does that have to do with fucking Sebastian?
Nothing.
I can't.
So it's
but Betty
bad.
Is, like Pretty in Pink said, Betty is so bitter about JLR. Like, I could see her putting embarrassing shit, like, to embarrass him. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, only he would know. You know what I mean? It's just like something only he would know for sure. It was between him and her or something like that. That's just how I see her behaving. She's such a bitch.
I don't know, man. But it's just I think they really kind of
fucking gross, man.
Yeah, I think they sabotage themselves because the moment that's going to be looked up by the judge, he's going to be fucking pissed. And them threatening to throw down 200,000 pages of fucking ridiculous doc. First off, I would piss them off. I'd be like, oh, well, I want a fucking paper copy then delivered.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I heard you saying that, like all that fucking paper.
And then I'm just going to start a like I'll just get a PDF of it because it's going to be uploaded anyway. And I'll just start a bonfire and just burn it. I'll have unlimited fucking paper to burn, like into a bonfire. I'll do a live stream of burning the transcripts. Maybe I'll need a permit. I would probably do it. But yeah, that's and raise
Curvy
money that
Barbie
way.
said this is Betty's revenge against JLR. In my opinion, it's sick.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's very weird. But did Betts and JLR really have a relationship, Kathy? Kathy, she claims they did. He's never claimed her. So if you go with what JLR has said, no. Because he doesn't claim her ass.
Well, originally in her first filing against Queen Bee, she said that the thought of having any sort of sex with JLR or anyone got her so sick that she couldn't leave the bed and she was throwing up or whatever.
Stop it.
And she basically denied the fact of any sort of relationship. And then when the police came, when she tried to blame JLR about being an ex-boyfriend harassing her, the cat was out of the bag, and then she started going out with it. But she originally lied and tried to say that there was no relationship and sued Queen based upon that statement, even though I don't think there was any statements about them dating or anything, because no one thought that was even remotely possibility.
Right.
So, yeah. The
More
other
of a
allegation,
schmoozing, yeah.
yeah, the other allegation is she's claiming that we claimed that she had sexual relations with Dolly, which the only thing that was said was slept in a
Ugh.
car. And, there's a lot of people that even like, and that rumor was spreading around was because of Molly and a lot of other people that were like spreading that rumor around. And if you want to sue someone, she should sue fucking Molly for that, because she was the one that was imitating blowjobs on her live stream of what Betty would do to Dolly.
Oh my God.
So,
Ugh. These people are just fucking disgusting.
yeah. Well, did you? Yeah, the laptop one was funny with Josh. I finally found the video with the clip with actually showing the laptop with the gunshots. It was hilarious.
Oh, for fuck's sake, did you?
Yeah, yeah. It was called Your Receipts or something like that.
He still has it up?
No. Like someone who still has it up.
Josh
Of what?
showing his laptop.
No, that was a separate channel, like Your Receipts, it was called, and it has like basically the woman talking about how Josh wanted $6,500 to get the data extracted, and he showed a fake picture of a fucking
Yeah, the girl
laptop
that he
with it.
scammed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard her story on White Boys.
Yeah.
He
it's
interviewed her. It was fucking horrible. And then we played actually his call where he was like fake crying and
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I mean, that's why I find it like hilarious that he's talking about like, oh my God, like he's talking about other people, but I'm like, sir, you scammed multiple people years ago. What are you
yeah,
talking
he's
about?
a piece of shit, man. And to sit there and go, oh, like I'm watching Julie because I want to. And then he has the audacity to like go, oh, why do you watch Britney? Like she's so nice. He doesn't realize why we watch Britney because of the fucking shit show.
I watched Britney because she pissed me off with the fact that she pulled a frivolous lawsuit and she acts like a victim and she lies. And I like to expose that.
And she snoozes.
Well,
and lies.
The snoozing's the icing on the cake. The snoozing is icing on the cake. But I can't stand her. She's a pity slug that demands pity all the time.
The perpetual victim.
Yeah, it's really fun. And then she's the one that tries to victimize others, and that's what pisses me off about her. She does this bullshit injunction just to cost people money, and then she sits there and pretends that she has nothing to do with it. No.
Right. I mean, we can all thank her for this latest injunction.
Yeah.
Because, she was the part of this whole original thing and went along with it.
Yeah. She could have said
fuck
no.
You, Brittany.
Yeah, she could have easily said no, and they would not have put anything against fucking Granny, and it could have left her out of it. But no, she wanted her little revenge, and she's a piece of shit.
She is.
For that.
And now all these people are getting their names involved because of her.
Yeah, all these, even subs are getting involved, and it's like, and it's like at a certain point, when does it stop? Like, this guy is fucking just trying to gish gallop and throw every single piece of document in this damn fucking filing to cost people tons of money. And it's ridiculous, actually. It's disgusting.
And I'll tell you what, Tim, the moment that one of her subs ends up in one of these filings is the day when she's going to finally wake up.
Well, the sub that gives her money.
Right, an important sub. Right.
Yeah, like if it was like
Ben George or
someone that, or like that lady with what was it, that workout
Mischief.
lady?
Oh, Mascara. Muscles.
If Mascara gets put into there, she'll freak out. She'll be like, because Mascara is a big donut person, and a mod, so she would freak out if that happened for sure.
Yeah, and I think they would too. They think it's all fucking funny to see our names in it.
Yeah, being accused of being part of criminal activity when you're just talking about people online. It's kind of
Give it time.
Well, it already seeped in. It's going with Julie Skolnick, and watch is going to name. And you know what's interesting is Josh is currently being frivolously sued right now.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Do
you know that fat guy with Michael Vaughn's case that did all the interviews?
No, I don't think so.
You know Wandra?
Oh, Stacy Wonder. Oh, yeah, Stacy's suing him, right?
Yeah, he's suing a whole bunch of YouTubers, and Josh is included.
That's what I heard. Yep, I did hear about the Stacy Wonder guy. Yep.
Yeah, and he's getting frivolously sued. So you think someone that's actually being frivolously sued by a piece of shit would actually be sympathetic of people being frivolously fucked with legally? But nope, he doesn't care. And he's like, he's in fantasy world where he thinks he's going to depose Stacey Wonder. No, what Stacey Wonder is going to do is he's just going to file motion after motion to fuck with you for years, if he's allowed, and you're going to have to deal with that. And then eventually,
So Chris M is probably telling him, "Oh, we can get depositions."
Mm-hmm. Like the fantasy world that he thinks he's going to have, and it's like, yeah, good luck. Do you know how much a deposition costs? A 100-page transcript will cost you probably like $1,000 to $1,500, maybe $2,000. Actually, no, it was like $2,500 or something like that.
Jesus.
So yeah, so you're talking about like a lot of money. You're talking. So
Good luck,
you know what I mean?
Josh.
You know what I mean? And then you have a possibility that you have to hire a lawyer to reply to a complaint, which will call, and then you try to do a motion to dismiss, which you would want to stop. You want to do a motion to dismiss. You're not going to get deposition for a motion to dismiss, by the way. And eventually that will cost you about $1,000 probably, depending on how big the document is. And then eventually your lawyer has to show up in person to make an argument, probably Zoom because the guy's in prison right now for some unrelated charge. And then you're going to have to pay that person another $1,500 to do that. And then you're going to have to pay, and then you got to have to wait. And then the judge might just simply not dismiss it and just go to discovery if you're lucky. And then you're going to have to wait for the discovery. And then you're going to have to pay more money and more money. And that's what happens with frivolous lawsuits. And Josh doesn't quite understand the fact that, even if he gets really lucky and he gets it dismissed, it's going to cost him if he hires an attorney, it's going to cost him a few $1,000s.
Right. He still has to respond to it, just like Granny had to respond,
Mhm.
But is Stacy filing pro se?
Yeah.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He sued like a lot of, just like anyone that had an interview, had him on an interview or reviewed him, he sued. It's like 10 or 15 people.
Oh, there's that many. I knew that PNW, I can't remember her whole channel, but she's done a lot. She just did an interview with Shirtliff.
Yeah.
She said she was also being sued by Stacy, and she interviewed him as well.
Yeah.
So anyways,
Sorry.
yeah, we got a little off track, but that's all right.
Sorry. Sidebar. Sorry.
Big sidebar. That's okay. Look at this comment, though. Justin was my first love. So good.
Oh, Justin's also being sued. I didn't know that. Okay.
Justin, too? From
Yeah.
Stacy?
Yeah.
Get him, Stacy.
No, I don't want. I fucking hate that guy.
I know.
Fuck
I
Walter.
hate Stacy, too, but I fucking hate Justin, too.
Yeah, but I
Sorry.
hate Stacy more. I just want him to like eventually get caught for the criminal activity because I truly believe he has something to do.
He
with it.
knows.
Yeah,
He knows.
So this is like the rare. I mean, I really want that motherfucker caught and like this.
I do, too. But Justin, he needs his just desserts.
I would rather him being sued by like the fucking the Proudfoots, to be honest with you, like a legitimate lawsuit.
I would love to see the Wells and the Proudfoots both come at him.
Yeah, like legitimate lawsuits, not
Yep.
bullshit, frivolous lawsuits. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Legit. Hold him accountable for his fucking actions.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
what I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty in Pink. Stacy needs to spill it.
Yeah, I think that guy
Spineless
knows.
asshole.
Yeah,
Tormenting that poor mother. God, it makes me sick.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
God, it's just, I've never seen anything like it. Like a mother on there begging the suspects, like to their face.
Yeah, and
It's horrible.
It's sad because she's also sick, man.
I
It's
know,
like-
dude. It's fucking horrible. Like, they're going to send her into her grave. And I hate to say
Yeah.
that, but they are, these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can see her and not have any remorse or any feeling whatsoever. It just really shows you there's true fucking monsters in this world.
True that. All right,
Oh
let's
my
get back-
God. Look who joined us. Julie.
Hello.
Well, hello, Miss Skolnick. How are you today?
Oh, peachy, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Well, what made you call in today?
Mhm.
I didn't get to hear the whole thing. Someone texted me, and then I heard just the last minutes, or maybe a little bit earlier, that actually beat him making a very good point.
What's that?
Oh, what was that
And
point?
I would like to agree with that point,
Which point, Julie?
which would be that I was surprised about the fact that a story regarding my clearly identifying myself and my autistic children, who are my stepchildren, which I've always been honest, they're my stepchildren. I met my husband Al when they boys were 6 years old. Their mom lives several states away by choice. And something Smiley said that I've been lying about. Never lied about that.
Fuck Smiley.
And
Sorry, excuse my my
so
French, Julie.
it's all right. But I was watching Mr. and Mrs. E's live now. The days seem to be running into each other at this point for the week. I guess it was Friday night. And we're going through I don't know what exactly it is, emergency injunction.
Yeah.
And fairly early on in the emergency injunction, they were, I mean, I am friends with Mr. and Mrs. E, in the terms of I've spoken to them many times because we share the fact that we both have one profoundly autistic child. Okay, so I have a level 1 autistic child. I just want to explain this real quick. I have a level 1 autistic child who is very much like Sebastian, right? He does not have severe intellectual disabilities like my profoundly autistic child. The E's also have a profoundly autistic child, a child who will need 24/7 care for the remainder of their lives. By an adult, okay? If he's 60 years old, he will need
So
help
have you
with
talked to the E's like in depth about your
only about my kids, only
Okay.
about kids
Okay.
stuff.
Well, don't
Only
go
about
too in depth about,
Yeah.
their
No. I just wanted to say that's how I do know them and trust them.
That's where you guys like connected, was on that level, right?
It's the only thing I've ever discussed. Not like I talk to them all the time. And so I trust them that they are very intelligent, fair people going through the injunction, and they fairly short, not too long into the injunction. I mean, they hadn't gotten through that many pages when they get to Exhibit 14, and they're reading it out loud, and it refers to I believe the creators named are Granny's Watching, Cluminati, and Cletus. And the quotes that are put in there are from Granny's Watching, speaking to them. And the description is that, I apologize, let me just go back a little bit. As far as I understand it, as it was read, is that this injunction is against these things that are being done, which are organized activities to harass, intimidate, bully, whatever. The people who are, in fact, suing, in court, suing the creators on the other side, right? I guess they're all creators, or sort of it. Going against, represented by Lesniak, the ones who are represented by Lesniak,
the plaintiffs,
of which I am not one. The plaintiffs, thank you.
Well, it's really to silence people who have opinions. It's like if someone, let's say Proudfoots came and they decided to do an emergency injunction against you from saying anything, and then decided to sue you for money.
Yeah, but it should be. But in my understanding, it's supposed to be about things that they're doing to the plaintiffs, not to anybody in the world.
Right.
Yeah, and that's called a gish gallop. Basically, they're grabbing everything that they think could make like just to throw in there to overload someone.
Are they allowed to do that? That's my question.
No.
Right. Okay, because my understanding, I thought it was, and I don't know. I haven't seen the whole thing. I'm not showing. I haven't read it all. But my understanding is that the cases, the incidents, the exhibits cited should be exhibits citing things that they have done against the plaintiffs.
Agreed.
Of which I am not one of them.
Yeah.
And I have never spoken to any Lesniak or anybody other than Canine Jules, who comes in my chat on occasion. And never spoken to her on the phone, only spoken to her whenever she's come into my chat. And everybody else I have not ever spoken to. Clearly, I haven't spoken to Tony and Seth. So when it was read, Mr. and Mrs. E on Aunt E, right, who is Mrs. E's sister, read it out loud. My name is not used. However, because they know who I am and they know I have, who my kids are, they said, wait a second, is this Julie Skolnick, or are they referring to Brittany J? And so they read it again, and they're like, it says she needs to not focus. She needs to focus on her stepkids with, her autistic stepkids and her book, and not whatever else, right? And they start asking one another, like, does she have stepkids who are autistic? She writing a book, kind of things. They go, and the fact that they know me, they said, oh no, this is not, no, I don't think this is Brittany J. This is Julie Skolnick. This is the determination they're making on their live based on what they know about me, and the fact that this is clearly describing me and my kids. That is who Granny's Watching is referring to. So I was in that, and I asked them, I sent a $2 super chat and said, could you please go over that one exhibit that is referring to me and my autistic kids again? And they did. I said, they went back to that one and said, yeah, here it is. And they read it again. Even though it doesn't have my name in it, they identified, and I agreed quickly that yes, no, this is not Brittany J. This is not anybody else in the injunction plaintiff. This is me as an example. And I was floored that something regarding me had been included in an exhibit of a lawsuit that I am not a part of. And I did not like that, especially given this past weekend, literally right after I had been bullied by one of the plaintiffs, Tony Mathis.
How do you do that? How do you bully you?
I did a live last night, and I read the comments that you're playing now in not Josh speaking and not me speaking. This is what happened after, well, let me just quickly finish this one statement about it.
Okay.
I don't agree. I'm not part of that lawsuit. I am not in that injunction. I have not spoken to any of the plaintiffs. I have never spoken to Lesniak, and I don't agree with myself and my children. Specifically, I have my two twins are adults. However, Spencer is profoundly autistic. Therefore, when he turned 18, my husband and I became his legal guardians. We had to go to court to become his legal guardians. He cannot make decisions for himself. We make all legal decisions. We make all decisions for him, medical and otherwise, as appointed by a judge. Right? It's a serious thing to become somebody's legal guardian. Basically takes away all their rights to make decisions. So when I'm calling in, I'm saying it for myself and for my child.
Okay.
Julie.
And then so what happened was, so I said, I'm not a part of this. So then, but I didn't do that night. Okay. That was what I'm saying. Then this past weekend, I was doing a live on my channel, right? And Justin, Smiley, and apparently Tony Mathis after the fact admitted that he was in fact in that live. I don't know if he commented or not.
Okay.
And I guess he has two different handles. But Josh refers to him in this video that you're playing now. Came to my channel, bullying me. I felt in my live from the other day. Okay. And
Didn't
this
Smiley?
turned into right after that, Justin, who says he doesn't get involved in the drama and he doesn't attack
He is
people.
drama. We all saw
And
this.
he doesn't attack people, and he doesn't name other creators, and he tells people, he scolds people on his lives. Don't put other creators' names in that.
He lies.
I'm not part of the drama.
Yeah,
This stuff. Whatever
he lies about it.
Yeah, he lies.
Whatever he's doing about it, he changed his rules that night. I'm not commenting on what he's done in the past. I'm commenting only on what has happened with me.
So when he came into your chat, is that what you're talking about?
First, he came to my chat, and as did Smiley. Smiley got blocked very fast for coming in aggressive, and my mod blocked her and pointed out to me, she said she's going to kick my ass.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Smiley,
okay.
Right?
I have rules on my page. I have it in a short, and anybody can access it. But what are the rules of my page? You cannot come in to my chat and
right. No, I understand, Julie. I just want to interrupt you for 1 second, and then I'm going to let you finish your story.
Sure, go ahead.
I want to ask you something. Now that this has come to light and you see like what these people are doing, right? You're seeing it like firsthand.
I'll tell you. Let me
what
tell
I
you
want to. Well, wait, hold on.
The question.
No. I would just want to ask you. You're very bothered by people dragging you and your children into something that you're not a part of. I want to ask you
a lawsuit
when you talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot not knowing if they even have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. It's kind of the same thing.
No, I don't agree.
Why?
Well, what do you base that up? What do you base
why?
that on that?
First of all, I'm not here to talk about that.
Well, I'm just asking a question.
If you want to hear my opinion about what happened this past weekend and with this, I'm happy to talk to you about that.
I would just like to leave you with a thought. To just think
Okay,
about them.
You can leave me with a thought.
I don't want to argue with you. I just want to leave you with that thought that they feel that same way. And I just think that we should all take everybody's feelings into consideration because we don't know. And I just want you to reflect on that. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
That's fine. Okay. That's fine. I hear you. I heard your statement. And but I put them in a different category of people potentially who were the last people who were
and
with
that's
Sebastian.
fine. That's fine to do. But to drag them is, I mean, you've said some pretty bad things about them. A lot of people have, I mean, I myself did in the very beginning until I started to see what was going on here and that this narrative was put out, from day one with the locals with Seth. And then 2 months in when TikTok Tony came on board.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to debate.
But they're dragging you into their narrative now, Julie. And now you're a part of their narrative. The green team.
The green team.
Oh, yeah, but that has nothing to do with my criticism.
But they've officially brought you into the narrative now.
Yeah.
So that doesn't affect. I don't see that as connected necessarily.
Do you think that their energy is being wasted on doing almost 200? They're claiming that they're going to produce 200,000 pages of documents.
I have been very, very open about. I do not understand the strategy that is going on here of being in Pennsylvania in a courtroom. At that time when I talked about it, it was only with Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, of how this is a good use of time, energy, efforts, and funds to find Sebastian by being in a courtroom in Pennsylvania with two creators who don't know where Sebastian is and don't have anything to do with his disappearance and is not furthering along the search for Sebastian. I don't understand the strategy. And it is because of my criticism of Tony Mathis as advisor, I guess, of Seth, not Seth. I'm not criticizing him for, following the advice of somebody who I think is being given bad advice by.
You think he's being used? That's what you think by Tony Mathis? Because it turns out
Tony Mathis says, Seth spoke up for himself and said, I'm in charge. I do what I want. And I'm not influenced by anybody. I felt and feel that when you are in a vulnerable position as a parent, alone, not with family, right? Okay, he's a little bit different than the Proudfoots in the sense that he doesn't have local family there and things like that, that you are particularly vulnerable and need help and are in a position, like I said, he's in a vulnerable position, basically. And I don't know all of Tony's motivations. And it could make you vulnerable to people who could have agendas outside of what is best for you. And that puts you in positions that you're doing something that really aren't helping you with finding Sebastian.
What do you think of the fact that they were planning on creating a documentary on June 6th and 7th of 2024?
Well, can I finish what I was going to say before, and then I'll tell you, and I can answer these questions. Okay, so I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, go ahead and finish up with that.
Tim, I'm agreeing with you, so let me continue agreeing with you.
Absolutely, continue.
Okay, so I don't think it's a good place to be. I would not be spending, if it was my child who were missing, I wouldn't be in a courtroom in Pennsylvania talking to people who have no idea where my child is. And about my own ego of being hurt or insulted. Many people have said many bad things about me. I'm not and I don't have a missing child, and I'm not suing them. It's their opinion. Okay, that's all it is. It's their opinion. If they were to lie and say lies about me, Julie Skolnick, just whatever, some lie. That's a different story. But as long as it's their opinion, it's their opinion. You don't like me, fine. But I would not be spending my time there. And I don't agree with the court case. I don't agree with that it's a good use of time in the cause of trying to find where Sebastian is. And I do not want to be part of the court case. And I have been critical for not a very long time, but certainly in the last months, and not regularly. And it has grown over time from what I've seen with Tony's advice, I guess, direction, or lack of leadership in giving people who really do want to help and find Sebastian and things like that. I'm like, what is this case about? How is this helping Sebastian? I don't get it. And so you were saying that Julie was upset to find that an exhibit is in the case using me, my children, something being said negative. It was negative about me, negative about my, just negative. Their opinion, Granny's Watching's opinion, in a court case as an example of something of some kind of coordinated effort, right? RICO is organized to impact the plaintiffs in the case, not me. I am not a plaintiff in that case. So I want that story pulled out. Now, how did it make it in there? Is it, like you said, whatever, a gish? I have no idea even what a gish is, but let's call it a gish for now.
Gish gallop. Gish gallop.
Okay.
It's when someone just
good
throws
job.
throws a bunch of stuff that's unrelated just to overload the person. Like, like let's
Right.
say you wanted one piece of paper that had all the information for you, but I throw 500 other pieces of paper that have nonsensical things that relate to other people. And it's basically to force a person to pay like a lot of legal fees. And it's a harassment campaign. That's why there's an anti-slap. And that's why there is an anti-slap against these people, because lawyers are like, well, you just produced all these pages and you're talking about 70%, 80% of all these people. And there's nothing really, it's just people that have bad opinions. Like, you have bad opinions about people, you have your opinions, and it's America, and we all can have opinions about everyone. And you shouldn't be sued for that just because you have an opinion of someone. Do you agree with that?
I would never, I can't say, I can't speak for every legal case in the world, but if it was me, I'm not going to sue someone for having a bad opinion of me. If I were to do that, I would have been in a courtroom a long time ago. A lot of people have a lot of bad opinions of me. I mean,
We all
I
get
think
that,
I'm bad.
right? I mean, we
Okay.
all get the bad opinions. We can't sue
Right.
for every little thing. It's ridiculous.
For
But I
having
think we
a
agree on
negative
that.
opinion.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
think
I'm
we
saying.
agree
I
on that.
agree. I'm not suing for somebody's opinion of me. Not saying something that's trying to I'll make a defamatory statement that is untrue.
Yes.
Like that's different. Okay, so
yeah, that's a civil matter.
I don't-
That's like,
But do you
Exactly.
realize that the Proudfoots could also sue for defamation if they had nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance and they're being accused as it's factual?
anybody can sue from anybody for anything, apparently, in the
Apparently,
United States,
right.
including
Apparently,
things
this
for
is
whatever.
proof.
That
This
is
is proof
true.
of that. But I'm just saying it's dangerous. It's hurtful and dangerous overall. But
Well,
go ahead.
what I'm saying, Jay, is you and I have a difference of opinion about what I'm saying about the Proudfoots, and that's fine. We have a difference of opinion about that. You don't think I should say what I say. You don't think I should imply things that I have implied, and you are entitled to disagree with me. And I have reasons why I say what I do, and you have reasons that you say what you do. It's just, let's agree to disagree on this point. So we
Okay.
can
I
move the
just wanted to
conversation
make
along.
that point. I just want you to reflect on and put, yourself in their shoes. That's all I'm saying.
chew on it for later. Think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not trying to like press you, like, agree with me, Julie, agree with me. Like, it's not like that.
No, we're
We're
right.
having a conversation.
Okay, we're having a conversation. Good. So, going back to this past weekend, they, I'm talking about Tony, Smiley.
They were in your
Justin,
chat, right? You were talking about how they were in the chat.
and a cavalry of people. I refer to it
So
as a
Smiley
cavalry
got
of people.
blocked right off the rip.
Smiley got blocked pretty damn quick in my chat for breaking rules of my chat, which are
What'd she say?
posted.
Oh, beats him just dropped.
My
You still
mod
here,
blocked
Julie?
her for things she wants to
Okay.
kick my ass.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, so Smiley gets blocked, and then what happens?
Justin stays in the chat, and again, this is my live. I'm staying in my lane. I'm not going into their things. They came into my live with a number of people to, so he says off the bat, Justin says two things to me that I find, he didn't like me to use the word, provocative, trying to provoke a response from me that is negative, right?
The question is why, though? Why do they want to do that to you?
Because the two things that he said is, was, what did he say? One of them being, sorry, give me a second to think. It's not some big conspiracy here, Julie, right? when I was critical of law enforcement in Sumner County. And so I asked the question. So I started asking him questions about law enforcement in Sumner County and about Tony Mathis and the use. Is it a good use of time and energy and money and funds to be in Pennsylvania against Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady? Was that the advice? If you were his advisor, would that be something that you would be advised a good use of the time to find Sebastian?
So you were questioning their motives. And
I was questioning if that would be the advice that he would give, because I don't think that's good advice.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I'd love to see his answer to it.
Did he answer it?
I don't know if he directly responded to that one. I have to go back and look in my chat and reread everything. But he was coming on the offensive, and then when he felt he was being put on the defensive by me with my questioning of him, Justin, he said I was giving him a low blow. Oh, I know what I said that made him say I have a low blow. I said, you say we should trust you about your, about law enforcement. They know, they have all the information. We should trust Detective Carter and what he's doing, and we should be supportive of this. And I said, why? Because you say trust, should we trust? If I say I have evidence of dozens of messages, emails, or tip line messages, not by me, but by dozens of others, that I'm compiling to send to the district attorney's office to say, these are, and also, the district attorney's office to say, these are tip line tips, right, to find Sebastian, that are going not just, literally into thin air. All right, let's just say nobody receives a response, reply, received, an automated message, nothing. They don't know if they are received. And
so you're upset that you didn't get a call back on your tips or on these tips?
I said at this point, if I were the Proudfoot's defense attorney, I could make a case of why there would be reasonable doubt that their clients should be found not guilty, because what if one of those tips led to the quote unquote real abductors, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were being ignored.
I don't think that we can. I don't think we
create reasonable doubt in a jury's mind. I said it's not just about an arrest.
But Julie, I don't think that all tips require a call back. I think they take the tip and maybe check on them, right?
Yeah.
They don't.
Like they're not going to tell you, like, "Hey, we got your tip. Thank you."
I'm not unreasonable and I'm not, silly to think that everybody deserves to be called back. Or
who are these other people?
Every tip is valid.
Okay, hold on, Julie. Who's the other people that are calling with tips though, that aren't getting responses? Are they other YouTube subs? Because that might be why. People might be telling you this too.
People who have, listen, including myself.
But do you know these people?
There have been times where I have called a line, not identified myself. It's not because of who I am or YouTube or things like that. And there are people I know who are not self-identified YouTubers who have contacted it. I have people, so I know people.
But maybe the tips didn't. Maybe they.
TikTok and YouTube.
But you're
who have
not
contacted.
giving the police a fair chance.
I
You're
mean,
really
the thing
not.
is,
Well, I
the-
don't agree
Do
with
you
that.
know
I
how
think-
many tips they're probably getting from all of this misinformation out here?
Can I tell you something? They also give statements to Nick Barris who say the tips have dried up. He put that out on his Facebook.
Maybe
and
that
then
means
did
that
a
the
live
tips
Facebook.
aren't leading them to anything.
yeah.
Like they're
If
not
you-
getting any good tips that are leading them
Okay.
to Sebastian,
So-
right?
So
I mean, if you get a bunch of
what I've
tips
been-
that are bullshit, you're not going to say,
Let me-
"Oh yeah, keep them coming."
let
right?
me finish. I am documenting
Mhm.
dozens. Okay, so more than 12, more than 24, more than 48, dozens and dozens of individuals, not individual times, right? Like dozens of times 5 people called. No, dozens of individuals unrelated to one another who have no idea if their tips sent in by email and or by phone tip lines are even being responded to in any way or acknowledged or received.
Mhm.
But do you know that none of these people on YouTube even knew who Sebastian was when he went missing? So what tips could they possibly have to find him?
Well, for example, on TikTok, I was on TikTok. I am still on TikTok
We know.
prior to going on this. What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We
we
know.
know.
Yeah. So one of them was a neighbor in the neighborhood who
But-
was a TikTok follower of mine,
Bobby
who lives in the
Binoculars.
neighborhood, has an autistic child, and let me know. The same thing, wanted to send photographs, was asking how they could send photographs of something in particular, right? And should they send this to the
There's an email,
the
right? You
email?
could-
Yeah,
yeah.
it was the general info email. It literally says general info. It would be the same email address where you say, what is the parade route? Am I allowed to park on the street at night in your town? That kind of thing. That was the email address they were being given to send this.
So
Oh.
you had a, let's say, let's just make it clear. You have basically a neighbor that sent a picture to the tip line, and then they contacted you, and they're like, "Oh, well, I'm not sure if they got it or something like that."
Yep. They said, I have tried multiple times to reach them. I have pictures that they're telling me to send to a general info email address.
Well, did she send them? That's because that's what she should do if that's what they told her to. I don't get the
Yeah.
problem.
Mhm.
Oh.
Send the pics if you have them. You know what I mean? Like send
Okay.
them, and I don't think they're
I'm
going to
not-
call you and go, "Oh my god!" Like they're going to look into whatever you
Yeah.
send.
Yeah, they're not going to be, because you
Yeah.
have to realize
They
that most,
can, okay.
This is
Listen,
an investigation. They're not going to
You
show
wanna
any
agree-
cards.
You want to agree or disagree with me? Some people, some things
Well, it
are more
seems like
valid than others.
But it seems like
But-
I can't disagree with you. You're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling.
Please don't yell at me. I mean, I really, I have nothing
not
against you,
yelling.
Julie. Okay. I just want, it's a conversation we're having. I mean, I think that you've realized a lot of valid things. But I do think that the tip
I'm
thing
not yelling, and I'm not unreasonable to think.
was
that
the
there's
woman with the
many tips-
pictures momming it up.
No,
It wasn't. Are you
No.
sure?
So,
Because
it
she
was,
said that they wanted to use her son as a body
no.
double
It's someone,
for
it's
Sebastian.
somebody you wouldn't even know who they are. They're from they have an autistic child.
But
But you
how
said
did they
they were
have
a
a tip
neighbor.
about Sebastian?
yeah, you said they
What?
were a neighbor with an
A
autistic child.
neighbor.
Yeah. So that limits the number of people around, because if it's a neighbor with an autistic child, then it kind of limits the number of people.
Correct.
So is it momming it up, or is something else?
No, it's not mumming it up. There's lots of people who have level 1 autistic kids that you wouldn't know are even
So it's a
autistic.
theory because they have an autistic child of what may have happened to Sebastian. Theories
No.
aren't tips.
Nope, it's a picture.
A picture of what?
Of
You
who?
don't- Of what? Yeah. What can you tell us?
No,
Can you give us an idea? Is it a thing or a person?
it's not a person.
Okay, so it's a thing. Okay. So how does this thing help the case, if you don't mind me? Like, and you also
Well,
do
that's for
realize
law
that
enforcement to decide.
you
That's
do
for law.
realize that all your like, let's say that was evidence to a case, you do realize all your text messages and all that conversations and everything you're doing would be pulled into evidence. You would have to be pulled into a trial if there was ever an actual, if this would actually be, and you're kind of in the middle of an investigation. Like if you were in
Maybe.
the middle, I mean, are you, do you realize that there's a possibility, let's say a tip goes through you and it goes out, a
It
defense
didn't go
attorney,
through me.
it
It was
didn't
somebody
go
who contacted me.
I think
Oh,
you're
okay.
getting set up, Julie. That's what I think.
No, I'm not getting set up.
I think these
I'm
people
compiling- I'm
want you to
compiling-
think, listen, they want you to think that law enforcement's not doing shit, and they want you spouting that every day. I promise
I
you.
feel like
that's
you're
all.
dragging me into a conversation that
I'm
I
not-
didn't call in for.
Well, I'm not trying to, but I'm just saying you noticed what TikTok Tony's doing, and that's been his MO from the beginning. Him and Seth, law enforcement's not doing anything until December 7th on Sebastian's birthday. Then there's a epiphany. It's weird.
Listen, you and I have a difference of opinion.
But
on
it's
certain
true. I
things.
mean, that's the facts. And they're and
But
don't
you
think.
say something's
But
true
listen,
doesn't
I
make
want to.
it true.
Can I
It's
tell
just
you
the same way
something,
I say
Julie?
something's true, you don't make it. It doesn't
You're
make
right.
it true.
You're right. But let me tell you about my experience really fast. Okay. I wanted to have Seth on the channel early on to raise awareness about Sebastian's disappearance. I've had other parents of missing kids on my channel, Jay is for Justice, many times. They come on, they show the pictures, they talk about the circumstances, and they're done. That's all I wanted. Then I started getting emails from Tony, who blocked his email from me, wouldn't even let me see his email, and saying that I needed to get on the phone with him if I wanted, quote unquote, access to Seth. That's when I was like, nope, this isn't normal. I have experience with missing people's kids, like the parents of missing people, and that's just not normal, And he said, I'll get y'all set up. He wanted to get the narrative out there. And that's my experience. And I just wanted to tell you that because I've seen that since May. And then they started to come after me, my marriage, anything they could to shut me up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the way it is. And that's why I called them out. And then it's just.
I mean, if
Go
we're
ahead.
going back to the reason I called in, then I would say
I'm concerned that they're dragging you into
this. I also believe
this.
that he is acting as a gatekeeper.
Well, I meant no harm. I just wanted to get the
I
word
said
out
I'm
about
agreeing
Sebastian.
that I also agree that Tony is acting as a gatekeeper. He wants everything to funnel through him.
But isn't that weird though?
Yeah,
like,
isn't
why
that, like,
would
kinda-
you? Yeah, like why wouldn't you
that's
want to like?
weird.
Time is of the essence, right? When a kid is missing, like you don't need a plan. You get on there and you say, "This is my son, and I need to find him."
It's more than weird. It makes you question what is going on.
What's the motive?
Why?
Why is it that there's kind of this control and a restricting of access, even by people like, in my opinion, attorneys who could possibly be of assistance, right? So there is a gatekeeping going on. That I agree with.
But what do you think? And I'm seriously, I'd love to pick your brain on this. What
I
would
know
be
you
the?
do a lot of things. You want to pick my brain, but can I please at least say what I was called in to say?
You absolutely can. I just wonder why. What would be the reason to gatekeep the father of a missing child?
Let me finish what I was going to say, and then I'll answer that question.
Okay.
Is that
Go
okay?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was agreeing with B. Tim that throwing in anything and everything is meaningless if what you're trying to prove is a coordinated effort against the plaintiffs, and using something that has nothing to do with the plaintiffs regarding me and somebody saying something about me and my kids is not appropriate. And it should not be in that and I was, I want that exhibit removed because it has nothing to do with the plaintiffs involved, and in fact involves myself and my children, something I was never consulted on, something I never gave permission for
I
to be used
understand
in an
that.
exhibit.
So have you asked them to remove you, and did you get an answer?
I did a live last night, and it's titled, Attorney Lesniak, please remove the exhibit about referring to myself and my autistic children. That's the title of the live I did last night.
Okay. Well, are you just going to wait and see what they do
Bond
then?
over Austin.
Is that your plan? Like,
Well, I did it last night, and it's a weekend, so
mhm.
I guess I have to think about it and decide if I have to reach out directly to Attorney Lesniak, and if necessary, I will.
I would suggest you get an attorney to contact him. In my opinion, what Lasniak is doing is very sketchy. And I would suggest if you have any sort of communication with them, it should be through an attorney.
I mean, the thing is that if they don't remove the exhibit referring to me, I could also contact the attorney for Granny's Watching to say, I never agreed to this being in here, and it's about me, and I'm not a plaintiff.
I would
Right,
follow.
but Granny's Watching's attorney isn't going to be able to help you with that because
he's
no. They could in their things they could have
no, they're not going to be able to do that.
A statement by me saying this is about.
You'd have to pay a lawyer for that.
Yeah, she's an attorney. Granny's Watching.
She's paying big money for that attorney.
Yeah, Granny's Watching attorney is. Granny's Watching attorney is her attorney. You need your own attorney so that you can contact them. My advice to you is follow your advice of your Al. I think your husband. He had very good advice. You should get an attorney because these people are. I would never have a communication with Mr. Lasniak without a third party. I am telling you now.
Yeah, for your own protection.
Get an attorney to at least
an attorney who would write a letter on my behalf. I got
yes.
It. We understand that. My husband and I have an attorney who could do such a thing.
Yes.
No,
I would do that.
Don't have any private conversations with Mr. Lasniak or any of these people without.
No.
Yeah, listen to your husband. I think he gave you good advice.
I had a public statement last night that I said, Mr. Lesniak, hoping that it doesn't have to go any further than this, that they see this is not going to be helpful to them if they continue to keep some exhibit in there referring to me and my kids.
If you look at what's on the screen, maybe you could even contact Mr. Seth, because it says in his post yesterday on YouTube, he says, let me be clear. I lead this mission. My team reports to me and does not act without communication with me.
Right. Which came out after I, was saying something about Tony Mathis gatekeeping.
Correct. That's a message right there. He says, he says, I am here standing firm, making the decisions that I believe are right for my son.
Have you talked to Seth? Have you talked to Seth?
She said
Julie?
no.
Oh, she didn't.
Never talked to Seth, never talked to Tony. But early on, attempted to talk to. I would like to talk to Seth without Tony, but
good luck.
That never seems to be possible. But to tell him that I'm not here to be harmful or hurtful, just to help one in finding and getting justice for Sebastian Rogers. And I also felt it was important to talk about this case through the lens of autism.
And I think, you know what, I want to thank you for being a speaker for people with autism. I want to give you, credit where credit's due, Julie. And I just want you to also think about why they're not accepting of your help with your experience and your knowledge.
I have thought about it, I have thought about it because I'm speaking out, I am facing this wrath because of my criticism of Tony Mathis.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. That's what opened my eyes to everything that was going on. Was when I had contact with Tony Mathis, I was like, "This something's not right." And then right after that, he was on TikTok, where all the live streams disappear, which and giving out false information and phony tip lines, and I was just like, one thing just kept stacking on top of the other, and it's just been going.
Mm-hmm. So and also I'm, so I don't want to say it's the only reason that I've been criticized. I would say they also don't like me criticizing the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and Detective Brandon Carter, where I say that I don't think that that's enough manpower to solve this case. I think that they're operating on a limited budget with limited manpower, equipment, technology, resources, and that it's not enough, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. I do my homework. I do my research. I have looked through, for example, what would be considered in my county freeholders, but let's say they're commissioners there at a county level. I do know that the sheriff's department has asked for more sheriff's officers and has been denied hiring more sheriff's officers because they do not have the budget. They don't have the funds for it. So perhaps my conjecture is it possible some of these things that go to the tip line are not being responded to because there's not enough manpower to respond,
Do you believe
even in an automated way.
But Julie, they have one investigator assigned just to Sebastian's case. That's more than they do for a lot of cases.
Julie, can I
I know it's more than they do for a lot of cases, but they also have
Julie,
other unsolved cases.
Julie, can I give an example? Okay, do you clean your house, Julie? You clean your house, right? You clean your house, you vacuum, all that stuff, right? Let's say you're vacuuming, right? And you're cleaning your house, but you keep on getting spam phone calls. And every time you have to stop, drop what you're doing and pick up the phone, you get a spam phone call, then you drop it again. And then you have to clean up again. Would that slow you down in cleaning your house, Julie?
Yes, B10, it would.
Yes. Now imagine you're a police officer and you're investigating a case and you start getting tips that are just spam. And it just takes you off and you have to kind of verify those tips because every tip you have to verify and it wastes your time. Do you think that would probably be a problem for an investigation?
If I thought that they were actually responding to or looking at each one, I wouldn't be concerned. But I have a concern that they aren't looking at tips.
But look at the forces they used in the very beginning. I mean, they even had the National Guard out there looking for him. I mean, we can't ignore the huge efforts.
Also, no. I understand that. But also, look, we're very sidetracked here.
I understand that.
There's reasons.
It's a lot.
There's reasons that because, let's say, of their some of the searches were, obviously they were good and appropriate, and the perimeter that they set up, fine. But sometimes the way they searched was based on sort of a lack of understanding about Sebastian's intelligence level.
Well, I agree. I think that, we got a weird description of Sebastian from the beginning, right? Yeah. It took a while for us to really get an idea of who the real Sebastian is.
Right.
But
I don't believe that Sebastian would behave like a child who, has the intellectual capacity of a 4-year-old.
Right.
Yeah, we all agree on that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that too. But we have to ask ourselves, why was that narrative put out to make us, think he acts like a little kid, like a little, 5-year-old, 10-year-old.
And who put that out there?
Yeah. Well, so I don't know. But
it's a lot, Julie. It is. And I appreciate you even having the discussion that we're having.
Right. But the initial reason I called in was just to say that
Okay.
I don't think this lawsuit in Pennsylvania is a good use of time in terms of finding Sebastian. I don't understand the strategy of it.
Mhm.
I don't understand what it's intended to accomplish.
It's a good question. We've been asking that for a year. Since
Mhm.
last May, we've been asking, what is
Yeah.
this all about?
I personally believe, Julie, that this is about money. I believe they want to make a documentary and they thought this would be shock value and for the documentary. And there's a lot of money in
Well,
the documentaries.
I stated myself, um, could there be a financial motivation to be a gatekeeper, being a gatekeeper in that way, keeping others out, attorneys out who might, let's say to Tony Mathis, when Seth does an interview on Nancy Grace, it'll be Seth and I will be an attorney there to jump in if necessary, um, to represent his interests as opposed to, and so maybe perhaps there would be a reason why there would be gatekeeping to keep anybody out who might lessen the exposure of Tony Mathis. Is there self-interest in this?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the payout ultimately? I don't know. But
Yeah.
is
We've asked the same
there
questions.
something in the end that, the only thing I
What's
know
the
is
end
that
goal, Julie? What's the end goal? Is it the
other
Rogers
thing
Homestead of Family Values? Do they want to be like the
I
Petitos and like
I
be
don't know.
spokespeople for missing people? What?
I know, only thing I know is that he was working with a family of a missing child prior to this, right?
Mm.
Or in other missing children cases.
Yeah. Are you
So
aware of how
it,
that ended?
I don't know anything about those cases. Nothing.
Well,
I'm not a true
he
true crime
was
theorist.
okay. Well, that's, I mean, fair enough, but he did represent the Harris family, but after they got rid of him, which was kind of on the down low, they got rid of him as their spokesperson, and then he sent out to numerous people pictures or video of Caleb's deceased body and got called out for that. And there was proof. Even, there was legit people that showed me that it came from Tony. I didn't see the video, but many people did.
I can't comment on it because like I said, I haven't
Right.
been following. But I could say this: if my business were working with families of missing children, exposure, public exposure of my work in a good way, working with families of missing children like Seth, would be important to me if that was my business.
But that was
So
like a coworker of him that his son
right,
went missing and then he jumped in on it. Like he's never done that before. But when we
okay,
dug into Tony back, a long time ago, before he shut down his, locked down his Facebook, he was over in Idaho when the Idaho Four were murdered, droning over their house and taking pictures with Brian Enton from News Nation.
right.
So
What
it
I'm
was like
saying, so
he's
I agree that there's people who could surround any family of a missing child who, of course, is in the worst possible chaotic state of their life, who could be taken advantage of by people who have motivations, possible, motivations maybe
worst
to
time of
find
their
the child,
life.
but also dual motivations to promote themselves.
Yep.
Julie, bing bong. That's what I call a bing bong.
And
Yep.
don't you think it's a little odd that Mr. Tony Mathis seems to answer? He's on every single interview and he answers for Seth Rogers. Don't you think that's a little odd?
I think that it's definitely not good advice to keep. Listen, they have Tony and Seth together saying the Proudfoots have attorneys going into interviews with them to police. And you know who doesn't have attorneys going into interviews with police? Me. That's not smart, frankly, if you are a parent who has not been cleared in a case, right? and you're going in sans attorney to talk to police and you've not been cleared, you don't know what police are doing or what police could potentially charge you with or not charge you with. So it's a good idea to have attorneys there. It's not a good idea to make your client feel that they're doing the right thing by keeping attorneys away from them. That's my opinion. I don't know any attorney who would say, if you are a parent who would be, any parent, anybody close to the child, anybody living with the child, is obviously going to be a main focus, and certainly a focus of, investigation by the police, that you should be unrepresented when you have not been cleared. I don't think it's wrong of any parent, including the Proudfoots, to be represented by attorneys.
I think they should be represented by attorneys,
right,
not crane salesmen, right? Like
it's not, it's naive. And anybody who is discouraging that, you have to say, why are you discouraging it?
I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure that they did not go with their attorney. I think the Proudfoots. I think the only time they hired an attorney is for the protective order. I'm pretty sure, and I think Seth has had 3 attorneys actually. Seth's had an attorney.
I do believe he has an attorney.
Yeah. And they're not for criminal. Yeah, they're for separate things. Like one attorney, he wanted people to send checks to try to raise for a missing person award. And then the second attorney, he had to send cease and desists on people who were looking for his kid. And then there's the third attorney, which I consider Joe Lasniak as his third attorney since he's representing him in the Pennsylvania matter. I believe the Proudfoots only had one attorney, and it was for the protective order.
It's what you need. If you, in my opinion, if you are a parent and you potentially could be a suspect and you have not been cleared, you should have an attorney there to be with you in communications with police, who potentially could be gathering information and evidence using your own statements to protect your interests against, so you're not accused of something that you didn't do, because of your own words, where that could be misconstrued. It's most important to protect your rights so you're not prosecuted for crimes that you didn't commit, right? So that's why that's the most important thing, whether you use attorneys for any of the reasons that you just mentioned is different than having an attorney who is there to protect your interests against criminal prosecution.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty smart, but the problem is social media kind of makes you a negative, like attacks you for doing that. It happened with a lot of parents who've done that, and that's a big problem. I always think, like, if you talk to the police, you should always have an attorney present, even if especially if you're innocent.
100%.
Because a lot of times,
but those people on social media aren't in the position that they are, and anybody who has worked with attorneys would say, I shouldn't say this, but I'd say people who criticize people under criminal investigation for working with attorneys, would they say the same thing if it was them under criminal investigation?
No, they would not.
So I don't blame anybody for using.
Can I ask a question? So, okay, so you're saying like, no, we know no one's been cleared, right? Like they haven't come out and said the Proudfoots or Seth, had nothing to do with it. They've never straight up told us that. And then we had the whole campaign where like Betty was like in front of the sheriff's department, free Seth Rogers, that whole thing, right? So we know he hasn't been cleared because he told us himself. And then you take like this Tony Mathis, and as you said, like the gatekeeping, and it makes you wonder, is there something that Seth is hiding via Tony? Because Seth says, I'm in charge. They don't do anything without my blessing.
Right.
So
listen, they accused me of saying, of talking about Seth as if he were a child. I don't believe Seth is a child. I
Yeah.
don't believe Seth can't make his own decisions. I didn't mean to imply that, but I did mean to say that I don't necessarily think that every piece of advice he's been given is appropriate
Can I
and could, in fact, have self-interest by the person giving the advice.
can I say something? Like, this is gonna be a little bit of a side subject. Do you think it's a very smart idea to be reporting SF on a live stream, which can get you into legal problems? Because he is a pro se
Me?
litigant. Yes, you've reported his license to the board and taught people how to do that. That can result in him deciding to sue you. Do you think, like, have you consulted a lawyer about that?
Oh, yeah.
And what did they tell you? Well, actually, don't tell me what they told you, but don't you think you should not do that and maybe delete that and
No.
avoid that? Why?
I think he's done things that are that are not in line with the guidelines set forth by the state of Tennessee for appropriate behaviors of a
Like,
PI.
Can you give an example?
You're not there to harass or intimidate or talk about or cause problems. You're there to investigate, which doesn't mean you go out and say things like about neighbors, like Bobby, the neighbor, and her kids. It's just not appropriate.
Well, Bobby put herself and her kids in the case. And that's why we started talking about her, because her interviews were very odd. Like, some of the things she was saying, it was nothing against Bobby personally, but she inserted herself and had her kids out there with LE and a lot of other things that were weird that we were discussing.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell you, man, I think you really messed up. I think if I was you, Julie, I would probably consult an attorney, because I've seen Mr. SF, and he does do pro se litigation. And I would talk to Al, your husband, about this, because he's probably thinking about suing you. And
he can go ahead and sue me. He has a lot to answer for his own behaviors.
Well, he has a lot to lose because he's a professional, and we have to be very careful with licensed professionals and just like having people report them and stuff. That's their livelihood. And that's just getting a little too personal. You know what I mean? You wouldn't want anybody like looking at your husband's, like, if, I don't know if your husband has a job, but if he works still, I mean, would you want them like looking up his work and doing all that kind of shit? It's concerning.
I'm pretty sure somebody out there has.
But has anybody contacted his boss and crazy shit like that?
He doesn't have a boss. He has his business.
Well, lucky for him. But, I mean, people are going to Chris Proudfoot's job and bothering them. And, I mean, that's a St. Jude's hospital. There's just been a lot of really messed up stuff.
I don't encourage or condone people doing things like that.
But back to Bobby, I mean, she put herself right in the midst of it, which was wild. Like, anytime anybody kind of inserts themselves into an unsolved case, you've got to like look at them and go, why? What's their end goal? Do they just want attention? Are they just a nosy neighbor? Or is there more to it? And that's what we've talked about.
I'm not concerned. And I've talked to my husband about somebody who has said and done things that are not in line with the guidelines of the license, which is on a public website of what the guidelines are.
You know what? I disagree that you did that. And also I'm serious. Like, if I'm giving you the best possible advice, I would consult an attorney and get ready, because
listen. Don't let me worry.
He was just in here. He left now, but he was just in here and he had a lot to say. So you might want to go back and read the chat.
Yeah.
Later.
I'm not.
I would be more
listen, if you
concerned
want,
about that than
he's
what
what I don't
at
understand
night.
why you guys are trying to intimidate
Oh no,
me
we're not.
with
We're
the
not.
idea of a threatened lawsuit
We're not.
regarding
no, I'm not.
self-investigates. I know what he does. I know he does pro se things. I know he acts as his own attorney. He files his own lawsuits. He files his own appeals. I've read his other lawsuits. I have read his appeals. And I have done my own research.
Okay, well, if she's not worried about it, why are we? You know what I mean?
Just
Right.
hopefully, all right. I'm just trying to
Don't
watch
worry
out.
about it.
I mean,
Try
if
to
she's
tell
not worried about it, I guess we move on from that, right? So what's this list
Exactly.
about? Everybody's asking me to ask you about the list. I haven't watched your live yet, so I don't know what that's about. But what's the list?
Okay. People refer to this list. I just want to make sure I've made it clear, right? I don't want to be part of that lawsuit in Pennsylvania. I don't want that exhibit in their lawsuit. It refers to me and my children, and I want that out because it doesn't have to do with anybody who is a plaintiff in that case, right? We're clear on that?
Mm-hmm.
That was the point I called in for.
Okay. So what is this list, though? Because I don't know anything about it. Like, what does it entail?
When I
Does?
No, when I created a petition on change.org requesting that the district attorney in the 18th Judicial District of Sumner County, that represents Sumner County, General Ray Whitley, I created a petition requesting an investigation into nonfeasance, either willful or by negligence, of failure to enforce child abuse laws in Sumner County.
Mm-hmm.
I had on it initially Sebastian's name in the title of that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a picture of Sebastian, and I referred to the Sebastian Rogers in the first paragraph of it without asking permission of anybody. I just created a petition and I posted it on change.org, which many people signed, and gave reasons why they signed it. There's a place on those petitions where you could say, I'm signing because, and then you make your own statement. Right. That happened to come out the exact same week as Sebastian's birthday, his 16th birthday, December 7th. And that was the weekend when Tony and Seth had a meeting with Sumner County law enforcement, where there was this kind of turnaround where they say it went from sort of an adversarial relationship or at least a no communication relationship to we are communicating regularly, and I put my faith and trust in them now, law enforcement of Sumner County, as stated in a local television statement interview Seth gave. And shortly thereafter, Tony had Jay from Primetime Buzz, literally just days after that, or a day, I don't even know, call me.
Jay called you?
Jay called me on behalf of, and she had my number because very early on, she had me as a guest on her live.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this is when I first came on. And Tony had Jay call me, by the way, Jaye, to inform me that crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. Tony and Seth are very upset with me for that petition and want me to take it down. And I said, I was surprised, by the way. I asked if I could speak to them. That was not given as an option to talk to them. So I told Jay, I said, out of respect for Seth, I will take Sebastian's name off of it. I will take Sebastian's picture off of it. I will change the title that refers to Sebastian. And in the first paragraph of the petition, where I say Sebastian Rogers is, at that time, was 15 years old, a 15-year-old autistic missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. I change it to, there is a 15-year-old missing autistic child in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay, so I took his name, his picture, and his name in the title, and his name in the paragraph itself describing what the petition is. But I said I will not take down the petition because enforcing child abuse laws, especially because it's a particular passion, interest, something I've studied and focused and spoken about and advocated about, regarding the abuse of autistic children who are particularly vulnerable to abuse, is something I've talked about and cared about for a long time. And I have a long record of this, of speaking out, trying to raise awareness that autistic children often become the victims of abuse at home. And I said, I won't take the petition down. I will change it. I will take Sebastian's name off of it. I'll take his picture off it, but I will not take it down. And this is where things became
weird.
Well, it was like, I felt an immediate, where I had felt, let's say, like I said, like Crime Time Buzz had me as a guest on her show one time to talk about autism and the role of autism in the case of Sebastian Rogers. And I felt an immediate chill from people who were associated with Tony. And right after that, which I just was like, okay, whatever. I don't care. You know, I mean, I didn't need anybody's permission, nor did I ask it to come on YouTube and make videos. I don't need anyone's permission, and I'll just do my own thing. And, you know, I'm sorry they don't agree with it, but it's just something I'm passionate about. And there was an immediate chill effect. And then there's several Facebook sites, and I really don't go on Facebook very much, but apparently there's a Facebook site called, I think it's Justice for Sebastian Rogers, right? And it is, I don't know who all the administrators of it are. I believe Bullhorn Betty is one, and I know this woman named Michelle Lee is one, who works.
Yeah, that's the Facebook, the Find Sebastian Rogers Facebook.
I think there's 3 different ones. I think there's Find Sebastian Rogers. No, there's Find Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee. There's Justice for Sebastian Rogers. And then there's a third one. I forget the name. So this one was right after that, said, here's a list of approved Green Team creators who, you know, you should subscribe to their channels. And it was brought to my attention by subscribers of mine, I hadn't seen it myself, that I was not on this list. And they were upset because they were suggesting, they said, hey, what about Julie? Why don't you put Julie on this? And they were being told by one of the administrators, the person who had, and the person who had posted it, well, no, she can't be on the list. And different people were being given different reasons. One of the reasons being given to people who were asking about me. I did not ask people to ask about me. I didn't know about the list. But one of the reasons is that it's only people, you know, who are known, or we could, you know, vet who they are. And I said, when I heard that, I said, well, that is a ridiculous reason. I use my own name. I come on with my own face. I have a TikTok channel with, that I was on had been on at that point for 2 years. What does it mean? You can't know, like you can't vet me. You can't know who I am. That seems to be a silly answer in response. And then, so when people went back and asked for other reasons, they would be given different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I made a video and I said, that's silly. Why are you having a list? And I actually, it was so ridiculous, like the answers that were being given to people who were questioning it, and people kept coming back to me about it. I was like, it almost seems like the list was created to keep me off of it, like just to say, here's a list, and we are purposefully not putting Julie on. And it was right after this petition that I refused to take down. I said, no, I don't take orders from people about, you can't send somebody, Tony won't talk to me, won't take a phone call. I'm not allowed to talk to them. They don't discuss it with me, but send somebody to pass a message to me to say, Tony said, now Jay was not calling me on her behalf. She was calling me on behalf of Tony and Seth to take down this petition. And I said, no, I won't. I will change it. I'll take his name off of it, but I will not take the petition down, because at its heart, it's something I strongly believe in. And right after that, this Facebook list came out, and the answers that people were being given, I sent nobody to ask a question. I couldn't give a shit about the list. But when I heard what they were responding to and saying, well, it's only people we can vet, I said, well, that is simply ridiculous. And so I made a video about that. And I said, that is ridiculous. So what is the reason? Is it have to do with the fact that I said no to Tony when I was called and they said they are upset with me and demand that I take the petition on change.org down? Is it a response to that? I asked the question. Is it a response to my saying no to that? And then, of course, a lot of people picked up on that and ran with it.
It sounds to me that they know you think for yourself, and maybe that's why you weren't accepted by Tony and allowed on the list. So the fact that you weren't allowed on the list is very sus, and you have to wonder why.
Yeah, and people were asking, why not? They were saying, no, she can't be on the list. And the reasons they were being given were multiple, but equally silly. I didn't care, but I did care that now I felt like there is some control factor here. There's something like somebody says no to me is going to face something, whatever. And actually, I think it was maybe even because I was ignoring the fact that he was trying to ice me out in some way, and I didn't care. Because I think for myself, I do my own research, I draw my own conclusions about things, and I'm not going to be, bossed around for no good
for you.
Reason.
You don't have
to. If you had some explanation as to why the petition should come down, I respected Seth saying, don't use Sebastian's name. I don't give you permission to use Sebastian's name.
Right. And good for him for saying that, right? Like he should. And
although it didn't come from Seth himself and he wouldn't speak to me.
Okay.
I asked to speak to him.
Yeah, because you never spoke to Seth.
Right.
No, I never spoke to Seth.
So the message was delivered to you via, like, Seth
Tony
says,
Memphis.
we don't want you using Sebastian's name. Please change it.
No, it wasn't that. It was take it down without saying it's because you're using Sebastian's name. It was law enforcement is talking to Seth and Tony now, and we don't want anything that could be perceived as critical or of law enforcement. And I'm like, I have no association with you them. I mean, if they would have talked to me, I would say, you have no association with me. You've never spoken to me. I came on YouTube on my own free will. Nobody gave me permission. I'm not part of any organization. I'm just me. I don't answer to anybody. And I also didn't appreciate the way I was approached either. Nobody calls me and thinks that they can call me up and tell me what to do without even speaking to me and telling me the reasons why, or allowing me the opportunity to explain why it's important to me. You know, who I am, what I've done in terms of advocacy for autistic children and trying to stop the abuse of autistic children.
I think they underestimated you, Julie. I really do.
This is the first true crime case you ever did, or you're trying to do?
She said she doesn't follow true crime, so this whole venue is new to her.
Let me say this. Okay. I wrote a book about the it was really based on an NIH study, a 20-year study about the unaliving of autistic children, often at the hands of parents and caregivers. But I expanded it to reasons that the average lifespan for a person who is level 1 autistic is under 60 years old. I shouldn't say lifespan, I should say life expectancy. Okay. It's not because of a health reason. It's based on other factors, right? Like, let's say when they used to not have seatbelts in cars, life expectancy was lower than when they did put seatbelts in cars. Okay. So not lifespan, it's like how long you could live if nothing happens to you, is under 6 years old. And for those who are level 3 or profoundly autistic with severe intellectual disabilities, it's under age 40 average life expectancy. And there's multiple reasons for that. Some of it could be because of physical abuse, medical neglect.
I don't mean to cut you off, Jules, or Julie. Michelle Lee, you know, the one that mods that group, she said,
hi.
I
don't have any interest in talking to Michelle.
Oh, you don't want to know what she said? She said that you weren't on it because you were attacking LE at the time, which I call bullshit because they've been attacking LE for more than a half a year.
Well, what about
Michelle Lee?
Well, that was the irony of it, is that literally it came out the exact same week as his meeting on Sebastian's birthday, December 7th, where there was this, 180 done, where we said he was attacking LE wasn't talking to him, and there was attack on law enforcement. They had a meeting and there was a 180 done by them, and all of a sudden nobody is allowed to criticize Sumner County law enforcement by who said. They said, I didn't get the memo, that everything had changed. And I wasn't, saying anything negative because they were saying it. I was saying negative things about not communicating with a parent of a missing autistic child who seemed in real distress, despondent, heartbroken, desperate. I'm talking about Seth, and so and then all of a sudden, I was attacking LE. Meanwhile, 1 week prior to that, they were, making speeches about law enforcement
and protesting
and protesting, of course, right? And then because Tony Mathis says, don't say anything bad about LE, apparently everybody's supposed to follow his directions. Okay. So, which just goes to show you, it sort of proves the point that it's based on where Tony is at that moment. A week prior, he was protesting and criticizing LE. A week after, he was saying we need to put all our trust and faith and never criticize law enforcement. And everybody has to do what I say at the
Yeah.
same time as I say it.
Which is quite the opposite that they give Bullhorn Betty, because apparently they're telling you to be like, oh, we have to trust and believe in law enforcement, but they let her basically state.
Bullhorn Betty knows too much.
Yeah.
She's in too deep. That's why.
Yeah.
So it was,
as like, you notice, like Bullhorn Betty's not as integrated as she once was.
I don't know Bullhorn Betty, and I'm not on her show, and I don't pay attention. I don't know. I do know that it did seem, I would say I agree with the statement that it doesn't seem that way, but I'm not involved, in the discussions of anybody. I don't talk to Seth and Tony. They don't talk to me, so I have no idea who they talk to.
Thank your lucky freaking stars for that.
Yeah.
Are you glad now that you weren't on that list, though? In hindsight? I know it's upsetting because you only wanted to raise awareness.
I don't give a fuck about a list. I don't want to be on a list. I prefer to be perceived as independent thinking.
Right. So did you ever get a packet, like an email, like this is stuff that, you should talk about in this case, or no?
Clearly, I never got a packet because
never got the packet.
Everything I was saying was getting me criticism for saying it. I mean, I'm an independent thinker. I make my own decisions.
Yeah, you wouldn't be a good candidate for the green team, I don't think, because they don't think for themselves.
I make my own decisions, and I definitely and you're not going to instruct me what to do, say, not say, and never even give me a reason, a rationale. Well, tell me why. Speak to me. Let me know. Is there some reason I should take this down other than you're telling me I should? I mean, that's not enough. Let me know. This is an issue I care about. So you want to talk to me? Now, when they said you can't use Sebastian, they don't want you using Sebastian's name, I respected them immediately and changed it. Because I said, you're right. That's the parent of Sebastian. I'm taking his picture off. I'm taking his name off. And I did that day.
But why do you respect Seth's request and not the Proudfoots? Respectfully, I'm just asking, like, if they were to say, what you say hurts us, it really hurts us, would you stop?
What?
Like, if they said what you're saying about us and insinuating.
I've never had any communication with the Proudfoots.
I know, but what if you got a message from them that said what you're doing hurts us? It hurts our souls. It hurts our hearts. Will you please stop? Would you honor their request?
It would have to be.
Why? Why would it have to be anything?
I believe that there was abuse going on in the home. That's my opinion.
Well, I believe that Seth also did abuse as well, based upon the report.
There is a CPS case against Seth.
Right. And the divorce paperwork is not very pretty either.
No, I don't think anybody.
There was pictures of Sebastian with marks from Seth.
Listen, I don't know that to be true at all.
But it's in the court documents. It's in the court docs.
I do know there was a CPS case against Seth.
And there's pictures.
So I just don't understand why you wouldn't be willing to give them the same grace, Julie. That bothers me.
Why are you saying I'm giving?
You gave Seth grace. You said that's his father. I'll remove his name. Mm-hmm. With no questions asked.
That was a request by his father to remove it from something that I did.
What if I told you that the Proudfoots texted me and said what she does hurts our hearts?
Well,
could you let her know that?
I believe that Chris and Katie Proudfoot are responsible.
So you don't have any grace.
What I say are responsible for abuse of Sebastian.
This is where I can't get on the same page as you, girl. You lose me here.
Agree.
You ever heard the case of Angel Turner?
Nope.
Well, it was a case whereby a 16-year-old girl that went missing while with her biological father. Everyone on Facebook basically was bashing him, believing he had something to do with her. How could this girl, basically just disappear from the house? It turns out that she was lured away by a PlayStation or a video game. And then they found later, but there was people driving by his house yelling at him that he was a killer, a murderer, no proof. And the thing is, you have to realize that in a true crime case, you have to keep your mind open to all possibilities, including the possibility that Chris and Katie are innocent. And that's how you have to think about it. Just like
I look at the things that I know is, for example, I was a public school teacher. I used to be. I was a special education teacher. I myself have reported to CPS cases of either suspected abuse or abuse reported by students. I also know that teachers could be sued if they were to falsely, it doesn't mean that they have to prove it, but if you were to make up something about a parent and report it to CPS, you could be, held liable for that. And I do think that there was suspicion of abuse of Sebastian by his teachers at school, which
but you don't know that for a fact.
Ended up in CPS cases. Well, I know it from Chris Proudfoot's words.
What, the belting incident?
But that's not abuse. I mean, I know you think it is, but in the eyes of the law, it's not abuse. And grabbing kids by the,
I disagree with you, sir, because because the difference between corporal punishment and child abuse is the intent to inflict pain.
Mm-hmm.
And the use of an implement, which is cited as an example in the amended Tennessee law, separates corporal punishment from child abuse. It shows an intent to inflict pain.
I mean, the judge in their divorce called Seth borderline abusive. So we can't ignore the facts
but they
either.
And
I get it. You think Seth is this innocent little lamb because he was at work and blah, blah, blah. But so was Chris Proudfoot. So I kind of resent what you're doing because I've been in true crime for 7 years and we can't do this. We can't have this, Julie.
I can tell you this. My petition has to do with the abuse of Sebastian.
But you don't even have proof of it.
Not the disappearance of Sebastian.
But you have no
have
proof.
Chris's own words.
Own words. You have to think about things like, okay, let's say we went with
Chris's own word. You say I don't have proof. I have Chris's own words, and I have read the
Well, why isn't he arrested then? Why isn't he arrested and in jail?
That's why I did a petition to say
but
there's nonfeasance by law enforcement for not enforcing child abuse laws. When you have evidence of abuse,
the evidence that comes from laws. What? Seth's mouth?
But there's a difference.
Because have you seen the CPS reports? I'm wondering, did someone send them to you?
That's a good question.
They are CPS reports.
Have you seen them?
Not open to the public. You know that.
Right, exactly. But they have been sent around by Seth. So that's why I wonder.
But I could tell you this, as a teacher, you could be held liable if you were to falsely report abuse. And according to Chris Proudfoot himself, Sebastian self-reported.
But if they go and check on a call, right? Like, let's say somebody called on, me, right? And said, oh, she's doing this with her children. And they come here and they check it out. And they say it's unfounded, like there was no signs of any of this going on. They're not going to go after every caller that calls in on an unfounded report. They just don't do that. They don't. They're anonymous and they check it out. And if there's evidence, they go forward. If there's not, they close it. I mean, at least we hope so. I don't have a whole lot of faith in that system.
I wish that were the case, but unfortunately, there's been many cases, even high publicity cases, where there were children who were being abused, where there was CPS involved at different points, that cases were closed, and it turned out the children were being abused.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. I also know, as a teacher, sometimes there's multiple times you have to call before they even make a home visit.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
All right. So let's say we go with we just put the scenario that both sides are abusive to Sebastian. Let's just say Seth and Chris were abusive. Let's just put that scenario. How do you come to your conclusion that it's a kidnapping / murder without any physical evidence? If we just leave the biases behind,
I don't believe that the scenario that was presented of Sebastian walking out of the house and able to bypass every camera in that neighborhood is probable.
Well, wouldn't it be more conspicuous if, like, basically it was two adults going out there with a kid? Wouldn't you be able to see that better than just one kid?
I have no idea about that.
You know what else is weird about the cameras? Now that you bring that up, it's odd that Seth said he knew where every camera was and their angles in that neighborhood. I don't like that. So we have a kid that managed to get away around all cameras, and his dad knowing where all they are, right? I mean,
it's also odd that Katie Proudfoot would work for a brings home security system, installing security cameras and alarms, and not have any in her house.
Well, they live in a pretty safe neighborhood. I mean, maybe she didn't feel the need for them.
And why would you have them in your house?
But you're saying what's odd? I'm saying that's pretty odd as well.
But that doesn't equal murder.
Do you have cameras in your house, like recording inside your house?
I don't.
Seth doesn't.
Well,
it's kind of weird to do that, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird to have cameras on the inside or outside of the house. When for example, I have an elderly mother who lives alone.
Well, that's a good reason to have a camera
in the space in the general area of the space, because when she lives close, but I'm not with her all the time. Should she fall?
But you know what? You know what else I could say though? You say that about Katie working for Brinks. I was married to a carpenter. Do you know how many fucking side jobs I had done around my house? 0. The last thing that people want to do when they're not working is work.
Also, Seth doesn't have any cameras in his house, and he left them alone for about 12 hours a day.
Right. It should be for both, right?
Well,
just like the abuse.
He doesn't install cameras for a living.
Well, you could pick up a phone and then just attach it to your phone, just like how you look at your elderly. If you're going to be
order one on Amazon. I mean,
yeah.
You don't have to work for. You don't have to get professional.
We have a difference of opinion about what is weird and what is not weird. I find it weird that that she would work for Brinks Home Security in a neighborhood where nearly every house has cameras. They have, cars and valuables theoretically that could get.
And Seth works in a jail. Seth works in a jail. He has cameras there.
So we have a difference of opinion. I find that weird. I also find the statements that Chris made about his discipline of Sebastian to be.
We're going back to the abuse part. We agreed. We talked about let's just say assume both of them are abusive. Let's just assume for the sake of argument. And we know your feelings about the recording is weird. That's one of your reasons.
Right. Make an even playing field.
Yeah. What is the physical evidence that shows that Chris, is there DNA? Is there blood? Is there track marks? Is there anything that you can say to yourself, I think this is another thing that makes them look guilty?
Oh my God. This is that would be a long list.
Okay. Well, I'm listening. We've been listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to every single point, but everything he says sounds like a person who attempted to use harsh discipline.
We're going back to the abuse thing. I said equal. We said we've already conceded. We could
What do you want to talk about? The abduction, or you want to talk about the abuse?
Abduction, runaway. We don't. Abduction, runaway. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was an abduction. I don't know if it was a runaway. I don't know if he was lured away. I don't know. So I'm just saying, as evidence, we're working in a true crime sphere right now. We're just both saying, we both agree. We just say they're both abusive. Let's just say they're both abusive. We can go with your first thing. It says you think it's weird that she doesn't have a camera around the house. Okay, fine. but is there any sort of other proof that you have? There's one or two examples where you could say there is DNA, there is cell phone data, there is something out there that makes you point to that these people had something to do with the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
I think there is reasons that they gave. Well, no, reasons they gave. There have been statements made that they were looking into having Sebastian placed outside of the home.
Yeah. Okay. And so was Seth. Seth was dead and ready to have custody with his kid. And he was also looking at that. And do you think that's a bad thing that he should have that, like, maybe he has some issues and they're trying to get him help? Is that a wrong?
I don't think, I think there's evidence. Do you want me to list all the reasons why I think they have evidence of abuse? If that's
I mean, no.
Be careful. No, be careful with what you say.
No, we just basically sat here and we both said we'll agree that we'll say both of them are abusive. Leave that aside.
Right.
I am saying evidence that proves an abduction
and
or a runaway or anything.
I don't think Sebastian, in my opinion, I don't think it is. I think it's highly suspect that there were multiple CPS cases.
We're going back. We're looping.
At the same time that he disappeared.
But we're looping. I mean, you have it, like, what I mean by that is like cell phone data or like a video of someone or, dog tracking. That is the evidence I'm trying to say. Like, is there any evidence besides?
If somebody went into a car, you wouldn't find their dog tracking. I mean, I don't think the dogs would track them.
But you would have text stream data. You would have some sort of cell phone data, right? Because they gave up their cell phones, right? So they would have like their GPS location if they had their cell phones.
I don't know what law enforcement has I know that there was a collection of it.
Yeah.
What evidence was found on it, I have no idea.
Well, they did that. They got their phones. They even checks out the car to make sure where it was at the time with Chris Proudfoot. So,
and that was over a year ago now.
Yeah.
So if there was something, Julie, they would have had something. Mm-hmm. Digital evidence is, and if you follow, like if you look at, hold on, Julie, hold on. Like if you look at other true crime cases, which I know you don't follow, but the digital evidence is usually the key.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Look at the Karen Reed case. The whole case is based upon cell phone data and text stream data from the car. That's the prosecution's case.
I'm not really sure what you guys are trying.
Well, we're taking the abuse out of the picture, right? Because we're saying there's evidence. You think that, the Proudfoots were abusive. There's evidence that Seth was also abusive.
Yeah.
So we're saying take that out of the equation and let's look at the hard evidence that we know of, which isn't much.
We know that you believe the abuse is a motive. We believe that we put that in the motive category. Now we're moving into physical evidence in which you believe that puts them in line to being guilty of any sort of crime. And we're trying to move there, and you keep on going back to the motive, and we're trying to say, no, let's go away from the motive. Because what evidence?
I mean,
there's really nothing else is what you're saying.
You're trying to make me prove a negative in the sense that, no, there is no dog tracking, right?
There's no evidence.
What does that hint at? It hints at maybe he was moved in a car.
Well, you're trying to prove a negative by saying, well, since there's no evidence of that, then it has to be moved into a car. It could be anything. We don't know. Maybe.
I mean, remember the video, Julie?
If he walked out of the house, as they said, why wouldn't there be?
But Julie, remember how dark it was? Remember the video that SF put out from 1030 Kellen? And you see literally an almost see-through black silhouette? Maybe that's why he wasn't seen on any other cameras. We just don't know. We don't know. He could have, scathed by those and not been seen.
Yeah, and I'm trying to just help you out here because I understand your point of view. You're saying that the abuse is a motive and you have to put things in boxes. So you have a motive.
And I get that.
Physical evidence, and then you have that's how they do it. So we understand that you believe the abuse is the motive.
I'm not the police, and I wish I had access to all the video
fuck, so
and
do
the
we.
evidence and everything.
I
I
mean,
don't.
we go by
Right, but we
evidence, right?
can't be. We can't be privy to that. And that's
Yeah.
something you have to accept in true crime is that police often, more than not, keep all that shit close to the vest. But
And how do-
listen, in the Alex Murdaugh case,
So the same
guess
way,
what?
So the same way I
Everything
can't
close
say
to
it
the
is and-
vest. Hold on, Julie. Everything close to the vest. And guess what? When they came out with the digital evidence, they could even see when he turned his phone, like landscape portrait. Like it was that detailed. That's why they keep that shit close to the vest, because they're building something. We hope.
Yeah. And every tip
And
you
and
give
attacking them is not, these parents either way doesn't help anything. We've seen that over the past year.
I'll give you an example of the Lonnie Simon case. There was the boyfriend. Everyone was attacking the boyfriend. Oh, the boyfriend left the house. He could do it. He has something to do
Last
it.
one to see Quentin, right?
Last one to see Quentin. Guess what? He was working with the FBI to basically wiretap his girlfriend, and that was evidence proving that she was guilty of murdering her child. So
But
what we know in the public,
just because there's these cases doesn't disprove
I
that
think
the most frequently children who lose their life coming out of their own home, more frequently than strangers, it is the people within the home who had something to do with it.
so. Am I gathering from this that you are more interested in Hold on. Are you? I think I'm echoing on your end, Julie.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm echoing on your end. Oh, it went away. Okay. Sorry. So, Julie, what I'm kind of picking up from you is that you don't necessarily want to be involved in true crime at all. That you want to advocate for autistic children and people. Am I correct?
And to stop abuse.
Okay,
of
so
autistic
you're zeroed in on the abuse, what you see as abuse of Sebastian, but you're
Right.
not looking any further than that, right?
the evidence.
Because you're like you're zoned in,
I
like, oh
don't
my
know
God,
that
if
they
he's
will
willing.
I don't know they will ever find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know if they ever will prosecute for that. But I do believe that there was abuse, and for that there should be a prosecution.
Right,
Well,
but
you need a
abuse
witness.
doesn't equal they made Sebastian disappear.
Yeah, and also that's a separate issue. I mean, like both sides.
I do think it's a separate issue.
Yeah, I mean, one can.
I think there's two things. There's the abuse, and then there's his disappearance.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're thinking that these parents are guilty, but I try to ask and zero in on what evidence you have. You have like some sort of different statement you think they said that you think was wrong. Do you think the time? Do you have any sort of physical evidence? And you don't. You have a motive. Your motive is a belief of the abuse. That's your motive. But you don't have any physical evidence. And it's unfair to accuse innocent people of crimes if you don't have any proof of a crime.
Like you're literally wanting them in prison.
I've accused them of abusing Sebastian.
Okay, so you believe they should go to jail just for the abuse, but
So, okay, wait, I have a question, B. Tim. So who failed Sebastian then in your eyes? If you feel like they were abusing him and no one did anything about it, but then the other child of Chris gets to come for the whole summer after Sebastian goes missing. I feel like you got to look at that and give some credence to authorities have done their due diligence for his other daughter's safety.
I don't think they did.
You don't think so? You think that the
I think
FBI,
that-
the
I think
TBI, the Sumner County, the
Yeah, I
CPS
think
in New Mexico and the CPS in
According to
Tennessee
Nina-
all said, fuck this. We don't care. All of
According
those
to-
people.
According to Nina, Faith.
Oh my
was
gosh,
with
but you can't
Sebastian
believe a
being
bitter
hit in the face.
ex-wife. You can't believe
Okay.
just the word of someone who's in a custody battle. You got to take it all in and then weigh it.
If you have a child in a house who is having to witness the abuse of another child, that in itself is abuse.
what's your? I mean, like.
Well, then why
besides
didn't Seth step in and take his child away from the abuse? Where's
Yeah.
the accountability for his other parent?
if there was all this abuse that he knew about and he just ignored it, and
Get a
what was
lawyer.
about-
I mean, he has a
Seth
fucking lawyer to
claims-
send cease
Seth
and
claims
desist
that
to
he was
creators.
held-
He has a
Seth says
lawyer
that he
to
was
send
held in the dark.
bogus injunctions, Julie. He could have gotten a lawyer
Seth
and
was
got his
held in the
kid out of
dark.
there.
They were not telling Seth about the CPS cases. They were not telling him about it.
Would you, if you had separate custody, would you just leave it to the parent to tell you about things, or would you try to do an investigation?
He
If you
said
start-
himself that Sebastian said, "Oh, I don't want to go back there,"
Yeah.
and he didn't bother to ask why. So
Julie, would
that's
you
a
do
little
that?
failure
Well,
on
I don't
Seth's
know-
part.
I don't know that that's true. I think there's
said it.
reasons that
He said
children
it.
protect.
He said
there's
it.
children- Hold on. There are reasons children protect even their abusers. There's reasons children do that in abusive situations. They are hesitant at times to divulge things about their abuse. I know this firsthand as a
that's what
teacher.
he
There-
said.
Okay,
even if a
but
child
Julie,
self-reports abuse
Julie,
to a
then you need to
teacher,
talk to Seth, because he said his son didn't want to go back home. He didn't ask why.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a parent
He
and your
said
kid,
that he felt they didn't like him. But just because Seth, even if Seth had asked why, right? Even if he had asked why, does not necessarily mean that Sebastian would have divulged to his father everything
CPS
going on in
I'm
his
just going
home.
to say this. All I'm going to say is that there is the only parent out of the three that there is documented abuse via a court is Seth Rogers.
yep.
Well,
Documented.
You're gonna
Documented.
ignore.
He even said the judge called him borderline abusive.
And we don't know what
his
And
mother
then
was
granted
holding
him shared
secrets.
custody, and then granted him shared custody.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So,
guess
if
what?
it
Do we
was-
know what's in the 5 CPS report? How do we know they're not just reports from the ex to just fuck with the
Right.
custody hearing?
Right. Like that's never been done before.
Because what the words
had
of
a
Chris
YouTuber.
Proudfoot, the words of Chris Proudfoot said, Sebastian went to school. He told his teachers.
No. You got that
No,
mixed
no.
up.
No,
Seth
that was
said
Seth. That's Seth. That's Seth.
Sebastian went to school and told his teacher that his father, Seth, was going to beat his ass because he didn't pick up his toys.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
Chris
Seth's story.
Proudfoot never
And then
said.
CPS
Chris
came to their
Proudfoot
house.
never
Hold on,
said-
Julie. Hold on. Then Seth went on to say that CPS came to the house and he said, "No, I didn't tell him I was going to beat his ass." And then he says he put on blood mode on Mortal Kombat video game for his son at 5 years old and said, "This is what a real beatdown is."
Yeah.
I feel like
You think that's appropriate?
you guys are ignoring the words of Chris Proudfoot.
Oh my God. I think you're like laser focused on his words
Yeah,
and
I
not
mean, like,
listening to anything else.
we know about the belting incident. We know
That blood mode should appall you, Julie. That should appall you. 5 years old. Think of your babies at 5 years old and saying, "Oh, you want to see a real beatdown? Let me put blood mode on." And that's graphic as fuck. You can't
Yeah.
you can't just choose to listen to Chris and not listen to Seth. Like,
And you,
you
can't
have
do
to
the
listen to
same-
all of
and you can't do the same thing. You can't do the opposite. You can't only listen to Seth and not listen to Chris.
I have listened to Chris, and if
I
you go
listened to
back
both.
the first 2 months of this case, I bashed the fuck out of Chris.
Yeah.
And
We
then
watched,
TikTok Tony came in, and you know what? Then I saw another side, and I saw this narrative that wasn't true.
yeah.
Honest
You
to
don't
God,
think-
Julie,
So
I
don't think there's any evidence or suspicion?
I
It
suspect
doesn't
all
raise any
three.
suspicion in your mind
I suspect
when
all three.
the way Chris has described his discipline of Sebastian.
I suspect all three, but it's
Yeah,
not
I-
because of how he's described discipline. It's
I
just
believe-
because none of them have been cleared.
Yeah.
So I look
believe-
at all three.
I believe people are innocent until proven guilty, and I don't think people should say someone's guilty without evidence. I mean, you can have your opinions, and we're all welcome to opinions on thoughts and cases
Right.
and stuff like that.
My
but-
opinion is that Sebastian was facing abuse in the home of Chris and Katie Proudfoot. That's
Well,
my opinion.
you're welcome to that opinion, but also you have to state the facts that there was the person, Seth Rogers, was also doing that, and the belting incident. Is there any other incident you could point to besides the belting incident for the Chris Crawford's abuse, by the way?
I think he verbally abused him.
So you can mentally abuse someone.
Yeah, he mentally abused him.
You're saying this is a fact, though.
And I
You
don't
gotta
think
be
it's an
careful.
isolated. I don't think it's an isolated incident.
Listen,
So
be careful
we-
on my.
Just because he
Listen,
hasn't-
hold on, Julie. You're getting really upset. Take a deep breath. I get you're an advocate, but
I
listen,
think there's
take a
reasons
deep
there's
breath
5
and
CPS
think about what
cases.
you're saying. This isn't your channel. Think about what you're saying is fact.
Yeah,
That's all
The
I'm
fact-
asking.
So you believe that mental abuse can happen. So what about the whole Seth Rogers with the mental abuse there, with the blood mode and him saying, "Oh, you didn't clean your room. We're not. I guess you're not going fishing. I guess you know what I mean. That could be abuse, mental abuse. That could be.
No,
right?
no.
That's not.
You didn't clean your room. You're not going fishing.
I mean, you leave someone basically there for 3
Well,
hours. You don't.
What about
supervise
taking
them.
away his toys if he doesn't clean them up? You think that's abuse?
What incident are you talking about?
I'm asking if Sebastian was told clean up your toys and he didn't, and you threw them away. Is that abuse?
I think throwing away toys of a child who's autistic, who doesn't really have the same kind of toys or whatever that these are things that he uses to
Why do you make
self-regulate.
okay?
Stim.
But Seth can take away a fishing trip when he only sees them fucking 6 days a month. You think that's not abuse? When he only gets to see his dad a few days a month and
I don't think that's abuse.
he's autistic and he can't go do the fishing because he didn't do this or forgot to do that?
I don't think that's abuse.
Oh.
Saying
So
take away a fishing trip. But I do think
I think that
putting a
would
kid-
be
I do
emotionally
think-
devastating to
I do
Sebastian.
think putting
I
a
think
child,
that bonding
who's
time is
having-
more important. You're wrong. You're wrong.
I do think that calling an autistic child the R word is abuse.
Who did that? Who
Chris
did that?
Broadfoot.
Really? When?
In accounts in the CPS report, it's apparently
seen those?
reported to by the neighbors. I've listened to neighbors.
The neighbors
interviews
have seen
who
the CPS
said
report?
the neighbors have said they heard him say, "Katie, come get your R."
What? I mean, is this true? Is this proof? Like, do you know the neighbor? Have you talked to the neighbor? I mean, a lot of people come out in true crime cases and make shit up.
Yeah, that's just normal.
Okay.
They
It
do that
happens all the time, girl. You gotta
They
vet
put
this
him
shit.
in.
You can't
they
believe
ha-
everything you hear
You
Yeah.
had
because
you
it
had a
goes with
child
what
who
you
was
think.
You had child who was exhibiting regressions in, I don't think of the right word, toileting, let's say, which could be an indication of severe punishments.
I
And
think it's
harsh
punishment if you
treatment.
I have a
And
question.
then you take him and you put him
I have a question,
in
Julie.
diapers to.
Okay, they're not
which was a
diapers,
part of-
right? They're incontinence.
And by the
Right.
way, that neighbor was revealed to
But-
be a fraud.
Can we talk about this though? Because if
Says
someone
you.
has accidents, it's very fucking embarrassing to pee your like clothes. I mean, would you want to sit there and have an accident in your clothes if you had accidents? Oh, you're not going to be able to wear those. You have to wear boxers.
think
How do you know he wasn't
throwing
having
away-
to pee boxers?
I think throwing away his underwear and saying,
We don't
"This
even
is
know
all
that
you're going
happened."
to have,"
Prove it.
Yeah.
You
what's the
can't
proof?
prove any of this.
you can't prove anything you're saying.
How can we prove a negative?
You're saying this. You're asking me to do what you can't do.
Well, we're asking you to produce proof on your allegations. We're not making an allegation without proof.
I think there is a lot of things that point to that Chris was abusive to Sebastian physically and mentally. And I don't think that there would have been 5 CPS cases
and reports from school teachers.
Do you know what's in the CPS reports?
Reports from school teachers. I know
You're
the
saying the
reasons.
neighbors
I
heard
take-
it and called, but now
take-
you're saying it's the teachers. You don't know who
both.
called.
It was both.
You don't
It
know who
was both.
called. You have no idea who called. It wouldn't even
Yeah,
be
you have-
on a report because it's
Proudfoot
anonymous.
said. Chris Proudfoot said.
He doesn't even know who called. They don't tell you.
Chris
They don't
Proudfoot
fucking tell
said-
you who called.
Oh, you're cutting me off.
But
Chris
they don't
Proudfoot
tell you.
said that Sebastian went to school.
Yeah, there was an incident that happened at school, in the bathroom
And
at
told
school.
his
It had nothing to
teachers-
do with Chris or Katie. Had nothing to do
Told-
with them.
Yes, it did.
It was something that happened at school with another student, Julie.
Not according to Chris Proudfoot.
Oh my God. Okay.
Listen, go back and listen to the interview he did with Smiley when he talks about the CPS worker coming to the house when Sebastian went to school and told his teachers, right? That's what Chris said. Sebastian told his teachers.
Hey, Cooter Clipper.
And the CPS lady came to the house because Sebastian thought he could get me out of the house and get me in trouble.
Oh, okay. If I maybe I never heard that. So I apologize. I didn't know that Chris said that. Clue said she's not lying. Chris did say that. Thank you, Clue. Because I never heard him say that.
The 5 CPS reports, how do you know what's in them?
We're going over the same thing. I said nobody would know what's in them because unless you had access to them, and people don't get access to them unless you are a legal guardian
Or the legal guardian gives it to people, right? Like T-Rev, he has them. Like, it looks like he has a lot of documents.
Oh yeah, a whole folder full.
So, I mean,
I don't know T-Rev. I mean, I know his name, but I don't know what
he
he
showed-
said or had.
well, we know the incident with the Seth Rogers with the girlfriend situation, I'm sure. But
Yes,
I'm
I
very
heard
concerned.
that there was.
I'm very concerned that you've been sent things that may be going
Sent
along
what?
with this narrative because
No, I
I
haven't
think-
sent anything. I'm basing it on things that I have heard Chris Proudfoot come out of Chris Proudfoot's statements on interviews.
But it was an unfounded, like in Chris Proudfoot also said, so if you're going to believe Chris, you have to also believe that they came, spoke to him, and it was unfounded and it was closed.
yeah, you know what?
Right.
Know,
But there
whenever
are cases where kids end up get found out. There are cases where kids there is abuse where CPS has investigated. They closed a case and it turned out that there was in fact abuse. And they only find out after the fact when the kid is, in a hospital or unalived, and they say,
or it could be just
oh,
something made up.
CPS. And there's cases where CPS has been sued or social workers have been sued because of closing cases where there was reason to substantiate abuse.
But how do we know what's in them? It
But
could
you know
be
what else,
something
Julie,
else.
you have to think about too is that not only does Chris have that coming at him, but he's also in a custody battle over his daughter.
Mhm.
Right.
And
So, like, if anybody was going to be found guilty of any kind of abuse, with it coming from Nina's direction or whomever's direction, don't you think something would have been founded?
You would hope, but unfortunately, I know that CPS in the state of Tennessee is in a class action lawsuit with the Tennessee Justice Center for their failure to act.
But
You
not
know,
on
only is
behalf.
Tennessee involved, though, you got to think about his daughter lives in New Mexico.
Yeah.
So
and
New
you know-
Mexico CPS is dealing with Tennessee CPS. We've got
It-
two
CPS
CPS agencies involved.
CPS as an organization is
Yeah, I get the organization
around
sucks.
the country is not well. Generally
Right, but
not
you have
well run.
multiple
High
agencies in this one.
You know what?
So
I've noticed something, Julie. Whenever I bring up the CPS reports, you state that like, oh, no one has that, you can't have access. You didn't give me a definite no. You did not see it.
Oh, I have not seen it.
Are you all right? Are you sure?
You haven't seen
I'm
any
giving you a
CPS?
I'm giving you a definite no.
Okay.
All right.
because like that's because the thing is with me is like you have like a really focus on the abuse. You keep on bringing up CPS report that you've never seen, and then you give me like, well, it's the law, you can't see it, and that's kind of like a lawyer term that a lawyer would say to avoid a definite answer. Of course, you're not lying because you're really saying the truth, but you're not answering the question. So I just wanted to get that definite no. That's all. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. If Cluminati is on the
Would you like to talk to
talking to
Cluminati?
her, if she wants to talk to me, but I just was saying what I said before, which is the reason I called in, which is that in that exhibition, the exhibit in the RICO case deals with Granny's watching, as it was read on Mr. and Mrs. E's live. Granny's watching Cluminati and Cletus, that they should know that is Granny's watching, talking to them about me, and I am not part of that RICO case, and I do not want that exhibit in that RICO case. That's it.
Got you. Well, she hopped up here, Cletus. I don't know if that's Clue or Cletus.
No, it's me.
Oh, hey, Cletus.
Hey.
I'd rather talk to Cluminati.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
sorry.
With all due respect, right? I have no interest in going at you or anything like that. I just wanted to say that, number one, what you just said is that I do agree, because I was a little thrown off because I'm like, well, it doesn't sound like anything we wouldn't say, but we probably did. But we have no interest in being in it either. But the thing that I wanted to say is, I've sat and listened to a lot of what you're saying, and I think you've got a lot of your facts correct. But I also think that there's a lot of things you're forming strong opinions on that are based on things that have been debunked and things that were said from a very biased source. And all I was going to say is I would encourage you to go back and revisit the sources of some of the things you're taking and putting a lot of weight in your evaluations, because I think I've sat here and listened to you, and I think you've got bias in your view, and it's creating a tunnel vision. And I think you're judging this whole situation unfairly. And I know you could probably sit and say, well, we're just supporting Chris and Katie, but I mean, you've got to, I think if you go back and look at where your opinions have been formed and the things they've been formed on, there is a lot of bias in there.
I think if you have a personal relationship with the person in the case, you're friends with the Proudfoots, that would create a bias. If it was my friend being accused of something, I might have a bias towards my friend.
So let me ask you this: what makes you think that we are friends with anybody?
Are you not friends with them?
We are 100% in support of Sebastian.
Okay.
We have made it publicly known multiple
I've
times.
I've seen you spend time with them.
And I mean, look, they were the last two people Katie was the last person that was with Sebastian. If I'm going to truly care about Sebastian, would it not make sense for me to go and try and find him and affiliate and associate with the people that would most likely know the most and treat them fairly in my interactions with them? Just because I can sit here and treat you with respect and be fair to you, even though that we have a strong difference of opinion about a lot of things. But that doesn't mean I can't treat you with respect in the interest of the end goal of finding Sebastian.
I mean, how does the bully list?
I'm not treating anybody with disrespect either. And I do think that you have, I think it's possible, if you want to say it or not, that you have a friendship, more than just an interest in finding Sebastian, that you actually have a friendship with. And I'm not criticizing you for having a friendship, but if you have a friendship, that might bias your opinion.
And
what about wait?
I would agree with what you're saying, but all my point is I think again, right, this is something that's being most likely influenced by the mass opinions of people. And I mean, I have told Chris myself, and this is 100% fact, I will always suspect everybody until I know what happened. That doesn't mean I can't treat you with 100% respect and decency, and as you've done nothing until I know otherwise.
What about the biggest bully supported role? And you have Nana, TikTok credit, Aunt Bully, M, SFPI, Jeff Coworker, and Ragsock. How does that help? You had a bully list. How does that help find Sebastian?
Oh, that was me doing a little comedy show. And when I said they were bullies.
Yeah, she was doing like a parody, a skit or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
And I said they were bullies in a supporting role, non-creator. That was the thing. And I put those people. It said Melissa, who I found to be being very unkind to Sebastian at his birthday party. On the video, I found it hard to watch and listen to her at his 15th birthday party. And I put Jeff, the co-worker of Chris, who talked to, I heard a recording where he's cursing out and stuff like that.
Do you know that
Heather.
recording could have been anybody?
Oh, I said it's likely a co-worker of Chris.
Which recording? The one where he's saying he was at the campground?
So yeah, the one he's saying he saw him the night before. He went on his Harley and he left and they were at a bar, and also talking about she was asking for the logs and he kind of went off on her.
I have that whole entire call, not just what's released, and he absolutely was not going off on her. He's a roughneck. That's how they talk. They were laughing and joking by the end of the call. At first, he's a little like, I don't understand why you're calling me. I've already spoken to the FBI, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, it's, I'm not going to lie. If somebody called me out of the blue,
it was a little bit of a nervous laugh on Heather's part. I mean, if I called someone, saying I was giving your number as a coworker or boss of Chris, and I'm looking for the logs, and the person, as you say, started talking to me in a cursing, yelling, whatever he was doing. And I think there was a lot of nervous laughter by her and trying to, I don't know, replicate how he was speaking. I have no idea. But I don't think that if it were me calling in a professional capacity and somebody talked to me like that, I would find it a professional way of speaking to somebody.
But in all due respect, I mean, you're not a PI, right? And her job obviously try to get information. So, I mean, she got the information she wanted. Obviously, whether we don't know what she did with it after that, but we've got no reason to doubt anything that was said in that. I mean, would you say that that's fair?
We've got no reason to doubt anything that was said in the call.
Right. We've got no evidence of any deception, right? We have no reason to doubt it. We can have doubts and speculate about doubt, but we have no.
I think he is a real I think he's a real person. I think he really is someone who works with Chris. I think he really does drive a Harley, that kind of stuff. I mean, if I don't doubt he works with Chris. I don't doubt that.
So
you think it's okay though to put his name out there? What does he have to do with Sebastian being missing? See, I'm just not down with that kind of stuff, Julie. Like, there's lines that have to be drawn.
Right, but there is a coworker who puts himself online. He's like spoke on Facebook, right? So
I know, but I don't even believe everything on Facebook because anybody can make fake accounts. And I've learned in a lot of years, Julie, that when it comes to true crime cases, these are real people
Yeah.
Right.
They live
I
with
didn't
this
call you
every
to be.
fucking day. You
Yeah,
know what I
hold on,
mean?
hold on. Don't run off, Julie.
I
Hold
didn't
on.
call to be lectured about.
No, I
I'm
know.
not trying to lecture you, but I've given you a very, very ample opportunity to speak your mind, and I've said barely anything. So
Okay.
please don't disrespect me because I've respected you.
Julie, I just have a question real quick, okay? Do you know why or have any assumption as to why in this filing? I don't know how much you've read it or whatever, but they would reference you as an associated party.
No,
Who do you think that they would be trying to insinuate you are associated with?
I didn't get to read the whole thing. I heard it on Mr. and Mrs. E's, and it was clear that it was me in Exhibit 14. The E's family said, that sounds like Julie. Perhaps they were trying to pass it off as like you're talking, like Granny's Watching was talking to you about Brittany J. I don't know, because they said, is this Brittany J? And then they said, well, no, she doesn't have stepkids who are autistic. She's not writing a book. This has to be Julie Skolnick. So is it that they were trying to put something in to make it sound like they were, as more evidence against the people involved against Brittany J? That's the only thing I could think of as to, because they don't say my name, but it is clearly me.
Right. I do agree. I was just wondering if you had any inclination as to who they would be trying to say that you are associated with. Like they say an associated party. I've never spoken with you.
That's a good question. And I'm actually glad I got the chance to talk to you. Illuminati, I'm talking to, because I really think that I don't know if you've ever heard me say this before, but I think you're a person who is smart and funny and quick, and I have a lot of feelings like I connect on that level with you. Whether you feel the same about me, it's fine. But I do respect your intelligence and your the way you come at things, basically. Okay, just your manner, personally. So it's a compliment to you. It's not. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm saying something that I like to listen to you, as opposed to a lot of other creators. And I think you get your facts straight for, things that you say, right? And you say, just as you called in and said, no, she's right. He said this, she didn't say that, things like that. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, Illuminati. I don't know why they would put me in this, and I don't want to be in it because I don't have anything to do with that case, nor do I want to be a part of that case. And I don't think it's appropriate to use me and my kids as an exhibit in a case that I have nothing to do with. Nothing at all. I don't even agree with it.
Can I read to you exactly what it says? Because I pulled it up because I think this is important, right? It says on January 6th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and panelists, defendant-aligned Does, Cluminati, and Cletus mocked individuals associated with the litigation, focusing on personal relationships and roles. So,
right, and that's where I took it. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't even interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the individuals associated with the litigation is where my first problem was, because you're not.
That's where my first problem is too. Exactly. That is the very first problem I said. I said, this is supposed to be about evidence regarding people involved in the litigation.
I am not involved in the litigation. So how could it be evidence of people involved in the litigation on the plaintiff side if you, in this exhibit, they're talking about me, someone who has nothing to do with it, nor agrees with this whole litigation.
Well, and
I
that's
am
why
opposed to it. I
felt
did
it
a
was.
live last night saying, Attorney Lesniak, please take me and my children out of this litigation, this exhibit. I
Well, and
do not
that's
want to be a part of it, and it's not acceptable. I never gave permission. I was never asked. I never knew about it. I was shocked when I read it. And I said, it's supposed to be evidence of people in an organized fashion intimidating or bullying or whatever in an organized way for RICO against the plaintiffs. This would not be admissible because you're not talking about anybody in that
You know what's
on the
al-
plaintiff side.
do you know what's also sad? The fact that this anti-slap might come through and become case law, and Sebastian Rogers' name is going to be used in this way as a defense against frivolous injunctions. And I think that is the saddest thing, that might be the memory of Sebastian Rogers. And this was all perpetrated by the father and all the other plaintiffs that have nothing but
Well,
made money from it. And I think that's horrible.
I'm not here to make a bigger comment on the whole thing, other than to say exactly what I said, which is I don't understand their strategy. I don't understand why they're in Pennsylvania. I don't think it furthers the finding of Sebastian, searching for Sebastian, finding Sebastian. I don't understand the rationale behind it. These are people's opinions. Everything that was said about me and my kids, I don't appreciate Granny's Watching saying it. I don't like what she said. I don't like her talking about my children. But I'm not a part of this case, and I wouldn't be a part of the case. And my children and I shouldn't be shown as examples of an organized way of intimidation or not, keeping people from searching for Sebastian when it's not even anybody who's a plaintiff. I'm not a plaintiff, and I want me and my kids out of that exhibit. It is false. Now, unless they were trying to show it as something against Brittany J, then they made a mistake and say, oh, we made a mistake. We thought they were talking about Brittany J. It's not Brittany J. Therefore, it should be thrown. That piece, that exhibit needs to be taken out of this case.
You brought up another issue that you said you didn't like Granny's Watching talking about your kid, but isn't your kid a lot of your content? Like, you basically talk about your kids all the time on your live stream. So why would you not expect someone else to talk about what you talk about on the live stream?
I said I didn't like her talking about my kids in a negative way. I talk about my children in a positive way. I don't talk about my kids in a negative way. Well, I love my children, and I have every right to talk about and show and be proud of my children, my neurotypical children and my autistic children, just like any other parent. I love my kids. I'm proud of my kids. And I have every right to be an advocate for my kids and to show my kids. My son, Spencer, is an amazing child. He is an amazing kid. He has a lot of interests, talents. He has an infectious way of drawing people to him for his kindness and sweetness and everything. I'm proud of my children. And I have every right to be proud of children. There's a lot of people who want parents like me to hide their kids and don't want us to show our kids or do any awareness about autism. Our kids who are profoundly autistic no matter where they go. If I'm out in public, he's going to be himself. He can't mask his behaviors. He's going to be himself. And when I'm in public, there's people who look and stare when he stims or makes noises or flaps his hands and things like that, or has a meltdown. And I want people to understand what he's doing. When he's making a noise, it's not necessarily he's in distress. Sometimes people misinterpret that. And it puts people's lives in danger. I also want to know, the public to know how to react in a case where, let's say, my child were melting down, that they can be helpful to a parent of a child who is, having a meltdown, right? Without interfering. I'm doing awareness, I'm educating, and on top of that, I'm proud of my kids, and I have every right to talk and show my children just like anybody else. If you show your kid, singing at a talent show, or having doing cartwheels in the backyard,
Have they
and
been?
are proud of your kids, you have a right to do it, and so do I.
Well,
I mean,
no one's saying that you don't have a right to do it, but I mean,
And I don't make money off my kids. I don't charge.
But when you bring your kids on the internet and then you wonder why you're involved in something, like you're putting yourself out there.
No.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Wonder why I'm involved in what? This RICO case?
Well, no. Because those two
criticism, critique, review, opinions.
Right.
If people don't like what you're doing on your live streams, whether it involves your son or your fucking dog, it doesn't matter. People are going to have their opinions.
Okay,
right. And a lot of people are kind about it. A lot of people are like, Julie, you know what? Spencer is absolutely a beautiful child of God. Okay. And I'm glad you show him. And also, I have a member of my family who's autistic, and I'm very happy and proud and love them too. Most people are supportive. Most people are not critical. Most people are see Spencer and feel love for him.
Right, and you can do what you want. That's your God-given right to do what you want.
I have a question. Hand up.
Hello.
You said very specific, because I mean, quite frankly, I don't want to like beat around anything. You know what I mean? Like, there are questions that I have. You said that Justin would never text you back, but the minute he needed something from you, he would text you. What types of things are we talking about? What did he want? What could Justin possibly want from you?
He wanted phone numbers or email addresses and things like that.
For
addresses?
Huh?
Email addresses.
Oh, email addresses.
Email addresses or phone numbers. Do you have a phone number or email address of so-and-so? I need to speak to them.
For YouTubers or?
YouTubers.
What?
Which YouTubers? Can you say?
No, I don't want to say.
Is it anybody on the green team or on the other side, so to speak?
No, I wouldn't have. I listen, I don't have many. I'd never even responded.
Whose YouTube people, whose family, whose phone numbers would you have from YouTube? Aren't you fairly new?
Not many.
So he's gathering information from you. He just wants information from you, like people's emails.
I don't know why he wanted to talk to.
He was trying to use you.
Yeah, it sounds like
I don't know why he wanted to talk to them. I didn't respond to him, but that's I don't know. I have no idea.
Can I say one other thing, right? I mean, I think it's fair to say that you're kind of having some level of awakening or at least response to something here lately. And I really would beg you to go back and reevaluate every opinion you formed on everything in this since you kind of became sort of closely aligned with Justin and these people, because I think there's a lot of
never closely aligned. I really wasn't.
Well, now that you're
pretty damn quick.
Oh, Julie. You sound like you're underwater. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I think it's getting better.
Are you okay? Talk now, Julie.
I was not aligned.
Okay.
With anybody.
Maybe that's
when I came in, I
But you're aware to what they were doing, right? Or
you had Justin's phone number. That's what I mean, right? So that level of relationship, right? You at least were able to communicate via phone. If he needed something, obviously he wouldn't respond to you unless he wanted something. But my point is, even with like as far as Fisher, right? You were looking at me when I first came up here as if I'm best friends with Chris and Katie, and I mean that if that's the way you want to feel about it, that's fine. But I think that same energy, that same reflection on that should be done with even situations like SF, because I can tell you I have been out there with him. I have talked to him in depth, and if there is one person in this situation that's 100% focused on finding Sebastian only, it is Steve.
I think you got the wrong thing about, SF. I think SF does a lot of in-person searches, and he found a couple of kids in cases, and he really does care about looking for Sebastian.
And I think your opinion of him has kind of come from maybe a case of, for lack of better words, raw ass with things that he said back to you in response to things you've said to him. And I would just encourage you to go back and reevaluate and just look at everything with a fresh mind and form opinions again. Maybe you come to the same conclusion, but I feel like if you go back and look at things fairly and take emotion out of it.
Yeah, take a fresh look at everything, Julie. Yeah. I mean, it can't hurt. If you come away with the same thoughts, then you come away with the same thoughts, but at least give it a chance. And, you're aware of more stuff now. It can't hurt to go back.
Okay, can I say something now?
Yes.
I got 4 or 5 people talking at me now. It's not why I called in.
Okay.
And it's not what I called to talk about, to be told I need to do this or I need to do that.
No, I'm just suggesting I'm not saying you need to. Okay.
I called for a specific thing. Mm-hmm. And I think I addressed the specific thing, and we have differences of opinion, and that's all it is.
What my opinion, I think you should just focus on
and I don't like when this happens a lot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know what the hell with that was.
I don't know what that was.
Is everything okay? Someone just fall asleep?
I think everybody's all right.
No, my thing is I think you should just focus on advocating and not go into true crime, because you're not thinking logically about the evidence of the case.
Well, I think that's an insult, and I don't appreciate it.
It's not an insult; it's an observation.
Okay.
Well, I think Julie,
I'm not giving you observations.
I think he's right, because there's a lot of dynamics in true crime.
I can't sit here and let you get that one, Julie, because in fairness, I came up here and you had an entire opinion of me formed before I even opened my mouth. You didn't want to talk to me. You would prefer to talk to Clue. You are coming up here and speaking on your observations. You're making observations. So don't.
I've given you a lot more leeway than I would give any other guest. Let me just say that. You've told me what to talk about, what not to talk about, what you came up here for, what you didn't come up here for, and I've let you speak.
Well, gee, thank you very much. You could have hung up on me on any time.
Well, I don't hang up on people that come up on panel to talk. I had no reason to hang up on you. I'm glad that you came up and had a discussion.
It's a little bit of a gang up situation, don't you think?
I didn't want you to feel like that. That's why I asked you before I brought Clue up.
I'm going to jump.
We're having a discussion.
I'm going to jump down.
Feel attacked?
Yeah, all right. I'm going to jump down, and you have a good one. Thank you for jumping up, Julie. But that's
thanks, B. Tim. Thanks, B. Tim, for coming up. I appreciate you.
I just think you should just.
I called in to talk. I called in to comment on B. Tim. That's why I called in to comment on what B. Tim was saying.
Oh, you came up for him.
I comment to talk about what B. Tim was talking about at the moment, not for him, what he was commenting on at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And I think you made that clear, what you stated. It was good talking to you.
Good talking to you.
I think that you need to stay clear of true crime until you think of it logically, because you're basing all your opinions you're basing things on feelings and not facts. And I think that could.
Well, I hear your opinion, and I'll file that away and do what I want to do.
All right. You have a good one.
Bye, B. Tim. Have a great Sunday.
Bye.
Julie, I get the sense you're very stubborn.
Okay.
Are you? Have you been told you're stubborn before? I'm
Probably.
Just saying. Yeah, I can tell, and that's not a slam. I can be stubborn as well.
I'm stubborn, so I don't know.
I,
This
I,
whole I
I'm,
I know
I'm
that I
an
saw.
independent thinker, and yeah, I mean, am I a person who is closed-minded? I, I like to think I'm not, but I'm certainly an independent thinker, and I'm not going to be, dictated
I
to.
agree
Yeah.
with that. But can
I
I
think
ask you one thing? So
Sure.
Seth, right? When it comes to Seth,
Hmm.
do you think his mom, right, involved in the case in the beginning? She made a post on Facebook talking about Chris and Katie have both passed their lie detector test, right?
I didn't know that. I don't. I honest to just to let you know, I didn't uh, start looking at this case till the case was at least 1 month old. At the encouragement of uh, other autism parents on TikTok, and then I didn't start reporting on it. Let's say until at least 2 months into the case. So the things that happened early on, I went back and looked at, but there's certainly things that I missed in the earliest days. I'm talking the first, let's say, 30 days. So as far as his mother, I don't know what she did. Um, that's just being honest. I don't really know.
Okay. Well, she stated in a post, she talked to the head of the TBI,
Hmm.
and they told her that Chris and Katie have both passed lie detector tests.
No, I think she said Katie. I don't think she said both of them. I'd have to go back and look at.
Okay, I might be wrong on both. So, where do you think that honestly they are so good at being bad that they could do that? Katie,
Chris,
I mean, right, since we don't know but if she said anything about Chris, but Katie, do you honestly think that Katie would be good enough to pass two lie detector tests?
did she say they took them or did you say they passed them? And
They
her
passed.
saying, Seth's mother saying that,
Hmm.
saying TBI told her. It was not TBI saying that she passed it.
Why would she want the public to think
I don't
that
know. I
Katie?
have no idea.
There
I
you go.
can't comment. I don't know. I just don't know.
They said that they're saying she said
And like
both.
I said, I don't think, but I mean, there seems to be more people that agree with what you're saying than me. So I would, it may have said Chris and Katie. I don't know.
I just kind of feel like there are a lot of things that have gone on in this case that you aren't aware of. And I fully agree with what Fiance was saying. We, Jay and B Tim at the time before we were up here, it's a conversation between people that do true crime and an advocate. And there is a difference. And
Uh-huh.
That the worlds can't cross, right? But there is a different
there's a
set.
different dynamic, a
Yeah,
yeah,
totally different dynamic, and like kind of set of like unspoken rules, if you will.
Okay. I don't disagree.
And you know
my
what? There's always room for learning. I mean, it's not that I didn't come on this platform knowing, what I should do and what I shouldn't do. I accused a man
And
in a
there's
case
also
of killing his freaking girlfriend, and he didn't do it. We all learn.
there's also learning to be done on the other side about people like me who are coming into the case specifically stating, I think it's important to look at things through the lens of autism because there was a lot of misinformation regarding autism and coming at things as an activist, not covering all cases, but talking about misinformation regarding autism and the Sebastian Rogers case
I
as an
agree.
example.
I
So
listen.
there's room for all of us. I mean, I don't, it's not like I don't, um,
but
I don't think I don't think I don't think, you know, I don't think I'm doing, I don't think I'm saying, I've never professed to be something that I'm not, but I know what I am, and which is an advocate regarding autism awareness.
But with all due respect, right? What does digging into the past of family members, building family trees, looking into things that are basically related to what would be a true crime case, should there be evidence of a crime, have to do with advocating? So I think you're
that's
Well,
just part
people
of.
did that in the Summer Wells case too. Built her family tree, and then out came Don Wells' sisters. Right? I mean,
but what I'm getting at, it's not to slight you, but I'm saying that I think I don't personally understand how that is. It keeps it within the sphere of advocating.
Well, I'm a bit more. I have a bit more.
So you kind of
I have
stepped out
other
of that
skills.
circle.
I have other skills, and one of the skills I have just so happens to be genealogy and building family trees and being a researcher. So
But
I'm trying to use all the skills that I have.
Chris's great
when looking at
grandpa
this case.
doesn't have anything to do with how Chris treated Sebastian.
Have I talked about his great grandpa?
No, but what would be the point of building out a family tree?
To try to show who's connected to who. There's a lot of people involved in this case, and
So you're
there's a
looking at
lot of
it from a
family members.
corruption.
There's a lot of family members. There's a lot, and it's hard to keep things straight. And I find it very helpful to, lay things out in a sort of diagram fashion that genealogy lends itself to, as a place to collect information and keep it with each person. It's a way of organizing my thoughts and information on a very large family,
Fair enough. And I just have a curiosity question for you, right?
Sure.
Because I do believe that you are more of an advocate when it comes to, especially autistic kids, right?
Yeah.
What if I told you that one day there was an exchange of custody and a parent pulls up and the other parent has their child who is autistic by the neck suspended off the ground? Would that bother you?
Of course it would.
Would you?
And I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, I'm not trying to say what you're saying here, but let me take a guess at something. There's a feeling that there's been a way of looking at things, like from some people, that there's nothing Seth has done that should be criticized or has done that's inappropriate. I don't say that.
Well, I didn't say it was Seth. I'm just using an example.
I'm saying, well, that's why I said I'm guessing at it. Okay, so if that's what I was guessing at, something you might be getting at. But okay, if I was wrong, I said I was a guess. I was guessing at the idea that you're saying that there might be a parent who people are not looking at.
And I would say that
like not looking at them like they're saintly. Let's put it that way.
Correct.
And I'm not saying that I feel that way about people involved in this case. I don't think anybody in this case that I've seen who's been directly involved in Sebastian's upbringing, let's talk about the three parents, are beyond reproach. They all have done things.
So let me ask you something.
I wouldn't agree with
that. I believe that. Why do you think that Justin and Smiley came into your chat the other day? Honest Engine, why do you think they came in there? What were you doing that
I was talking about that particular chat. I was talking about um, law enforcement in Tennessee, and I had just previous to that live talked critically about Tony Mathis.
so they were on a Save Tony mission?
Yeah, and also carrying out his what I believe to be Tony's agenda, which is nobody is allowed to say anything critical about law enforcement as long as law enforcement is talking to and cooperating with, or I don't know what kind of conversations they're having with law enforcement, Tony and Seth, but as long as that's happening, no one should be criticizing law enforcement, and they are criticizing me for sort of going against the wishes of what they put as Seth's wishes, but were actually Seth and Tony's wishes.
Can I ask this question? So you were talking about the list. There was immediate, lives done saying there is no list. Obviously, Michelle Lee has come in here and said that there is a list. You said earlier that you had, I think you said earlier, you had never been given a packet or anything like that of what to talk about. Are you aware of that rumor, and do you know if there's any truth to that rumor?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think there's a literal packet, but there's certainly all I could speak about is myself. There's certainly a backlash that I have felt for being disagreeable or questioning the current positions of Tony.
Yeah, I think everybody is aware and has witnessed that. No matter which, how you align with this case, I think everybody's aware that happens. But I was just
right.
if there was any discussion of like specific topics to be discussed or
Oh
anything
my gosh.
like that.
That's why you're in the lawsuit. 100%. That is why they added Julie to this lawsuit. It's what did they deal with? What do they run on? It's always intimidation. Always intimidation. I solved it. There you go.
Well, we've seen that there's packets because your friend Smiley, and I say that sarcastically, actually has shown them in her email and on her phone in 2 separate occasions. So they sent out PDFs and packets for them to use that narrative. That's what they're to talk about.
I've been on their shit list for a long time, since, pretty early on. So I'm not privy to anything, but I have felt the wrath when I have done things and said things critical of Tony or law enforcement that is talking to Tony.
So what someone said that you mentioned on your live talking points.
Talking points? I said
That's
no.
Yeah, you had like a list of talking points. I don't know if it was a list, but you did mention like maybe you pre-planned your own show, but it's with the packets. It sounded like a packet.
I don't remember ever using that phrase, talking points, and I don't know anything about any packets, whether there's conversations or group chats. I have no idea. I'm not part of it because I'm not trusted, and I think independently for myself, and that's not appreciated all the time.
So obviously the list was in a Facebook group. Were you or are you part of that Facebook group? Is that how you became aware of it?
No, I became aware of it because subscribers of mine who are on that Facebook group saw that list that Michelle Lee had posted and said, Julie's not on it. How about Julie? And they were being given a variety of responses as to why I am not on it or shouldn't be on it. And they were silly. They were ridiculous. They said, this is only people we could vet. I said, well, I use my name. I show my face. I have a TikTok account that I was on for 2 years. What is it that you don't know about me?
Why do you
Hold
think
on.
they didn't trust you? What do you?
I can tell you why. They have.
Well, I wonder what she thinks. Like, why does she think they didn't trust her? Like, what was your feeling?
Well, I told you it came immediately following them telling me to take down the petition, and I said no. And I said, I won't take down the petition. I will take Sebastian's name off of it, his picture.
Yeah, but you said you've been on their shit list for a while.
Yeah, since then. That was pretty early on.
Okay, I didn't know when you did
I'm talking about not early on in the case, but early from when I came on YouTube.
Right. So that's what they mean, Julie, when they say that they can't.
We have an echo again, vetted. Julie.
I'm sorry.
When they say that you're not vetted, what they mean is you're not vetted to follow their script.
In your opinion.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Clue. I think they listened to her and felt her out and knew that she wouldn't follow.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely knew I wouldn't follow when they
just like me.
When they had
so
Jay
you know what they did to me? They came after my marriage. They came after my marriage.
They said take down the petition, and I said no. I said I will not.
Funny they had Crime Time Buzz contact you, right?
Yeah, she called you. How did she have your number?
From Justin.
She invited me on as a guest on the show.
How did she initially get a hold of you, though? Email? I mean, she had to invite you on the show somehow.
Probably. I give out my email, so probably through my email.
You don't know her in real life?
No.
And said Julie can't be trusted because she thinks for herself, in my opinion. I agree with that. They don't like that, in my opinion, allegedly, and all the stuff. So I don't get put in more paperwork.
100%. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. They don't. I'm going to do what I think is right. And I'm definitely not going to be dictated what I should and shouldn't do unless you give me some good reason behind it. But having somebody call me and tell me, Seth and Tony are very mad at you for putting up that petition and they want you to take it down immediately without talking to me. I said, well, did they want to talk to me? No, they didn't want to talk to me. They want to pass a message to me. And I said, well, I'm not taking it down, but I will take his name off of it if you would like me to take his name off of it. I didn't say if you would like me. I just said, I'll take Sebastian's name off of it. And I will say instead of saying Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old, he was 15 at the time, autistic child missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. I said, a 15-year-old autistic child is missing in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and took his name off of it. Took his picture off the petition and his name out of the title. But everything substantive in the petition remained. And I continued to encourage people to sign the petition.
Hey, Julie.
I wouldn't follow the directions. That's it. I wouldn't follow the directions.
Julie, Granny's in here.
Not even.
Julie, can I say something real quick while you're still here? Granny's in here, and she would like you to send her an email if you would. I just wanted to pass that.
Granny's
around.
Watching?
Yes. She would like you to send her an email if you would.
And I don't have her email. Does she post it on her page?
I'll get it to you. I'll put it in the back chat or something.
You can send it to my email. My email is my first name last name @gmail.com.
Okay. All right. Will do. And then one more question while I got your attention. Who sent you the email in regards to White Boy Lockdown Radio, his wife, and SF, if you can say? Granny said she won't bite, by the way.
Who sent me an email?
Yeah, that was his question.
Know.
I don't know anything about it, so I can't really. I don't
have an email.
You didn't get an email about White Boy Lockdown Radio? And about his wife and SF? His wife, damaged goods with no regrets? Noel?
No email.
Okay. I tried, white boy. Go ahead, Clue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to get that out. And I've got Granny's email.
I wasn't talking. She was.
Oh.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake those bushes. Shake those bushes.
Go ahead, Julie. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
that was it. I think Clue, but prior to that was talking about why I'm in the RICO case. That's what we were just discussing before.
I do.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I think it's their subtle way of putting you in there and saying we didn't put you by name, but keep it up and you will be, in my opinion, and allegedly.
Well, and let me ask this, right? Because obviously there's going to be a lot of review and a lot of thought by everybody that's witnessing this. And I would be amiss if I didn't ask the question, what would you say to people that say that this could absolutely be part of a plan from Tony and everybody to be a distraction and possibly get information via you, to have you come out and chastise them or be an entire fake fight, and then immediately you're coming over and talking to people that they absolutely cannot stand? Because that absolutely is a theory that's already out there. Hell, it's went through my head that this was all for show.
Right. So it would be a setup by you guys to get me to call in to set up them.
No, so there is a theory out there that your entire fallout with Justin and Smiley and everybody is all for show, and now you're doing exactly what everybody was saying, that you would be over on a channel that those people cannot stand within the next couple of days. What would you say as a response to that?
I was reacting to actually, my friend sent me a text and said, Jay, Every Day with Jay is talking about you. A friend of mine was said, Jay,
a YouTube friend or a real friend?
A real friend from, somebody who I met on TikTok, who's also a profound autism parent.
Oh, okay.
Said, Every Day with Jay is discussing you with B. Tim. And so I clicked over and listened, and I heard B. Tim talking about the RICO case, of which I just talked about last night on a live, where I titled that live, Mr. Lesniak, take me out of the exhibit on the RICO case. Me and my children out of that. I did a live last night, and so I was interested to hear what they were saying about. When I tuned in, I heard B. Tim talk about it. So I was interested in it because I literally did a live last night saying, I don't want myself or my children in this RICO case. I have nothing to do with this. And I'm not part of the RICO case. And I've been critical of the strategy of being in Pennsylvania in a RICO case with Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady as a way to, I don't get the connection of how it advances finding Sebastian. It makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
How did you wind up on Josh's panel the other night? I'm curious. Or on the phone with him or whatever.
So this is, gosh, it feels like this weekend has been a year, but one second. I couldn't sleep after they came in my live talking about Justin and Smiley and a whole bunch of people, and you'll see a spike. Anybody who was on my live at the time saw a spike in numbers, and all of a sudden you have 300 people watching, and then there's 700 people, within 5 minutes, which they said was just spontaneous,
The cavalry, yeah.
Right. And I said, like, you brought in the cavalry. You didn't come in alone. And of course, they claim, no, it's just because of what I was talking about at that moment. And it's just a coincidence that they all came in at the same time. Right. Like I'm a nutbag that, and it's just a coincidence that they all came in together. They couldn't come in by themselves. They came in with a group of people who, it was difficult at that moment even to have follow the chat, and the mods were having a hard time. So after that, Smiley and Justin back to back each did a live
Yep.
about me. Smiley got blocked almost immediately
I
by
know.
a mod of mine who said she was going to kick my ass. And then when it did a live about me, and Justin did a live about me, and I thought, oh, how hypocritical, and how how funny that Justin says he doesn't get involved in drama or talking about other people in the chat about other creators, and yet here he is doing a whole live that's bullying and allowing people in the chats to bully me. Smiley goes on, and Justin heard it, talking about me and my kids, and then really being bullying. I mean, it was like it was as bullying as I've seen in anybody's chat ever, like.
Can I ask
and
about that?
and then I'm sorry, that night, late that night, I couldn't sleep, just scrolling on YouTube, and here is Josh the Lab, somebody I've never met or talked to, showing my video showing that my live, and they're talking about me, and there's people in the chat, and I see Justin's in the chat, Smiley's in the chat of Josh the Lab's live, and Tony Fire, who I believe is Tony Mathis, because he kept saying Tony, 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 referring to Tony Mathis. And so since they're talking about me and showing my live and analyzing me and saying not nice things in the chat, I wrote in the chat, may I call in? And Josh was polite and respectful and gave me a phone number, and I did call in. But while I was on the phone, I couldn't see the chat, as I can't see the chat here right now because I'm talking on the phone, and spoke to me. And when I got off the live, I basically had it paused and saw the rest of it and read the chat and was horrified that they were like acting like little bullying mean girls in the chat. I mean, about me, as I'm talking respectfully to Josh. And I was like, and then Josh came to the conclusion at the end that I was not an evil person. And I said, oh, today I said, thank you. No, I don't, oh no, late last night I said, I don't know if that's a compliment, but I appreciate him saying I'm not evil. But I
Well,
was
okay.
horrified.
All right. So look,
And even Smiley paid $49.99 to
a
write
super
something
chat.
hateful about me that he couldn't even read online.
I know. I watched it. So let me ask you this.
But I didn't see the beginning of it until after that live, because I just saw them talking about me, and I said, please give me a number. I would like to call in.
Okay. So when you talk about bullying, right? I was in your chat. I saw Justin come in. I saw what he was saying. There's no list, blah, blah. Then I saw Smiley come in, and she said, I'm getting ready to go curse Julie out. And then she did just that. She got on her own live, right? Is there ever a moment, right, where you sit back and you say to yourself, that felt like pure shit? And that's literally those type of actions that were taking place in that chat. That's literally what I've been doing since I joined this case against Chris,
Me?
Katie, SF, anybody who isn't Seth or green team. That's literally what you imagine. Imagine Katie turns on your live, because I'm going to tell you this, and I hope it resonates with you. Her and I have been on the telephone together, absolutely watching one of your lives, and you say, "Come clean, Katie. Tell us what you did in this." And she lost her fucking mind crying. So I don't feel bad that you're bullied. Honestly, I don't. I feel like it's a taste of your own medicine, but then amplify Katie times you, Bullhorn Betty, Justin, Smiley, amplify that. Amplify it, and you go through that. Because let me tell you, you hurt feelings. The police are out here telling people there is no evidence of foul play. I don't care what Seth says. I don't care what Tony says. There is no evidence of foul play. SF is proving that every day. The mob crew, he's seen lights. Every night he sees a different light. I've been in the neighborhood. I've talked to the neighbors that own the cameras. All of this stuff that come out, there's a car that comes here and pulls around. That's bullshit. It's all lies. The neighbor saying he pressure washed him and called him the R word. That's a lie. I have been out there. I live 15 minutes down the road. It's all lies that have been put out by people who are trying to push a narrative. What I am having trouble grasping is the fact that you are sitting here saying that Tony and Seth want to push a narrative by advertising people on a list, but yet somehow you still think that Chris and Katie don't deserve to be looked at fairly. That's complete horseshit. And I'm over it. Like you're in a freaking court case right now because, in my opinion and allegedly, they are trying to get you to shut up because you will not walk the way they want you to walk.
Yep. Bing
An
bong.
enterprise.
The only reason you're in that.
Well,
they tried to ruin my marriage because I wouldn't go along with the narrative.
They dox me. They keep putting out my daughter's trauma. You know about my kid. They keep putting that out every single day. And you want to know what's funny is the person that put it out, Chronicles of the Shady, actually came into BJ's chat last night and said to everyone in the chat, "I sure am glad Julie didn't get to talk to anyone over there." Well, why is that?
Let's not forget, too, about the supposed, plan of planting evidence on your property.
Oh, yes, that's right. That was Seth's team, too. I'm telling you, Julie, this
the
is a wake-up
backlash
call.
is real. The backlash is fucking real, Julie. That's why you're in it.
Well, and let me say this, too, in terms of bullying, right? I, for one, don't subscribe to the belief that what people say in a chat room while somebody's live is bullying. I think people are too fucking into their fifis. But in regards to your view of it, you feel like people saying mean things about you in a chat is bullying. Well, I have personally witnessed your moderator say over and over in your own chat nasty shit about Clue, allowing her daughter and shit like that, and talking about her ex, talking about me.
Well, who would that be? Because I don't.
Castle.
Castle's blocked now.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying though, right? Like I could get all offended, I could get all fucking tore up, and I could have a real strong opinion about you for allowing that, but I don't care. And I think
Castle's blocked.
Right, but my point isn't really so much about the individual or that individual thing. My point is when you're coming out here on a public platform and you're talking, people are going to have their opinions, and just because it may be perceived as mean, I don't think it should be perceived as bullying.
I'm not here to say I'm crying about being. Listen, people make cartoons about me. People make whole, stream my live and criticize me on the daily. I'm not talking about them. I don't pay attention to it. I'm not here to cry about being bullied. I'm here to talk about hypocrisy with people who say they don't bully and are in lawsuits talking about organized efforts and then have an organized effort themselves.
Oh, you mean
That's it.
Oh, we know. We know.
We know all
We're
about
not
it.
new. We know. We've all had it done. All of
You
us
know,
have gone through
so
the same thing. And you want to know when it started? The minute my fat ass came online and said, Seth may not be the grieving, just upset, sad father he puts on the news. Immediately, there was threats of planting evidence on my property, doxing me, then putting out my daughter's trauma as if it's any of anybody's goddamn business. And then on top of putting out their trauma, they say I allowed someone to do that to her. Guess what? Nonsense is going through it right now. They're trying to call her husband a pedophile. They did the same thing with fiance. Why? All because you can't talk about the big bad general. Fuck you, general. You can suck my dick.
Well, I'll say I don't talk about you, and I don't allow people to talk about you. And if things have gotten past me about talking about your family, because I don't allow people to talk about people's families who have nothing to do with the case. However, now with regard to Chris and Katie, this is, you asked me about them too. Okay, I just want you to know, I don't talk about you or your family at all, and I don't think it's right that people do.
Well,
It's
don't
got
worry.
nothing to do with anything. And I know you're not worried, and I'm not here to say that, I'm not here to, say that you're worried about it
I think
either.
you need to understand, Julie.
Yeah.
What we've been going through.
Yeah.
It's your turn. And the green team is absolutely about to rip you, Al, and your kids apart. Mark my words.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all she was getting at, is just basically to be aware of.
We've all been through it,
Yeah, I think that's the thing that you're missing with a lot of this, and we're missing earlier when you were saying you were being lectured. It's not really so much lecturing. We're trying to point out mistakes we've all made and have already come past. And things we've seen over the past 13 months as to what's gone down, when it's gone down, and what the triggers were, and you're going to go through the same thing.
And like B. Tim said, Granny has the same warning. You may now be sued and accused of RICO, so contact a lawyer before it gets out of hand. Because it's not a joke. I mean, Granny has had to spend like over $10,000, I think. I don't even know the exact amount, but for something that's bullshit.
Right.
It's just not a joke. And this is the bullying. This is the bullying. Going real life with this. No one needs this extra stress. Especially when you have kids that you're taking care of. And,
I don't, listen, I don't know. I can't, there's been so much this
I
came
know,
at me
it's a lot.
at the same time. I don't know I'm not sure which question I'm supposed to answer first, but as far as
over 20K she's spent.
Okay.
I'm just saying,
I'm not naive that the idea that there are people who will file frivolous lawsuits, and I'm not naive about that, and I am aware that that could happen and prepared to defend myself. That's all I could say.
I just think that I think you should honestly sit back, talk to Al. We love him, by the way.
I've heard nothing but good things. I haven't been able to watch the live with your husband, but man, everybody's going crazy over Al.
So I just think that maybe you should think about how it felt when they were in there and trying to attack you in that chat, and understand that, I mean, you've literally basically called Chris and Katie murderers of their child. And now we're looking into family members.
I've called them.
Like what?
I believe that listen, it's not going to, we're going to disagree about this. Okay. And these, I understand that you would be upset with me, especially if I was friends with or close to, let's just say, somebody. But I do believe there was abuse going on in that household.
And there could have been. There could have been.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Knows, right? That's the thing.
You keep saying this friend thing, and it's like, it's not about being a friend. Let me ask you this.
Well, I
You
guess
just
maybe
said
I'm
yourself-
projecting. I'm projecting
Hold
is
on.
with my friend.
Hold on. You just said yourself that you see in the green team, basically is what you were saying, that they look at, you know, a certain someone like a saint, right?
There's some.
I agree. And check this out. I don't look at anyone like a saint.
Mhm.
I question everything and everyone. At the end of the day, it could come out that Chris, Katie, Seth, one of them did something to Sebastian, but I don't know. I've never sat here and called Seth a murderer, ever. Have I said that I thought he might have kidnapped his child? Absolutely, all day. I'm entitled to that opinion. But to go to the level, I think, where you have been is a little, you know what I mean? It's, we're talking about bags. We're talking about stuffing Sebastian in a bag and leaving out the door. Like, that's, could you imagine if someone had, you have a teenage child, what if they walk out in the middle of the night and then someone says to you, well, I honestly think you chopped him up and put him in a bag. And the police, mind you, are not saying that. They're not saying that. And then you've got SF, which I'm not going to lie, I get a little pissed when I hear people talk about him. Over 20 people, Julie, this man has found in the last 3 years. That is 20 people whose families now can grieve in the way that they should be able to because SF found them. Police departments reach out to him. You're listening to a narrative spun by a, quite frankly, crazy batshit lady named Betty who couldn't make a wart on SF's ass if she wanted to. Betty is a nobody. She's never going to be anything. She's jealous of SF. SF does damn good work. He is absolutely here for Sebastian. I sat there and watched him tell Chris and Katie, if I find something that I think implicates you, you will be turned into TBI. He isn't fucking around. But then you've got you out here telling people to go report his license. For what? For what? Because he's not sharing footage with the YouTube streets for Mob Crew to go over and over and over again, seeing people carrying someone through the neighborhood that just isn't there. Because I did hear that live you did too. I've been watching you. You're new. I want to know. And you're upset. Why does SF have this footage? SF has this footage because he did his due diligence and became a private investigator, and he was hired on this case. That footage is not for YouTube. It's for a private investigator. And then you tell people to go report his license. For what?
I don't think
his job in keeping it private the way he's legally supposed to do. That's like reporting a nurse for giving someone their medicine when it's time for their medicine.
Yeah, it's inappropriate and it crossed boundaries. I mean, you
Okay.
have to at least
You guys have been
admit
talking
that.
to me for like 5 minutes. Do you want me to respond or not?
Yes.
I don't agree that he's been professional, and I think he's done things that are.
So why wouldn't you just handle that on your own, Julie?
In violation.
But Julie, why would you incite your audience to report him? That's fucking wrong. Like, if you see something you don't like, that's fine to do that privately.
You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. You can think I'm wrong.
I'm telling you, you're going to end up sued. You're not listening.
Yes, you are.
These are suable things.
Gotcha. I heard it. You said it before.
But you're being so stubborn, Julie. We're trying to talk to you and tell you, learn from what has been going on.
Look,
I
that's
am
her
stubborn,
view.
and
That's her
I'm
view.
allowed to have my view. And
Okay, well,
I hear what you said. You guys have repeated yourself multiple times about SF and what's going to happen to me and how I'm going to be sued by this person or that person. And I said, I hear you. That's it. And I don't agree.
I just want you to
Not I don't
heed
agree
the
that I might be
warning.
sued. I don't agree with your, you know,
Okay.
the way you view him is not the way I view him.
You don't even know him. You know what you're hearing from the green team.
I know what
If
he said.
SF is unprofessional, what do you call at night intelligence agency? If SF is considered unprofessional in your eyes, what is the at night organization to you?
Nothing to me. I have no relationship with them.
Are they
They've
professional?
never attacked me either. What?
Are they
Are they
professional? Well, they've
professional?
put you in a
They
emergency
have attacked
injunction.
you.
So
They've
you're
absolutely,
officially under attack, girl.
yeah,
Right.
they've absolutely mentioned you as an associated or affiliated party to the litigation, and then you literally come out and start talking about Tony, and they jump into your chat. I mean, quite frankly, they have. I
At
think you're
night?
being well. I mean, you got to look at the plaintiffs, the list of plaintiffs, and the grouping of things. Right? That's all one big, in my opinion, facade and name on a bunch of people that have no fucking business being involved in a missing child's case. That's just my view on it. And I think what you're being naive about is
Well,
you're
I
looking at
think,
them all as individual entities.
okay.
Just
I don't
my
know what to say.
view on it, right? You can have yours. I'm just saying the way I see it.
I mean, I think, I don't know if this has been overall productive. However, I feel like at least I got my statement out, and I have said specifically to you, Cletus, and you, Illuminati, and to Granny's Watcher who's listening, that I believe that you guys they were talking about me, and that I am not part of that RICO case, and it's inappropriate to have me in an exhibit as evidence against the people who are the plaintiffs, because
Right,
it
but
is not an
unfortunately, now
example.
you're going to have to get a lawyer to handle that for you, because saying it on this platform is not going to make them go, "Oh, we'll just take
We'll
her
take
out."
her out. Yeah.
Okay, you're aware of it, though.
I mean, I'm in there too, Julie. I'm right in the same boat with you.
You're aware of it.
I'm
Anyone who
Doe
doesn't
associated defendant associated Doe or whatever.
Yeah, anyone who doesn't follow Tony and Seth's narrative, absolutely in that lawsuit.
Okay. I mean, I think I said what I wanted to say as far as the lawsuit, that it's not, if they're trying to pass it off as something against Brittany J, they got it wrong. It's not Brittany J, and I'm not part of it. I don't agree with it, and I don't want to be in it, or my children, who I am the legal guardian of for Spencer.
Well, I get the assumption that you and your husband are not broke, right? Which is the reason I believe they didn't name you personally, in my opinion, unless
We're not rich, I don't want to be, I mean, I don't want to, I have a lot of expenses. I don't want to spend my money on attorneys if I don't have to, but I am capable of defending myself if necessary.
right. That's all I'm saying, right? I think they really target people who they assume don't have the means to defend themselves, like you just said, right?
Possible. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't see like I said, I don't see what they're trying to get out of it. What are they trying to, what is the end game there? I don't understand it personally.
But we don't either.
None of us do. That's what we've been saying for months and months. None of this makes sense.
No.
There's people who talk about me, and you guys have similar experiences, every day saying things that are not nice, but it's fine.
But you do that every time to Chris and Katie too.
I'm not saying I'm complaining about that. But don't put me in a lawsuit that I'm not a part of.
Well, that's
what
their
I'm saying.
attack on you. You don't agree with their narrative, so this is your just desserts. They want you to shut up.
Yeah, that's pretty much why they get into your chat.
I don't think
talking.
Yeah, that's why Justin was there
and
to
then
shut you up.
Yep, it wasn't working with Justin, so here comes Smiley.
Right. So
they've done lives to totally go out and, for all intent and purposes, try to discredit you.
But my only hope is that it's people showing themselves, their real selves, and that it'll be noticed that it is what it is. I mean, they say one thing and then do something different, and it's not right, and calling them out for it, and that's all I could do. And I'm an independent person, as I hope you guys could see, that I think for myself. I have my own opinions and try to do what I think and I personally believe to be right. And not everybody's going to agree with me. It's okay. And you cannot like me, and that's okay too. But you can't lie about me and put things in there that are, not put me in a case I'm not in. You can't do that. And whatever I have to do. I mean, yeah, Al said, so, we'll get a lawyer, whatever. We have a lawyer, but if we have to, we'll do that. That's
you
all
do realize, though, like, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but you don't want to be in this lawsuit, right?
I don't want to be in the lawsuit, period. I'm not part of the lawsuit.
I believe that, but you do realize that I'm pretty sure SF doesn't want to be in a meeting room somewhere because 55 people
have reported
came from
him
your chat and reported his license.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
So, I mean, to be fair, like, I don't know. Should we not be mad at that night for putting you in the lawsuit, or should we?
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you
Right.
to be on my. I'm not asking anybody to be on my side or feel bad or agree with me. Believe me, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm not asking for your sympathy. I really am not. I just came on because they were talking about.
But do you have any regrets about doing any of these things now that you know better?
No.
Or you should know better?
No.
Because the unprofessional ones are not SF. They're the ones that put you in that lawsuit. And until you realize that, I'm actually afraid of what's going to happen to you.
Okay. Well, like I said to other people, let me worry about me.
She said she didn't have regret about doing that stuff.
No.
To SF. Oh, see, you're a wicked bitch. You going straight to hell.
I mean, knowing what you know, you have no regrets of doing that to him? Going for his professional license?
I don't think he acted professional.
You think that it's okay to mass report anyone?
I didn't mass report.
You asked your audience to do right, and you asked them to do it.
It's called a dog whistle, Julie. You absolutely asked.
And that's a suable offense.
And I hope he does.
I mean,
sorry, Al. I tried, Al, but I hope your wife.
I mean, we're going in circles at this point, you know. But I mean, to the fact that you don't have any hindsight, knowing what you know now, is wild to me.
Well, first,
I wish you all the best, Julie.
Because we don't agree.
I'm seeing these.
No, it's illegal what you did. It's illegal.
I'm seeing these comments where people are saying, SF, this is not coddling, okay? You have to understand your opponent. This bitch can't take hollering. She can't take somebody yelling at her. We see her cry like a fucking butterball on her lives. Okay, you have to treat her with kid gloves. Just saying. This ain't coddling. I think she's an evil, twisted, sick bitch, just like Bullhorn Betty. It is what it is. But I'm not going to come out here and holler at her because she'll run like a little bitch. It is what it is. Julie, you're foul. Like, that's foul. And I hope the green team
Do you think
shreds you to pieces. I hope they shred you to pieces. Justin, I will give you info.
I think
You might just be made an example of.
I think that you're being exactly what you've always been.
You respected her 20 minutes ago.
Huh?
Yeah, bitch,
you don't like
said
what
you
she's
like
saying.
Me.
Yeah, you said
like me.
No,
yes.
I'll tell you.
I said I respect you.
No, let's be.
And I thought you were funny,
let's
and I
be
thought
real.
you're intelligent. But
I am.
But you had no interest in talking to me when I'm on her fucking show with her all the
no,
time. Let's be real. You had a question.
I didn't.
You said
no, because you're
right
you're
because you're manipulating this situation for 100% attention because you know what you did created a fucking withdrawal from your channel. Now you're over here fucking from people over here.
Julie,
100%.
You're wrong. You're wrong about
prove me
that.
wrong.
Julie, let me ask you this.
Oh, good.
Who am I talking to?
Somebody that actually that came in and approached you because I have seen how
I haven't heard. I don't know whose voice I'm listening to.
This is UA Crimson Tide.
I don't want to talk to Rio and Crimson Tide.
I'm just saying, do you think it's okay for
No,
people?
I'm not talking to you.
Okay, well that's fine. You can listen then. Do you think it's okay?
No, I don't have to. Listen, let me just wrap this up by saying thank you for taking my call and or allowing me on the show and to talk about the RICO case. And it's okay. You can hate me. You can not like me.
You're part of the RICO. Honey. Don't be mad.
Illuminati. You could call me whatever you just called me. Go ahead.
Julie,
Fine.
I'm just listen, Julie, this is my channel and I'm going to wrap it up by saying,
okay, good.
Girl, you've gotten yourself into a mess. And
yeah, go ahead and tell me
here. Can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking? You have no fucking respect. You have no respect, lady. That's your first fucking problem.
And making threats.
No, this is your first fucking problem. You have zero respect.
But this is what is going to happen.
Oh my God, she still hasn't shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me? You won't even let me talk.
You should encourage.
Julie, have some respect. You won't even let me talk. Girl, I've let you have the floor for 3 fucking hours.
You could have hung up at any time.
That's not the point. I didn't hang up on you. That's the difference between me and the green team. I'm not disrespectful like them. But I'm going to wrap this up saying what you did, the mass reporting is illegal.
How bad I'm going to get.
Oh my God, is fucking illegal. And I'm here for the outcome. There.
Me too.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Good luck, Julie.
And good luck to y'all.
Good luck to you. Holy fuck.
That's
holy shit.
What's fucking shit show?
Crimson, you shut up. I'm gonna kick you in the teeth.
I couldn't,
no idea this was going on this morning.
Listen, none of us knew. She came up here unannounced, unexpected.
No.
And you know what? I've had enough.
I've known her for a year. Okay, I've watched Julie. That's why she didn't want to have anything. That's why it was what it was. And I actually had Julie, you if you're listening or you're not, I don't give a shit. But what I did when I went in there, I had some empathy for you. And I regret because you won't even let me talk. I had some empathy for you. But, I want to know, do you think it's right that your friend Michelle Lee dog whistled, doxed me the hell out months and months ago and dog whistled for people to file false complaints against my nursing license so it would get stripped from me? Because, that's something that, that's my whole fucking career. to take something away from somebody because they don't agree with it. Like, are you kidding me?
She don't care about that. This lady is.
She's going to learn the hardest way possible. I promise you that.
Comes after your career or comes after everything you own and then some, I don't want to hear any fucking crying. I don't want to hear shit. What you're doing is you
Does anyone have an anti-anxiety they can pass me? For fuck's sake. I was getting it from every fucking angle during that fucking call. God damn, I've got SF going off. I've got UA fucking, I've been back here 2 fucking hours, Jay. Oh my God, I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Well, first off, SF he needs to chill. You can't come on and just fucking berate someone like that. She's a crybaby bitch.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I was treating her with kid gloves, but then she's like, it's the same shit.
If you come out the gate bitching at someone like that, they fucking drop immediately.
Right.
They're not going to stay up.
Me a chance. She had already, because her mods and have all convinced her. Like when I went in there yesterday, it's her mod. She's been listening to the wrong people. She's not concerned about the facts. And what I was going to try to tell her is, Julie, when you were asking in your chat, can you drop a 1 if you've heard back from the police? I was going to tell you, I've been one of those people that have heard back, but I do empathize with your frustration on that level in some regard. But the thing is, here's the problem. The police are so overwhelmed with all the misinformation that your little friends that have created their little list of approved creators, the Justins, the Smileys, the, mob crews, etc., have put out that they don't have time for that. Okay? They don't have time to sift through all of the bullshit that's been flooding their inboxes. Okay? And frankly, you have nothing but your little friends that you were trying to fit in with to blame for it, okay? Also, the other thing is, when I talk to LE, they're not concerned with anything but the facts. And it seems like you have spent more time not familiarizing yourself with the facts and instead focusing on SF has done this. Bullshit, you haven't seen anything with your own eyes. I have. Clue has. Cletus has. We've seen with our own eyes. I've seen the hours and hours and hours that he's put into this case. Before he even got on this case, Julie, he was fucking putting out maps, where to search, doing everything. He has dedicated so much time before he even was retained by Chris and Katie on Sebastian's behalf. Don't twist it. As their guardians, they signed for Chris and Katie did for SF to come on this case. SF is the only way that Sebastian is going to be found. It's not going to be found through Nick at Night, who can't even leave the state of Pennsylvania. It's not going to be found through Hong, who hasn't left his $1,000 loafers to come down here, or Dog, the bounty hunter, who can't come to Tennessee except for a wedding, but makes you all think that he's here to search for Sebastian by posting a welcome to Tennessee picture.
What about Trump?
The joke's been on you the whole time, and the green team, and everybody that's bought into their bullshit.
You're wasting your breath.
Mm-hmm. We all know this.
Like, listen, you're wasting your breath. I can't. I'll just shut my mouth, but I'm gonna say you're wasting your breath.
Cletus, maybe she'll at least have it to look back on after she gets served.
She ain't gonna look back on it. She's sitting there crip walking right now, like, hell yeah, I just got exactly what I wanted. I got attention out the ass, and I'm gonna get a whole lot of subs because I just went on Jay's show and sub poached, and I'm gonna go do my own thing. Like, that's what she's about. She's literally out here for fucking attention. The fact that any of us really gave her grace on that,
she doesn't care.
Right, she doesn't give a
But
damn.
you know what? At least we know. At least we know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have any fucking love lost from having a conversation with somebody. Who cares?
No, either.
Right.
At least we fucking know.
She can't say that this is the hate channel.
And she can't say she wasn't given a fucking chance either. You know what I mean?
I agree.
It's the thing. Like, people say, oh, well, they didn't give me a chance to talk. She had the whole
She didn't
fucking
want to hear
floor.
a discussion when we're
Nope.
pointing out things. She's taking it as people are scolding her or preaching at her or intimidating her. Like, grow the fuck all the way up.
Yes.
And have a fucking grown up conversation or stay the fuck off the internet. Jesus Christ.
Fuck yes. Thank you,
The
Cletus.
thing is, she has not had I don't know what it is, but like I said, it has been she's been trying to fit in, it seems like, with people that it's weird to me. She recognizes that Tony has some type of agenda. You have to ask yourself, also, some of the questions I put in back chat, why is Seth's parents no longer affiliating or associating themselves with Seth? Why are they not showing up to the vigil where he's summoning Samael in the church? You know, that would be a big moment, I would think, as a grandparent that's retired, that Robin would have come over here for.
Oh my God. Amy C just gifted 20 new cooter ships, shaking them damn bushes. Let's see who shows up.
Fuck them bushes. Does anyone know what was up with her trying to suck my dick?
I don't know. She loved you. You're funny.
She was on her live after she got all fucking ass hurt and scared and crying and shit. She's been trying to get your damn attention. And today, what did she do? She didn't want to talk to me, not because she has any fucking opinion about me, but it's because she knows you have a channel. If she talks to you, maybe she can swindle you into having her on yours.
No.
That's what she's
the
about.
The more positive reinforcement out there about her, the better.
She's another fucking wackadoodle fucking TikToker. I mean, it just is what it is.
Hey, not all of us are wackadoodles in the wrong way. You know, I'm a little crazy, but I ain't crazy like that.
I loved how she respected Clue until Clue said something she didn't fucking care about.
Right.
That was great.
Right? Like, oh, I'm not going to have her say that. You've been how you've always been. I'm like, fucking 20 minutes ago, you respected her, and that she's the only one you wanted to talk to, motherfucker.
Hey, Clue's a bitch, so I understand.
Fuck, man.
I wouldn't fuck with her either, Julie.
Hey, cooter.
But no, what I think is, Jay, when they're saying the defendant associated, it's the only person she's really connected to that I can think of that would be connected to or a plaintiff in that situation is Jay from Crime Time Buzz affiliated with Tony Mathis?
Yes, I'm trying to tell y'all, 100%.
Something was up with that.
How did you meet her?
She got all squirrely when we asked about that. Like when I asked her, how did you get? And then she's like, oh, I was on her panel. And then I said, well, how did you originally have the plan to get on the panel? She got all squirrely.
She didn't really tell you either.
No, she never answered it. She said, oh, email or something, but she wasn't so sure.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So people are saying not all TikTokers are crazy, and
they are.
In response to
they
some
fucking
of
are.
the people in the chat, I'm not saying they are. I'm saying the small sampling of them that I have seen, it's a heavy majority toward the fucking wackadoodle side.
They're fucking crazy. They're out there. They come up with the wildest fucking theories. Yeah, TikTok is a different world. Them bitches be crazy over there. I'm just saying, I ain't never met a TikToker that wasn't crazy. No offense, you way. I'm not saying you're crazy, but I mean, you guys are fucking wild. Like wild.
Most of them are certifiable, though.
I mean, y'all are wild, the shit you do over there.
I don't do that stuff, Jay.
So I understand when TikTokers come here and have no boundaries, because there's absolutely no boundaries on TikTok. Except you can't say Facebook or gun. You have to say pew pew and book face. But you can fuck with everything else. I mean, for real. You can't say Facebook, but goddamn, you can fucking come up with every damn crazy ass theory on the planet.
Go back to
I just sit on my hill, Jay. I don't go down. I mean, I just stay on my hill.
Crazy motherfuckers with their green screens over there.
Julie, listen, let me give you a little bit of advice.
Oh, Alabama Mama's got advice for Julie now. She loves advice.
She ain't gonna listen to that.
Get it off your chest, Alabama.
Well, I have some advice. Listen, honey, I understand that you think Chrissy Katie has done something to Sebastian. I get it. I think that they're suspect as shit too. But I don't think that we're thinking the same way. I don't think that they've harmed Sebastian. Have you ever considered that maybe as his mama, He's hid somewhere to protect him from the green team. Have you ever thought of that? Or protect him
Hey,
from
Cooter
anybody?
Clippers.
Why does it have to be that she's harmed him? Why couldn't it be that she was being a mother and protecting her son at all costs? Have you ever considered that? Have you ever like took it in for a second and thought, you have autistic kids when they were 16
Hey,
years
Cooter
old, well, or
Clippers.
15 years old, would you choose to harm them that day when they're going to live with their father in a few months? Like, what sense would it make to put herself at risk of going to jail for the rest of her life when something like that's found out? Because if she harmed him, it will come out. All Everybody's skeletons come out at one point. He will be found if she's harmed him 100%. Why would she do that? Why would she do that when she only had a few months before he went to go live with Seth? Like, that has to sink in somewhere or resonate with you as somebody that's dealt with autism. Why wait 15 years to do it when she could have done it all the years before? Why? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Do I think that Katie's suspect? Absolutely. But I don't believe that she's harmed her son.
Do you feel better?
Yes, I do, because I think it's wild how
I
she
have
has it in her
for
head.
3 hours. And Michelle Lee, come back in here and answer my damn question so I know who to
Shit.
put on the lawsuit.
You know, that's a good point, though. That call even brought Michelle Lee in here.
Yeah,
That's a trip.
Because that bitch doxed me out, and she did it in her Facebook
Well,
group.
listen, though,
Dog
that's a
whistled for my
trip.
license.
That's proof they're watching everything, guys.
I
Hell
told you
yeah,
they
they're
are. They
watching.
stalk
Michelle Lee.
24/7.
Wasn't she the one that came out and got
Yes.
Clue's license plate?
Yeah,
Yep.
That's what I thought.
And that was the one that doxed me out back in September for Tony.
Mm-mm-mm.
And she,
Oh,
when she got real freaking quiet when I started asking her about it.
Oh, wait a minute, though. How do we know that fucking Crime Time Buzz hasn't been communicating with Julie this whole time? Like, you know how Betty hates...
We don't know that this entire fucking shenanigan since the other day wasn't an absolute fucking show.
Agreed.
Because I find the timing of it quite fucking ironic.
Yep.
It is.
Starts going the fuck off. Seth makes a big community post. Mr. E makes a post about going live to cover the new At Night fucking documents. And then what happens? Everybody talks all weekend about who? Fat bastard again.
Who's the one they know is going to be able to pull off the crazy, whatever show? If anybody, Julie.
Yeah, because Betty can't do it.
And whoever in the comments said that Alabama, they're going to start coming after you if you keep going on panels, they've been coming after me. Like, I'm not scared of them, though. That's the difference. Like, come.
Granny said it can't be a show because it impacts them negatively. But I mean, at the end of the day, all they fucking want is attention. Right. Bad publicity is still publicity. And that's all every one of these motherfuckers have wanted since day one, because that's what Fat Bastard has wanted. Otherwise, he would have been the same sack of shit on the internet that he would have been in real life that we witnessed. So fuck every one of them with their bullshit.
Right.
Like, it's crazy.
And they damn sure can't say that I'm a Proudfoot lover. I mean, for Christ's sake. So coming after me, what are they going to win? Like, you know what I mean? It really wouldn't make any sense, because at the end of the day, I'm suspect of Katie and Chris. So you can't say that they're paying me off by no fucking means.
That's the only one that's fucking searched, really. Like, other than, on the, like, the person, ironically, that this lunatic is riding the hardest to dog whistle for is the only person that's really out there fucking doing the most.
Do you think Al's okay?
What?
Do you think Al is okay?
Dude, I don't even know.
That poor old man.
I haven't seen Al yet, so.
I don't understand why. Because she's about to have me go to the damn store.
Crimson, you talk too goddamn much. Jay,
What?
that video?
What's that?
You didn't
see
that
video with Al.
Oh, shut
No,
up.
I was. No, I was gonna play it after we went over Josh's call-in, but fucking what's her name popped up, so it never fucking happened.
Play it. I want to see it.
You haven't seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, I haven't.
Watch
Okay.
it again.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it pulled
I feel
up
like
here.
Al right now.
I mean, everybody's been talking about Al. I'd like to
In the
Al might
comments, I was telling people, Mama Jay's going to ground all of us because y'all are not being respectful to panel guests. Now I'm thinking Mama Clue's going to get on to Crimson. Stop it, Crimson.
Al might be the only sane one left in this whole fucking shenanigans.
Oh, fuck.
He's like, fuck them, shove it up their ass.
I mean, I like.
I feel so bad for that dude. I'm not gonna lie. And
I
I haven't seen him yet, so I can't say, but here it
No,
is.
but she just proved she's somebody that would literally be caught fucking someone else in their bed. Do you have regret? No, it was good.
Oh my God. She pissed me off when at the end of all that, she had no fucking hindsight. Fuck her.
I could have told you, Jay.
Well, I mean, sometimes you got to let people talk for themselves. You know what I mean? And
I know. I've
never
heard
hurts.
a year of it.
yeah, I'm not just going to assume that she's a lost cause until she shows me she's a lost cause.
Oh no, she's a lost cause. But if she has info,
100%.
I want it. So, and I feel like that wasn't a complete waste of what fucking time is it? 2-3 hours.
Oh, thank you so much, Kels, for your super chat. This is what an adult conversation looks like. Take better notes, Green Team. However, it is my opinion that this is all a game to them, so they will just screenshot and write up another typo filing.
Go ahead.
Let them. At this point, I'm not
I
even
heard
reading
do it
that
too.
stupid
Like,
filing. That's how fucking dumb it is. I can't
I'm
even
not
bring
either.
myself to go live and read the fucker. But here's...
laugh at it.
Yeah, me too. I saw enough to know it's just another load of bullshit. But here's Julie and her hubby.
Sorry.
And this is blank screen, by the way.
I just give it a minute. Do you want me to bring food in here?
What?
Do you want me to bring food in here? We're live.
No.
Okay.
I'm not staying on this. Okay? Just give me whatever you need and I'll do it and then I'm done. Come on. What the fuck? What are you doing?
I have
What? Tell me before you put me on the fucking camera.
I'm on the camera.
What are you telling me now in front of everybody? What do you need to tell me?
I'm telling you now.
Well, why live?
Because I wanted to tell you what happened and I wanted to tell you about this lawsuit that they put me in that I'm not in.
That I'm not in.
upset about this.
You in it now, bitch.
You need to do this in front of strangers.
Because want me to tell you all?
Yeah.
My husband would be so mad.
I'm just already embarrassed.
Okay. Stop the embarrassment.
Who's calling her?
Fucking doing to me.
I asked you to talk to you about it.
Yeah. Me and you. Yeah.
No, I said I want to go
No,
live.
you didn't say that. You did not say that.
No, I'm really hurt.
Okay, you're
Well,
hurt.
can I at least tell you about the
Yeah,
lawsuit?
could you tell me and then we'll get back on and we can discuss it with your friends?
I'm telling you now. I'm alive.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me live.
All right. This thing that happened, there's these on YouTube, there's some RICO case
Mm-hmm.
where this at night agency, which is like part of Dog Bounty Hunter or something like that, and the father whose son is missing and his advisor and I think like 4 other people who are suing like a whole bunch of like these channels that are kind of like hate channels, right? And they had some emergency injunction or I don't know what today, but not only did they do it
on his
with
phone.
the case that was already going on, they named like a whole bunch of other people in this lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
This is happening in Philadelphia. And I went on my friends, the E's, who had the autistic son,
Mm-hmm.
who were really nice.
They're not
They
nice.
were reading out the lawsuit that's going on, like this new emergency injunction and all these new people served. And as they're reading it, they get pretty early on to this Exhibit 14, right? And they mention it. I recorded this part here. You can hear it. It's a few minutes long. That's it. They say, they're talking about a woman. She has a screen name, okay? And she's saying stuff. And it was her. The screen names are like Granny's watching Klumanani, something, right? Who are discussing, I don't know what they're discussing. And then they say about my kids, our kids. They say, this is it, listen. I'm not in this lawsuit, and I don't know why they're talking about our kids. Here it is. That's not it. Hold on.
Look at Al.
And I don't know how I get myself out of this lawsuit because they're the plaintiffs, but they're using our kids as in an exhibit.
What's that noise?
Anyway, it's here. I don't know what this is. Oh, I guess I had my headphone on. Basically, they're citing in this lawsuit that they're talking about the people on this channel that's being sued are talking about like they have a coordinated effort to like harass and intimidate YouTube creators who are talking about Sebastian.
Sure.
And I'm not in this lawsuit. There's like 6 or 7 people who are part of the lawsuit.
This is groaning.
And then there's like 20 people who are being sued. And they have an exhibit number 14. And in exhibit number 14, and Mr. and Mrs. E, the one with the autistic son, Mike Spencer, say, this must be Julie Skolnick. And I said, they said, here it is. It says in the thing, these people had they were discussing it, and and it says they're discussing parties involved in a lawsuit. Okay.
His sighing cracks me up.
And basically, she says, you know, this is the thing they put in the lawsuit, but I don't want to be in a lawsuit. I don't want our kids in the lawsuit. It says she said she raised 2 autistic kids. She said she raised 2 autistic kids. Sure. But then exploited them and her role shamelessly.
Okay.
What are you even saying? She acts like she's exceptional. Should we respect her for this? Exhibit 14, page 70. And they're named the defendant. She's talking to journalists. She should be focused on her stepkids instead
How
of
is this in a lawsuit?
I don't know. That's why I don't know. She should be talking about her stepkids instead of attacking this family, meaning the Proudfoots who, and contacting reporters. They don't name me by name. And so Mr. and Mrs. E say, this is Julie Skolnick. So somebody was what I'm saying. Someone put me and our kids in a lawsuit that I'm not a part of.
I don't think you really have anything to worry about.
With that? But yet, they're
Grounds for what?
No.
What kind of legal grounds are they suing you for? What?
they're not suing me.
I know, but what?
They're using my story and somebody insulting us or me, somebody insulting me about the kids.
Yeah. As what?
In a lawsuit that I'm not part of. So basically, the people who did something wrong, in my opinion, are the people who are suing, using me, but not naming me, but naming this person talking about me as evidence of why they should win a lawsuit about people talking about them. Okay, so let's say, for example, okay,
I don't think you have anything to worry about.
it's not I'm worried about.
He's like, I don't need
They're
any fucking
using
examples.
me and my story.
All right. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I
Okay,
don't know how to get out
I
of
don't
it.
know. Get a lawyer. I don't know.
I've got to figure out
Am
how
I
to
a
get out of
lawyer?
it.
Get a lawyer. Let them see what this is all about, and let them decide.
and get us out of it.
If you need to defend yourself.
I don't need to defend myself. I need to be out of it. They can't cite me as an example of why they deserve something.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Right. Or get you out of it. Right.
It's like, let's say someone was suing someone, you know, you sold me a lemon car, right? And then instead of saying it was their car, they're talking about a case with you and your car. And it's like not even describing their car. It's describing you and your car, but they don't name you and they put you in their lawsuit. And it's clearly you and your car, not them, but they want to win based on that.
Okay, I don't know why you're asking me these legal questions.
I'm not asking you about these questions. I'm telling you about what's happening.
All right, it's okay.
That
sounds unfair. Totally.
I had a rough day. And then I'm on them live today, okay? And I'm talking about, remember I showed you that thing about that officer who I said isn't taking tips and everything. Remember that whole thing I said?
Yeah.
And while I'm talking about that, I'm on my live talking about it and saying, I called him a saboteur because he's not answering any of the tips and everything.
Yes.
And there's a man who is, you know, working with the father who has some issue with me. And I say, I don't like the way he's handling things. And the next thing I know is 2 creators larger than me, this man, I've told you about him before, and this other woman who aren't supposed to be hater channels, they're supposed to be on the side of Sebastian, come into the chat, not alone. You could see like the numbers go up immediately. There were like a posse of people with them. The one woman, her name is Smiley. She wrote in the chat something about hurting me. And one of my mods saw it, like kick my ass or something like that. So she got blocked because of that. And then she made a live talking about me, really mad. And then this man who is, you know, fighting for Sebastian all this time, a creator, I told you about him before. All of a sudden, and he's friends with this guy who is, you know, the advisor of the father of the missing child. He comes in my chat. The first 2 things he says to me in the chat, right? I didn't go to his chat. I've never, you know, he came into my live and said 2 things provocative. The first thing he said is, there is no list about something, a list. Then the second thing he said is, this isn't some big conspiracy, right? And like I said, came in with a bunch of people who are saying, you know, being not particularly kind. And I was already in the middle of talking about that thing about the guy, and I'm going to talk to the DA about it, right? So I answer him, and I say, do you think it's right, you know, that this guy goes in and doesn't talk with a lawyer, blah, 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 right? And all this stuff. And I said, would that be what you advise? And I'm defending myself from him and another large creator coming in my chat saying provocative things to me, including saying they want to kick my ass, the woman, then my mod Ginger. And then I defend myself. I think I behaved really reasonably, asking questions about, you know, why I should trust this guy, you know, this officer, if he's not answering this, and why shouldn't I report it to the DA? And right after that, the woman goes live saying
he ain't even listening
really mean things about me. And this guy who says he's not a drama channel and he doesn't get into drama goes on a live.
Oh my God.
And for more than an hour at least, as reported to me, although I didn't watch it, people started sending me screenshots of what he said. And he's talking about me and he's saying things and he's allowing people in his chat to say even more horrible things about me. And then these people are writing about, you know, like saying real things, and he's not a drama channel. And I don't even know what to do. I feel alone.
Okay.
And I came to you because
I wish I could help you. I don't know how to help you. And I don't know. What can we do? I don't know. I don't know how to help you. What can we do from here? I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm being attacked, and it's literally an organized thing now to attack me. Like 2 larger creators on people who are supposed to be fighting for Sebastian
Fuck
attacking
them.
me.
Then fuck them. Fuck them, and just keep on doing what you're
But they're
doing.
encouraging people to write hateful things. And
Well, there's nothing you can do about that.
should I stop reporting on this?
No, not at all. No. Keep reporting and shove it up their ass.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't have any better advice. I don't know how to deal with this situation. I have no idea what you're involved in, really. But you got yourself too deep, and it's not good. It's not good.
nope, it's
It's
not.
not healthy. It's not. You're not. You know,
Not
just keep
healthy.
doing what you're doing to try to get justice for Sebastian, and that's it. And fuck everybody else, and stop listening to all the hate. That's all you can do.
I mean, like,
Oh
Fuck
God.
lawsuits. You're not going to get sued.
no, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that somebody's using my story and our kids in substance lawsuits. But that's a different issue.
Whatever.
But that's a different issue. The issue about I'm being attacked from people who are supposedly on the same side as, finding Sebastian.
Yeah.
Because this guy who's the handler of the father hates my guts.
Right.
And as organizing an attack. And now this other guy who says he's not a hate channel literally did a whole over an hour talking about me and allowing people to write the kind of hateful comments that the hate channels write about other people that you would see in a hate channel's comment section. But it's about me from people supposedly on the side of Sebastian.
Right.
And like,
I hear you.
when they, it's like, when they lead people down a way talking about them, even though he came into my life, I didn't come into his life. I wasn't bothering anybody. I wasn't, attacking him.
He attacked you. Yeah.
After the fact, he goes live, talks about me.
Yeah.
I didn't even mention his name or the other woman's name.
Disregard.
Okay.
Disregard.
Telling people
And move on in your own, with your own mission. Sorry, Mimi, that this is causing you such pain. You should not have to deal with it. But there's haters all over. Even Donald Trump has haters.
What I'm saying is, do you know who I'm talking about with this guy I was telling you about? He's a monkey, remember?
No.
Yeah. Stop. He was being nice to me at some point.
Okay.
He was using you.
Remember. The gay guy. Oh. Okay. Now he's mean.
Fuck him. And this other woman. And I think he was mind-ping and attacked me, and then they go on their thing.
That's the problem.
But it's not.
That's the problem with this whole medium is you don't know who you're dealing with. They could say nice things and then they could turn on you. Just to suck you in. They say nice things to you and then they suck you in and then they turn on you. You don't know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the Ethernet.
The Ethernet.
I understand that, but it's not just like a random people.
I know
it's a creator. It's a person who has thousands of followers.
They have different motives than you. And then they want to use you.
Exactly.
Yeah, what
should I have done? When they came in my chat and said something, should I not defend myself? Should I not talk to them?
No, you should definitely defend yourself. Always defend yourself. But you just never know, who's somebody who wants to be your friend. I would be very leery.
It's not even about being friends. I wasn't
whatever. I'm just being friendly on your side, promoting you, whatever.
They didn't do any of that. They didn't promote me. They weren't on my side.
I don't know. Why would you trust them?
But they weren't. I didn't trust them. They were just. I didn't talk about him. I didn't mention him. I wasn't speaking of him or the other woman. They came in the chat to attack me because I was criticizing this law enforcement officer and saying I'm going to the DA about it. So for that, they came in my chat.
Well, they have an agenda, clearly, and you have your own agenda, and you just follow that. Justice for Sebastian. That's what you need to focus on and stick with it. Fuck everything else. Try to forget everything, all the insults and everything else.
I don't know. I do have to write a letter or something to get myself out of love because I'm not suing these hate channel creators. I'm not part of this lawsuit, and people can't use my life to put in their lawsuit. And then it's just going to make more people mad at me. But
they can.
You can't say these autistic stepchildren.
Don't even think about it. You don't have to respond to anything until somebody approaches you with some kind of, attack or illegal notice or
Attack? I've been attacked.
No,
I've been
no,
nothing but
legal-
attacked.
legally, I'm talking about legally.
It's an illegal document in a court of law in
Whatever.
Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, let them approach you and try to serve you.
They're not serving me. They're using my story and making it like it's theirs. All right.
Oh,
Thanks for your
God. Every fucking word. I'm trying to help you. You fucking, I'm an asshole.
Oh my.
Well, I have news for you, Julie. Welcome.
Holy shit.
I have a feeling some legal paperwork might be delivered to your doorstep soon, courtesy
You know what?
of the dog
I got a
whistling.
plan. They're
What's
all
that?
about. They're all about baking cakes. I'm gonna bake a cake welcoming Julie to the RICO.
Also,
I just can't stand to hear her sit there and whine and cry. They can't use my story. Like, fuck off. They've gone after Granny. They've gone after Clue. They've gone after me. They've gone after UA. And she's going to sit there fucking crying. She hasn't even been served. Granny's been served and spending thousands of dollars. Fuck you, Julie. You're crying ass
Julie,
bullshit.
by the way, go after Rag Talks is not Brandon Carter's wife. So let me clear that up too. You dumb. Get your fucking facts straight. Maybe that's why they don't fucking trust you. How would you expect Brandon Carter to return your phone calls if you're putting it out there that he's married to someone that he's not? Obviously, you're not fucking credible. And your shit that you're calling in probably isn't been vetted either, just like you didn't vet that shit. Who told you that? Your super sleuthing skills? Stick to advocating. But not for this case. A different one. Go back to what you were doing before. Because you don't fucking know true crime. You don't know how to keep an open mind. And you don't know how to fucking take,
Who said they had a plan?
What?
Who said they had a plan? Was that Clue?
Yeah.
What's your plan?
I'm baking a cake to welcome Julie.
Oh, that's right. Fuck. Sorry, it's been one fuck of an afternoon.
You can bake?
Yeah, girl.
She gonna order that shit up from Walmart.
No, I'm
gonna get it from Publix.
Welcome to the green team.
Except for you're not even on the list. Michelle Lee's list.
Yeah, what the hell was with that bitch? The only reason you weren't on the list is because you were
bashing Ellie.
What?
Yeah, I was like, Michelle Lee. They were like Tony and Seth were bashing Ellie for months and months and months until December.
Well, look, there may be some truth to it because here's, the timing she's alluding to. Here's what seems like may have happened. For what has somehow, some way, obviously, based on the perception that Seth and Tony are out here pushing, there was a revelation between them and LE. They don't want Julie out here talking shit when she's an affiliated party, and that could fuck up that relationship. It's not about who was and who wasn't bashing. It's about if they came to some type of agreement of, look, you don't do this and we'll do this, she's a fucking liability to that.
Or, Cletus, maybe they got wind that some people were getting through to LE and she's a liability because then because of her affiliation with the green team and those people, she's going to be, and pushing all the helping to push more misinformation into Brandon Carter's inbox. They're really not going to get through to Ellie, because people that maybe do have Ellie's ear. Yeah.
I think they all just need to quit playing fucking games and get out and fucking do something instead of sitting here planning and talking and doing all this bullshit in the fucking background or getting on the internet and crying because their little fifis got hurt. Like, this shit is crazy.
I never shed a tear over over this bullshit. But what I had, like, this, God, it's like what she's too dense to realize is that they're attacking the people that are actually working for Sebastian. She can't fucking see that.
She doesn't care.
Well, I think
I
she
mean,
cares.
the ones I
She's
don't
just
think she cares.
blinded by stupid. No, she cares.
I
But
disagree. She
I
cares
think
about herself.
Well, I think she cares in the sense like that Sebastian was autistic and she relates to that. But she has absolutely bought hook, line, and sinker everything that Seth has said, and she can't seem to separate the fact that the general is affiliated with the, crane salesman. That I guess maybe she doesn't know that he was trying to pick up other cases too.
She
at the
knows.
same
She
time.
knows all about it.
No.
We talked about it.
No, you didn't mention Harley Morris that he was.
No, I didn't mention all of them, but she knows exactly. She's the one that was questioning Tony. That's why we even had a conversation.
She doesn't know all that shit, Jay. She was questioning Tony because of some other stuff. Like, she wasn't questioning Tony. She's clearly not in line. She hadn't paid attention to these damn facts. She hasn't watched these.
I don't think she gives a damn.
Everybody else has.
No, because she's focused on the abuse and the autism. And she's crossed the line, and that's all there is to it. She doesn't see it. She doesn't want to see it. So why beat our heads against the wall? Fuck her. She reaps what she sows.
I agree.
That's why I wanted to come up a little. Save me about 2 hours, like however many hours. Let me just go ahead and,
Well, I wasn't ready for her to go until at that point. But I knew if I brought you up, she would have dropped.
Well,
she would have been gone.
It's like, why does she?
I mean, the first thing she said, I don't want to talk to you. How far would that have gone?
Nana.
I didn't deserve to get bitched at and cussed out for not bringing you up right away.
I didn't cuss you out.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't cuss you out. No, it was just like frustrating because it was so
How the fuck do you
apparent.
think I feel? Being up here, being the host of that bullshit. Trying to keep it, so she'll fucking talk. Trying to give her a chance. All I was trying to be was respectful and get her to talk. That's all. And I knew what would happen if I brought you up on the panel. She would have dropped.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
I'm not stupid. This isn't my first fucking rodeo having people on panels.
Because she is that entwined with Michelle Lee, that's probably why. Even though they've had this
Regardless, they can both fuck off.
But
Michelle Lee is the most vile woman I've ever seen on Facebook. You can fuck directly off too, Michelle Lee.
Well,
go eat a sandwich.
If she doesn't fucking know,
sick of these motherfuckers.
And
you think Julie cares? Julie doesn't give a fuck. Because if Julie gave a fuck, she would have never, ever told her audience to report a credentialed private investigator. So no, I don't think she gives a fuck about anybody but herself.
I fucking agree.
She came from TikTok. Now she wants to get popular on YouTube. And this is how she's doing it. I think Cletus is exactly right. And that bitch she's a lost cause, UA. She's a lost cause.
I could have saved you. I was trying to save you.
You gotta say it like they would with the mobsters. You're fucking dead to me.
You're fucking dead to me.
No, Jay, that's the best you could do.
It was stressful, man.
You're
I know,
fucking
I
dead
saw
to
it.
me, Julie.
I felt kind of bad for you because you was being attacked, like even in the chat.
Well, and
Jay.
she was being fucking rude to me too. You think I wanted to let her talk disrespectful to me? No, but I wanted to hear what she had to say.
It was kind of disrespectful how she was like, I came up here for B Tim, and then she was like, then she respects Clue, and she literally came on your panel and showed you no respect at all.
She really
That
didn't.
really pissed me off.
It really shows me who, like, the kind of person she is. So that's why I don't want to fuck with her. She showed me what she is.
That's why I didn't get it. Like, too, while you were like,
Because I've never had a conversation with her, and I give people a chance, right? I like to have conversations before I make up my mind. If I would have never conversed with you, UA, I'd still be calling you a 2 a.m. girl. I mean, that's why I give people a chance.
listening to
What
that.
we learned today is you don't have conversations with Julie. Julie has conversations with you.
Yeah, exactly.
She thinks she's the fucking Chuck Norris of social media.
Oh my God. Well, I think she's going to learn real quick.
Take your
Because
husband's advice.
at this
Julie.
point, I don't know what the fucking green team's going to do with her. Because they've got a position, right? She's not loving us, right? So how are they going to handle this? They can either embrace her or they can make her life hell.
Watch Michelle Lee go call him right on back. Because that's a snake in the grass. That girl's been nothing but a snake. She was born a snake. She'll always be a snake. And she's going to be a snake with a little less money when I'm done with her ass.
Julie.
Thank you so much, Southernish. Hold on, guys. Southernish just super chatted $100.
Dang.
Holy fuck, Southernish. That is so nice of you. She said, "This is Jay's panel. You did a great job." Thank you, Ishi. You're always so supportive. Thank you so much. I can't pin anymore because I'm freezing up. Thank you so much, guys. Air Force vet, thank you as well. Appreciate you. God damn, I just didn't expect today to go like that. Like, I was ready to watch Josh's call-in and then play the fucking husband.
Josh is calling. You didn't miss anything because all she did was just talk.
So do y'all think that Jay from Crime Time Buzz called Julie and told her to hop up here? Do you think it's that deep?
Probably.
It could be.
Yep.
I'm wondering.
I don't think it was just
Because she said her friend texted her.
I
saw a comment. No, wait. I saw a comment the other day, right? And it said, they're gonna eat themselves, right? Talking about us on the dark side, right? And I think that's absolutely what her job is in this. She did say she's an actress, and I'm telling you guys right now, I think it's all a fucking plan and a conspiracy. I'm being dead ass. Like, look at SF. He's raging mad right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're trying to implode us from the inside. Yep.
Exactly. Has anybody contacted him? Like,
nope.
Yes.
Just let him be. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not.
And
I mean, I get him being upset about her being up here, but it's not that we were coddling her because we like her or want to be friends with her. You have to adjust to people's personalities. And if you want to be able to have a conversation with someone, then you have to adjust to them. That's part of being a host.
I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, y'all, nobody wants to come on a panel.
I mean, do you really think I liked the tacos? I mean, give me a fucking break.
I think you love the tacos.
Oh, yeah. That whole creep fucking town.
I'm glad that you didn't do exactly what BJ's panel did to me. You know what I mean? Like,
I would never do that. I would never do that. I let Nana up here, for fuck's sake. I mean, I don't know. I was unfairly attacked over that. I was just having a convo. So.
He really was unfairly attacked. I saw it firsthand.
But anyways, I don't know.
Granny, that's what I'm saying. Like, be mad, be upset, but that bitch was.
Yeah.
There's nuggets in what she says.
Exactly. And if it can help, it can help.
Whether it's bullshit or not, you guys named her as an associate, right? And if she says something, she must know something.
Exactly.
Like Granny said, I needed her statement for whatever.
Yep. And not only that, they placed her on their side by doing this.
Right.
And by sending Michelle Lee in. That's all I need to know. They don't Red Rover, and come right on over for nobody that doesn't mean shit to them or doesn't have something for that they want them to keep quiet about.
Well, and her statement to help Granny out is why I read exactly verbatim what was in that filing, because I'm like, she's going to sit here and say she's not associated with these people, but they literally said she's associated with these people. So you want to go publicly and say, no, let's do it the right way. Here's what was said. You deny it. Cool. We're done.
Right.
And you know what at the end of the day, you know what SF's concern is? Finding Sebastian, Julie. That's his concern.
I
That's what
think
the
he
message
feels.
at the end of the day was like pretty much was at the end of the day, what does this do to find Sebastian? You
I
know?
think I think SF feels betrayed, maybe, but that
Well, I
wasn't
mean, did
the.
he come in here on his own? Because he typically doesn't, I don't think, watch me and like chime
Yeah, no,
in.
I think I didn't
Was he summoned here? Because he
He said
didn't hear the whole conversation
he
that
said somebody
happened in the
texted him.
someone texted him. So he came in, he
Uh-huh.
heard at the point we were at and didn't hear the whole context of the conversation. So that's not cool either. Because
Yeah,
well
like I
we
said
weren't
that. I said
exactly like
Buffalo
easy
is
on her. Like the things we said, they may have been said with a nicer tone than I would
Well,
use with most.
look, everybody, including Steve, has got emotions, right? Everybody, including Steve, has got emotional days. Everybody's got their feelings about every situation. It is what it is. If he's mad, then he's mad.
he
he's
said what he said
He
is
was
somebody texted him
he
and
was
told him that.
interrupted in a class.
Yeah, somebody texted him in class and told him that now Clue and Cletus was coddling, and he felt betrayed because he went and worked with them
Oh
and
my
like
god.
searched with them, and
and
it was hurtful. I
oh
guess
shit.
that they was up there coddling
I call
Julie.
it nasty, vile, evil bitch. If that's coddling, then goddamn, I'd hate for SF
Yeah,
to.
no, it wasn't that at that point that he said that. I
Oh,
said
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, you can't make everybody happy, but I didn't do
nope.
anything wrong. I didn't disrespect him. I didn't let
well,
her
no,
disrespect him.
uh,
That's
S is
that's
very direct, and he has a reason, especially when it comes to Julie. After
Well, this is
like
my
I am done
problem. If
with
he's in a
for that
class,
shit.
how the fuck does he even know what's going on online?
Well, and that's the thing, right? That's why I said it is what it is, because even in his posts, he says that he's being told, and it's like, I mean, just everybody calm down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just give it a second, and I mean, I ain't like
I told the chat. I said, whoever's texting and telling SF lies, y'all need to quit because that's not helping and that's not true.
well, this
Nobody
isn't going
was
to come
coddling
down,
her.
so he can
what.
replay it himself because
Uh,
that's definitely not what happened today at all.
no, it wasn't. What happened was is adults had adult conversations and tried to find out what we could about the shit show that's happening on the green team. It was nothing
Well,
personal.
I was trying to help her. Actually, I was trying to help her. Not just I wasn't. I was just trying to help her in terms of like, dude, do you not see what's going on? You're accusing these people without any evidence, and you're pissed because you're trying to reach out to Brandon Carter, with nothing. You have nothing. At the end of the day, you don't even have evidence for the shit you're already accusing people of, and then you want to get butthurt because you're mentioned briefly in a filing.
So,
Like,
did
shut
you
the
text SF and say we were talking about this
no, I had no
lady?
clue until I
No,
was
I
trying.
mean in that 2 hours because he came in during that 2 hours and was pissed.
When I saw he was in here, I was texting him like because I couldn't see all the chat like because other people had seen stuff, so I was like, so I could see it. I was trying to make sure I could see it because I was trying to do a bunch of other stuff, but. And then he ended up leaving, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, he left and then he went and posted about me and Clue and Cletus. Saying, and beat him too, saying we were coddling her and wiping her tears and all this stuff that was not happening. So where did he get that perception?
I have no clue because I mean I guess like I think he would have SF is rightfully pissed at Julie for the shit that she did and
right, but
because of how
that's not the point. And, like he was unrightfully pissed at me because I wasn't coddling her. So I don't know where he got that perception.
And I
Because
was
that didn't
on the
happen.
panel when he was
Wasn't
in
in
here.
here for the whole time. So the part that he saw, I guess, it
No, he said he got interrupted,
very-
Clue, out of his class to be told that you and Cletus were coddling her now, too.
And I wasn't even on the damn.
No, at that time.
It was
you
after you
probably
got
were.
on.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well,
He was on there because I seen it whenever it posted.
It'll just things will work it themselves out.
Yeah, but that's bullshit, UA.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
how did he know that Clue and Cletus even got up on the panel?
I have no clue.
You just said you were texting him, though. Who else would he know?
But I wasn't texting him about that. That's not what I was telling him.
I don't know.
So nothing you did in your text messages with him. You didn't say anything about who was on the panel or what was being said.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like not. Yeah, that's not what I was texting him about.
Well, I feel like you were upset with me thinking that I was coddling her by not letting you up. So, like, if you did gas him up a little bit, it's okay to admit it. Like, I'm not going to be pissed at you, but if you were a little gassed up yourself and maybe said something to him, that's fine. But
Say
just
anything about like Clue and when I didn't even go check X like until
that's
I
not what I'm
saw
talking about. I'm saying, were you texting him saying that we were coddling her
No.
and stuff like
No,
that?
No.
Okay. I know y'all in chat. Some of you guys don't believe her. That's fine. I asked her. Cletus asked her. She answered.
Well, and there are in fairness, there are people in chat saying people on X were telling him. So
They were.
Right.
I saw it.
I mean that's
The green team would run with it too, you know.
Right. I kind of assumed it was coming from people on X, but
And I can say this: I was in the back chat with UA, and I was talking to UA in the back chat for almost an hour and a half, and she was not. I don't believe that she'd be doing that because of what she was saying in the back chat. She was like, "Just let me come up so she don't feel so like ganged up on. Like, let me come up and be like a voice of reason." So why would she be saying you were coddling if she was going to come up and do the same? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I do.
what a damn wild Sunday. Lord.
I know. God, Lord have mercy.
then I started to not get up, and I was like, "Damn, it's 11 fucking o'clock." And next thing you know, here goes my phone, and UA's like, "Skolnick is on Jay's panel. I'm backstage," and I'm like, "Okay."
Y'all don't have to believe me. That's the thing.
And the thing is, like, I didn't not bring you up because I was trying to be a bitch. I just knew how she would respond. Same
Right.
goes
And
for
she
White
also-
Boy. If I
she
would have
did
brought
tell
White
me
Boy
that.
up here, she would have been gone. She was already saying, I feel ganged up on with
I
B
thought
Tim. And B
with
Tim was
Tim.
like kind as fuck. So I knew that would have been the fucking pushing the limits.
Well,
And you ain't told me that in the back chat. She said if she's not going to bring nobody up because she don't want her to feel ganged up on. Like, that's what I'm saying. There was back chat talk going on that I was involved with UA, and that's why I don't believe that she did that, because she was trying to help keep the conversation going too, and she was telling me she don't want to make people feel like she's ganging up on her because then she'll get off. You know what I mean? So she understood that.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has a right to be pissed. You know what I mean? I'd be fucking
Oh
furious.
yeah, that bitch has tried to fucking destroy him and tried to get people, create a gang to destroy him.
But
I'd
he
be
should know
fucking
that we
livid.
wouldn't. I mean, that's
Well,
just
and that's why I
out
say it,
there.
right?
Like,
He just needs to calm down.
Right. Everybody gets
guys.
emotional about
Get the
different
context
things at
of it.
different times, and it's all good.
In my opinion, he has a right to be mad, but not at y'all. Not at y'all.
If
Like,
I'm
y'all-
the one fucking think about this.
but I mean, in all seriousness, like, I'm attacked all the time too, and he doesn't defend me. So, like, why do I have to carry some torch? I just don't feel responsible for having to do that on my channel. I mean, I'm not gonna let her, bash him. I told her what she did was fucking wrong. I don't know what else to do other than that.
Right.
But
how much sense does it
that's
make
just
to all the-
fucking wild to me, dude.
to all the people that want to sit there and say, "Oh, she was the one saying it." Why would I fucking come up here and voluntarily say that I was texting with him Like, why would I say that? Y'all would have nobody would even fucking have had a clue.
You're like Julie right now. Did you text him?
Shit. God.
Yes or no?
What?
Did you text him?
Are you serious? Yes, I
just
said
answer the question.
Yes, I texted him when I saw that he was in chat because people were responding
Right.
to him.
But
and
did
I could
you
not
text
see his
him
messages.
about anything else?
I texted him to.
No, all right. Did you text him and say they're up on panel doing this?
I texted him to say that y'all were not doing that after I saw what was
so
going
then guess
on.
what? Hold on. I'm trying to teach you a lesson here, girl. Fuck them people in the chat. If they don't fucking believe you, fuck them. You people worry too much about these fucking people. Watch it. If they don't believe you and you know you're not lying, fuck them.
I know. I'm just trying to walk them through some common sense. Like, why the fuck would that? That doesn't make any sense. You know, like, jeez.
I don't think it makes any sense either. Like, it really doesn't, because like I said, I was in the back chat with UA and I saw what she was saying, and it wouldn't make sense for her to be like, SF, they're coddling Julie if she was going to get up there.
Even if I was coddling Julie, who fucking cares?
Well, that's the thing I don't understand.
I mean, what the fuck?
Like me?
Did I do something that was so fucking horrible by being respectful? If I did, then all of you all can fuck off, because that's who I am. I'm not an asshole. I don't bring people up on my panel to treat them like shit, disrespect them, and ignore them. I don't do that.
But that's what they're used to, right? That's what people are
guess.
Like, they are. They want people to go with each other. You can't do that, especially with that.
Yeah, they look for that fucking fight.
Mm-hmm. Right. You can't do that with this woman. Now, in the end, when you sit there and make a statement like you don't regret dog whistling for SF's license, fuck you.
Right.
Like, I don't have to respect you at that.
Right. And that was made known that what you did was fucking wrong. And then at the very end, I let her talk for fucking hours and then said, do you, in hindsight, feel differently about what you did? Do you think what you did was wrong? She said no. And that was when she fucking kicked rocks. And that's it. I don't have anything to explain to SF. I don't have anything to explain to anyone.
As a matter of fact, Jay kind of was a bitch to her a couple of times. And Clue was in the chat.
Clue was like, calm down. I mean, my fucking patience was running thin.
It was. I could tell.
Yeah, you could hear the escalation in your.
Well, just her blatant, just disregard of the truth. It's like you could only listen to so much bullshit.
But you have to understand, right? Whether or not I think this lawsuit is legit or not doesn't matter. Granny and Barbecue, they do feel like it's very real, and it is to them. Life. And her sitting up there and saying certain things are things that Granny and Barbecue can absolutely use against all of this bullshit. And it's like, you're not going to get those things if you're an asshole.
Right.
It's the whole problem, and quite frankly, it's the whole problem with this entire fucking case, and that's why I keep saying people got to quit having so much fucking, my Fifi's got hurt. Could you imagine if everybody that's out here talking about this case could put on some fucking thicker skin and talk to each other and work together and see who is really about it and who isn't? How much more good could be done in these fucking situations that instead of it turning into an entire fucking circus and shit show like this one has? Like, it's crazy to me. It's just crazy.
I agree.
I mean, that's why I say, for me, like, I'm jokingly saying that, but it is the truth. Like, Julie is fucking dead to me. I give zero fucks about her anymore. Just like
UA, are you blocking people in the chat?
Please
stop. I asked all the mods not to block anyone today. I don't want anybody blocked. Just remove the shit. I know, but I said it like for hours.
There were some like trolls that I've just blocked, but that's it. Like, I think it was like 3 people or 4 people that like had just literally, this was either their. I can go
Anyways,
back and look,
you guys, I'm gonna wrap this one up because it's just been an afternoon.
I know that's right.
I don't mean to cut it short, but it ain't fucking short. It's been a long motherfucking afternoon, and I didn't expect this. for a Sunday.
Right.
Yeah. Clue, I want to thank you for having the patience that you did with Miss fucking Skolnick, and that's being nice.
I mean, you can't get flies without shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You have to be nice. Like I don't know, whatever. But at the end, when you're like a cold, calculated, manipulative snake, just like all the other ones, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think you did great today.
I do too.
Thanks. I think y'all did too.
I think that you did exactly what you should have done, and I'm glad that you run your panel and your channel the way that you do, and that they can say you're a hate channel all day long, but the truth is you showed nothing but respect until the respect was gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
mean? Just shows you can't please everybody, and that's what this platform is. You will never, ever make everyone happy.
That's exactly right.
Hey, I appreciate y'all.
If there's one good thing that came out of it, at least it's on a public platform of somebody that's listed as an associated party denouncing her association. So there you go. There's something good that came out of it.
If you were a member of my channel and you were blocked, please email me so I can unblock you. UA, I don't appreciate that. You blocking my members, dude. It's not cool.
Yeah, I think there was only one person that I can remember that was a member that was.
Anyways,
blocked.
It's all right. It's all over. It's water under the bridge. But I appreciate you guys coming up today.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have
guys.
a good afternoon, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Whew. Take a deep breath, everybody. Take a deep breath. Seriously, if you were blocked today and you have a problem, please email me. Because I don't roll like that. I don't block people. You unblocked them, Tato? Thank you. Hey, jammers. I told you, they don't roll like we do over here. And it's nothing personal against UA. It's just we don't roll like they do on TikTok. We just don't do it things that way. Thank you for making it happen. I want to thank all of you guys today for being kind. Southern-ish, thank you again for your super chat. 3 Sides, welcome to the Cooter Clickers. And thank you for gifting a membership as well. Giving me coffee. Thank you, 3 Sides. I appreciate you. Vibrator, I can see you. You're good. Cooterville was wild today. I think we all need to go for a dip in Cooterville Lake. Granny, hang in there, girl. We got your back. We haven't forgotten that this is very, very real to you. At least I haven't. Nor will I. I just want you to know that. All right, guys. You guys have a good rest of your Sunday. Oh, be nice. Try it. I don't think you saw my comment. Did I miss it? Be nice.
I want to say thank you.
Thank you to the moderators. Fuck, I know you guys have been twisted, wondering what to do, what not to do. I get it. Where is it? This is like a cult. The Green Team is a cult, says Southern-ish. Be nice. Thank you so much for your super sticker.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
I don't see any comments. Air Force Vet, thank you for your super chat. Thank you, everybody. Go relax. Yeah, Granny. I know we haven't talked lately, but you're on my mind, girl. You're on my mind.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your day, guys. I love you guys. Until the next one, I will see ya.